good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for the first day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Nottinghamshire. I'm Clive Eakin. The good news is that the fact that it's cloudy is not the good news, but it is dry and we are going to start on time. And Nottinghamshire have won the toss. They are batting first. The Warwickshire team does not include their new overseas signing. He only arrived around about 4 o'clock yesterday. And Warwickshire did name him in the squad, but they did say yesterday that they would make a decision in the morning on whether to play him. He apparently was quite keen, but they were concerned. He hasn't played much cricket lately. He's just got off the plane. So they've obviously decided to give him a few days to settle down. And oh, he is in the team, so the team that I've been given is the wrong. Okay. Rewind that. I'll start again, shall I? Good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire in this county championship match. On a cloudy morning, breezy, quite cold, but crucially dry. So, the Warwickshire team, they have included their new overseas signing, Pakistan bowler Amir Jamal. He comes into the team. Craig Miles drops out. So Warwickshire have Rob Yates, Alex Davis, the captain, and Will Rose, top three batters, being in great form. Ed Barnard, Dan Mosley, Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper, Jacob Bethel, Danny Briggs, and then two Pakistan test players, Hassan Ali, Amir Jamal, and then Ollie Hannon-Dolby. I'm Clive Eakin. Dave Bracegirdle, you can tell us about the Notts team.
Yes, very good morning, Clive. Good morning, everybody. 3 changes for Nottinghamshire. Asib Hamid, the skipper, still that winning run goes on with regards to the toss. 4 toss wins out of 4 for Asib Hamid. He's opted to bat first. The Nottinghamshire side will contain 3 changes from that played at Taunton against Somerset last week. One we'll see straight away, Ben Ducket back in at the top of the order. Also coming into the side, Dylan Pennington returns. He missed the Taunton match. And Ollie Stone, 4th of May 2023 at home to Lancashire was his last game, so it is a week shy of a year since Ollie Stone last played a first-class game for Notts, and he played just 1 T20 game. Of course, he got injured in that match against Warwickshire, the one where Shaheen Shah Afridi took 4 wickets in the first over. So Nottinghamshire, I understand they will go with Ducket and Hamid, who I can already see on the way out to the middle. Ben Slater at 3, and then they'll all drop one from the last few matches. So Will Young, who got that 174 not out at Taunton, will go 4. Joe Clark, 2 centuries and a double century already this season at 5. Jack Haynes 6. Lyndon James 7, Calvin Harrison 8, and then down towards the bottom, Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson. Notts come into this game off the back of 1 loss in that first game against Essex and 2 draws, and as Clive will, I'm sure, remind everybody, Warwickshire 3 high-scoring draws. Lots of runs for both these sides so far this season, but yet to pick up a win, either of them.
Yeah, it's been difficult, obviously, with the as Dave just disappears briefly to do a report for our colleagues at BBC Radio Nottingham. Warwickshire have obviously found it difficult in the conditions to bowl teams out. Combination of obviously the Duke's ball the first 2 days, fairly flat pitches. They felt that first game of the season against Worcestershire was a thing they didn't bowl as well as they might have done. Had they bowled better, they might have had a chance. They felt they were a bit unlucky against Durham in the second innings not to bowl them out. And then against Hampshire and Southampton, they were all ready to set some sort of target when rain intervened on the final day. So it is 3 draws out of 3 for Warwickshire. So if you're half full, they're unbeaten. If you're half empty, they haven't won. So we are getting underway straight away with Ollie Hannon-Dolby bowling the first ball. And he turns it around his pads to front of square leg where it's fielded. There is no run. So there are 3 slips, hands in box. It is cold out there and quite breezy as well, but it is dry. Clouds are quite high. So hopefully from that point of view we should be okay. Warwickshire as bowlers desperate to have a responsive pitch. Hannon Dolby them, bowling from the Birmingham end. Even a bit of sunshine over the Birmingham end, and that's defended solidly. Hasib Hamid. And it remains none for none. So, Hannon Dolby. Trots back to his mark. And comes in once again to bowl. Right arm over. That's just going down the leg side, and Hamid turns it around his pads for the first run of the morning. And a back of square leg, and there's Amir Jamal wearing, I would suggest, at least 2 sweaters. I won't be surprised if there are 3 or 4. It's Hassan Ali, who's not been here that long himself. Away at a Pakistan training camp, played his first game at Southampton, but apparently his mantra has been, he's Hassan Ali down there, his mantra has been, why is it so flipping cold in England? It's certainly not improved from that point of view today. We're on BBC Online via BBC CWR, BBC Nottingham, BBC Radio WM, and we're on BBC 5 Live Extra as well, as that one's defended to mid-off for no run by Ducket. First delivery that Ducket has faced today. Not too many in the ground, just a hubbub of people around the place, a few opposite us, a few in the members area. Hannon Dolby. He's got to come round the wicket now to the left-handed Ben Ducket. 20 test matches to his name. I'll just do a report on BBC WM and BBC CWR in a moment. That one has gone down for 4. I'll explain in a moment. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are underway in their championship match against Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire have won the toss, they're batting first. Ben Duckett's just scored the first boundary of the innings down to fine leg. They are 5 without loss. Warwickshire are giving a debut to their new overseas bowler, Amir Jamal. He only arrived yesterday evening. He was keen to play by all accounts, so despite not having much cricket of late and despite having only just got off the plane, he plays for Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire are 5 without loss in the first over. And that's a defensive shot into the offside for a single by Ben Ducket. And it's 6 without loss, so a good productive first over from Nottinghamshire. They are 6 without loss after 1 over.
Yeah, rather better than the start they made at Taunton exactly a week ago. Notts battered first there. They lost to Hasib Hamid in the first over, 0 for 1 at the end of it. He'll be pleased then to get off the mark. Nice to see Ben Ducket back as well. Played in the first 2 matches, the first 2 rounds. Didn't get any significant runs to talk of. Sat out last week. It is all part of the ECB managing his workload. There are, I think, around about 6 matches that he could be eligible for. Expected him to play in 4 of them. This would be the 3rd. And Hassan Ali, who saw against Notts last time they came to Trent Bridge a year ago, is going to get things underway from this, the south end of the stadium, the pavilion end. Right on fast with an extremely whippy action. And we're bowling to Ben Ducket. Nice and full, too full maybe, and Ducket will perhaps feel he's missed out there as he punches this to point. 3 slips of gully, point, extra cover, and on the leg side the almost regulation long leg mid-wicket, and mid-on here on a chilly but thankfully dry morning.
That's Ali's first home game of the season. His first appearance at Southampton. They had hoped to have him at the start of the season, but Pakistan wanted him for an army training camp.
Round the wicket he comes now. Bowles, and Ducket just leans on this one. A pleasing push out towards the Hollies. They'll come back for a second run. Nicely played, nicely timed, couple of runs. And Notts, as ever, looking to be positive, get on with things. 8 without loss. Ben Slater will bat at 3, I'm told. Then Will Young, the New Zealand international, at 4, and Joe Clark, who's been absolutely full of runs in the early stages of the season. The fact that Notts are batting, he will have the opportunity to be the first to get to 500. He's on 480. Alex Davis on 481. They're the top 2 scorers in the country as this down the leg side thuds into the thigh pad of Ducket. So 3 changes for Notts. Ducket back. Dylan Pennington, it was a little surprising when he didn't make the starting 11 at Taunton. Told he had a slight hamstring niggle and they wanted to just preserve him and protect him a little bit, so he sat that one out. Brett Hutton played and he's picked up an Achilles injury, so maybe that Brett Hutton's out for a while. But Notts blessed with Ollie Stone's return to fitness as Ducket slaps this through the offside for 4. That really was a shot of great emphasis. Sat up, asked to be punched away, and it was. It absolutely flew into those advertising boards at the base of the Hollies, away to our right. And Notts are on 12 after only 10 balls of the match.
Yeah, positive start. We've seen this quite a lot. Warwickshire game against Durham. Scored just shy of 500 on day 1. We haven't got the short boundaries we've had in the first 2 games. The pitch is much closer to the middle than the first 2 home games. Just slightly to our right as we're looking at it. In a central position from the pavilion.
Hassan Ali in, and again he's driven into the offside, but this time he's picked out the wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. Decent enough crowd in, expect it to fill throughout the day, no doubt, as word gets around that we're playing, and of course as people on a Friday tend to get away from work early if they can, if they're coming down to the cricket. Nice to see the ground fill up a little later on between 2 star-studded sides. Ducket on 11. Does have a century on this ground in 2019. Scored 140 for Notts as they battled to save the game. Hassan Ali bowls and Ducket defence. 12 without loss after a couple of overs. Ducket's also played in an Ashes Test match here, of course, last year, but I'm sure it's a great experience, but in terms of individual performance, not one to remember. 12 and 19 is 2 scores on that particular day.
So, positive start from Notts, and nothing really to stop the Warwickshire bowlers chuntering about the lack of help they've been getting. The ground staff have performed miracles to get the first 2 matches on time, and to lose very little play in the first 2 was a remarkable effort. Not a huge amount in the pitches, as that one from Alan Dalby's ball. They've gone for a quick run there. It was called by Ducket, and it was a good call. It did take Hamid a little bit by surprise, and he was slightly slow out of the blocks, but they get the single. 13 without loss.
Looks like he's got his business head on here, Ducket. He's not wasted the opportunity to punch a couple away. He's looking for the drop and run as well. Called his skipper through there for an easy run.
Keen, I guess, for runs in terms of potential England selection. A lot of players scoring runs at the moment, stating their cases. So Hannah Dobby round the wicket to Ducket again. Just 2 slips in a gully. Oh, and that's gone past the outside edge. That's the first one this morning. That nipped away a little bit. Ducket prodding at it, doesn't make contact, but survives.
Yes, he quickly withdrew the bat inside the line, tucked it behind his pad, but I'm sure he was just looking to have a little bit of a feel outside the off stump there. Doesn't like to leave too many alone. That's something that's always highly emphasised in the international arena. If he can try and hit it, he will.
Alan Dalby in again. That one he does leave. It's taken by Michael Burgess. Perhaps underlines how good the previous ball was. Ducket opting for caution and not playing that. We are underway in all matches so far this morning, which is great news. So many county championship matches being fitted in this month of April. 4th round this is. Not had a lot of positive results so far as Hannon Dalby comes into bowl, and that's a little bit of an inside edge from Ducket, just squirts past the fielder at the side of the circle at mid-wicket, and takes a huge divot out of the ground in fielding that. And that's Amir Jamal. Warwickshire would have just shuddered slightly when they saw, because his foot sort of stuck in the ground as he slid into field that, and could have done himself a mischief, which would not have been great from Warwickshire point of view.
He's at number 65, the new man's got. Don't know if that's a number that's tended to follow him around everywhere or just one he's been allocated.
Comes Hannon Dalby, this time over the wicket to the right-handed Hamid. It drops the bat on that base into the gully. There's no run. We've had 27 matches in the first 3 rounds, and there's only been 6 positive results. The first division's actually been a little bit better than the second. We've had 4 wins out of 15 in the first division, only 2 out of 12 in the second. Already this season we've had 2 matches abandoned without a ball being bowled, which is double the number from the whole of last season. But not this round of matches. None of us going to be abandoned without a ball being bowled. And this one is Hannon Dalby bowls, and that's defended by Hamid to point. Decent over from Ollie Hannon Dalby. Wrested a bit of control back, beat the bat once, and Nottinghamshire after 3 overs, though, are nicely placed on 14 without loss.
Hamid has a couple. Ducket has 12. Going to be Hassan Ali to bowl the 4th over of the morning. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Ducket. Ducket scores this season so far 21 and 5 against Essex, and then 9 and 63 against Worcestershire, the 2 matches at Trent Bridge. He's going to be facing Hassan Ali now. Here he comes. Plenty of pace from around the wicket, and Hassan Ali throws his arms in the air. I think he thought he was through Duckett's defences, but Ducket had just turned the wrists, helped it down to long leg to Hannon Dalby. Another single to the England man. 15 without loss. And a bright start from Nottinghamshire on a ground where they've not won in first-class cricket since 2010. A lot of success here on this ground in white ball matches, List A cricket, T20 matches, and of course they've lifted a couple of trophies here, winning the Blast finals in 2017 and 2020 on this ground. But in first class cricket it's not been a happy hunting ground over the last 14 years. Hassan Ali bowls to Hamid. Nottinghamshire captain just gets solidly behind it, blocks it, then rehearses the shot again, goes on his little trademark walk towards square leg. There's a real friendly hug between the 2 captains at the toss, Hasib Hamid and Alex Davis, because of course they both used to open for Lancashire.
Yeah. Let's see Hasib Hamid captaining Notts now. He's had an up and down career, hasn't he, thus far?
Hassan Ali in again, and once more bat and pad thrust forward. Might have been a little bit of the inside edge onto the pad.
Asking 1 or 2 questions here, Hassan Ali.
A couple of experienced umpires here at this end of the ground, the standing end here. Richard Kettleborough. Hassan Ali to run past his left shoulder now to bowl to Hamid, and for the third ball in a row it's just a trademark block into the offside, standing at square leg. Former Nottinghamshire Worcestershire opener Paul Pollard, our match referee Alex Swan, who also used to play for Lancashire and across Northants, the brother of Graham Swan, the former England spinner. Those of you that know the ground, we're just playing just slightly to the Hollis stand side of centre, as this is edged down in front of first slip. Will Rhodes there by Hamid, played it late with soft hands, the ball played down into the ground, and Will Rhodes makes the stop. Former Yorkshireman, or Yorkshire player, born in
silly Yorkshireman,
born in well, is he? I was just going to say he's born in Nottingham, of course. Will Rhodes, family relocated when he was a youngster to I think it was to Beverley, wasn't he, and went through the Yorkshire Academy and youth ages. Next ball pushed crisply by Hamid, and Hassan Ali parries it out onto the offside. And there's no run, 15 without loss. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, opting to bat first here on a dry, chilly morning in the West Midlands, but thankfully I think it's supposed to stay dry pretty much all of the day.
Yeah, some cold work for the fielders out there. Lots of hands in pockets, no doubt lots of hand warmers in place. Last couple of overs, Warwickshire have just stemmed the flow a little bit. The runs were coming a little bit too rapidly for their liking. And of course, one or two problems. Just looking at that edge, Will Rhodes was sending a fair way back. If it had been in the line of second slip, it might almost have carried. But anyway, Alan Dalby bowls round the wicket. That's hit back to him by Ducket, well fielded off his own bowling by Alan Dalby. 15 without loss.
Be interesting to see later on in the match how Ollie Stone goes. Out for best part of a year from first class cricket. Just played the one blast match for Notts last year in that time, and that was the one at Trembridge. I don't know if you were there, Clive, the one where Shaheen Shah Afridi took 4 wickets in the first over.
And the Dalby comes into bowl, and that's driven and is well stopped by Alex Davis at mid-off. That almost got through. They get a single, but would have been 4 had not been for a smart piece of fielding. 16 without loss. Yes, he didn't actually get injured in that game.
He took a catch, didn't he?
I remember we all sort of groaned because we know how lucky he's been with injuries. I think everyone felt for him, but it's good to see him back.
And then he just bowled 2 balls, and that was it. And we've not seen him since. Yeah. He's played 2 second 11 games over the last 10 days or so, and they're clearly confident that he'll be good to go.
Alan Dalby in and just pushed out the offside by Hamid. Last of his 10 test matches was January 2022 in Australia. Sort of player I get the feeling where if he is in decent form, he's the sort of player England would like to consider. Certain players that they just quite like, aren't there? And get the opportunity to get them back in, they're keen to do so.
I think it might take an injury to dislodge Crawley and Ducket at the moment. I think they've got a bit of credit in the bank.
In comes Hannon Dalby to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. It's fielded, there's no run. Elsewhere, Durham 11 without loss against Essex at Chester Street. Surrey got an early wicket, Hampshire 15 for 1 at the Oval. Somerset 10 without loss against Worcestershire at Kidderminster, and the game being played at Kidderminster, of course. Middlesex 16 without loss against Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire 18 without loss against Leicestershire. These are the second division, of course, and Yorkshire 12 without loss against Derbyshire. And Dalby into bowl, and that's up to the toes, slightly over pitch, and it's hit very well by Hamid, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, which is Hamid Jamal. He juggles with it, but he does enough to stop it and prevent any runs. So just 8 of the first division teams in action today and 6 in the second division, so not quite a full round this time. Don't ask me why that is. I haven't a clue. There will be a reason.
I think they all get a week off, don't they, in the next 3 weeks. Knots are missing next week. They play 4, miss a week, and then come back for the other 3. I think they all play 7 out of the first 8 weeks before the blast starts.
So Hannah Dolby with 3 slips in place. Right arm over. Bowls, and it's solidly defended by Hasib Hemi. Classic defensive shot, which he sort of holds the pose on. But Warwickshire have kept it tight in the last few overs without causing major alarms. 1 or 2, an edge and a player miss, but at the moment not still looking reasonably solid on 16 without loss.
Nottinghamshire's last win here almost in a sense tells you how long ago it was. Stuart Broad got 11 wickets in the match, 8 for 52. They were his best performances in.
Collected his MBE, was it MBE he got yet? I only know because it was on the same day that I was there for my brother getting his
crikey.
OB, so there we are. So he was, I think Stuart was in the afternoon, so we didn't see him, but
of course, next time you come to Trent Bridge, you'll see the Stuart Broad end.
Yes.
The pavilion end as Hassan Ali begins a new over, his 3rd, bowling round the wicket to Ben Ducket, who's on 14. Last time Notts were here was in 2021 when they had those conference sort of systems, the group system rather than the county championship, and Notts were in contention up until the last afternoon when Danny Briggs ran through them. In the end, it was quite a hefty win for Warwickshire, and that scuppered Notts' overall chances. Good delivery here from Hassan Ali. Beats Ducket outside the off stump with a full pacey delivery. Just
Warwickshire went on to win the championship that season.
Yeah. And Notts can't really have any sour grapes because the 2 they lost were home and away in the same group against Warwickshire, but then they ended up getting more points and more wins than anybody else in 2021. But they had the scenario, didn't they? You took through into the second phase of the season, if you like, the September phase. Was it half of the points you got from the first, or some such, as this goes through to the keeper, or the points you took against the other side that went through from your group? And of course,
yeah,
as I say, Notts lost to Warwickshire twice.
The theory being that you didn't play them again, so the initial results held anyway. It's an interesting year. Hello to Jed, Harry, Alex and Deepak. They are looking after the BBC County Cricket page, the live page. Come back to that in a second.
Hassan Ali comes in again. He's bowling a challenging line here to Ducket from around the wicket. You know, Ducket wants to get on with it. He's eager just to keep the board moving, but he's been kept nice and honest here by some pacey off-stump deliveries from Hassan Ali that's making him play defensively.
Yeah, so where you find the links for the commentaries, if you scroll down, you'll see what's going on in all the matches up and down the country. You'll see there, for example, that Essex have just taken their first wicket against Durham. Scott Borthwick has gone. And that fact's got 20 likes and 7 dislikes. There must be more Essex supporters reading it than Durham supporters.
Ducket again can't get him away. Turns this onto the leg side. There is the new man, Amir Jamal. Nottinghamshire side, if you're just joining us, 3 changes. They've had a little bit of a turnaround in the seam bowling department. Brett Hutton's got an Achilles injury. Luke Fletcher is here as 12th man. Dylan Pennington and Ollie Stone take their places. Ben Ducket comes back into the side at the top of the order, and Matthew Montgomery sits this one out. Hassan Ali sets off again from our end of the ground, passed on by Kettleborough, bowls to Ben Ducket, and he's doing a really good job here of keeping Ducket quiet. That's a very, very good over from Hassan Ali, and it remains 16 without loss.
Yeah, Warwickshire just bringing in their new overseas, Amir Jamal, and Craig Miles drops out as a result. Yes, decent turnaround in the last few overs from Hannon Dolby and Hassan Ali. Dolby is to continue. Durham were 12 without loss after 2 overs, so in the 4 overs since then they've added just 4 more runs. And Dolby comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-wicket by Hamid. Fielder there, Dan Mosley, stops it, no run. The longer it goes without a wicket being taken, the more you'll see Alex Davis being a bit proactive and trying funky fields and this and that. As Mark Robertson acknowledges, it can go either way when he does that. It can reduce dividends. It can also go a bit awry. But he'll certainly try something. Cannon Dolby into bowl, and solidly defended again by, they used to call him the Bolton Bradman. To mid-on, there's no run. 16 without loss. Is that why he wears number 99? Because that's the average of Bradman, isn't it?
Captain now taken over from Stephen Mullaney.
Both these two are new captains. Hannon Dolby over the wicket, just drops the bat of that, looking for a quick single, but Alex Davis swoops on the ball quickly and prevents the run. 16 without loss.
Made his maiden first-class 100 against Warwickshire. That was at Old Trafford in 2016, Hasib Hamid, and he does have a ton on this ground as well. That was in the One-Day Cup in 2021.
Amir Jamal is limbering up. He's wearing, I think if he peels off a sweater, you'll probably find there's about 3 underneath it, but he's preparing to come into the attack, and that's driven in the air and caught. Or is it Hamid? Yes, he's gone. Hasib Hamid just stood there for a moment, but he's satisfied that did carry, and it's caught in the covers. Just miscued the attempted drive, and he'll be disappointed really to got out to that shot, but Warwickshire will be delighted, and they have their first wicket. I'm going to take a... I'm trying to work out who that was, but anyway, it's a wicket to Warwickshire. Look at the replay, I might be able to work out who that was. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has the wicket.
Yeah, it was a good catch actually, just drove slightly loosely, slightly uppishly, and good diving catch in the covers, so should bring Ben Slater out to the middle. Will Young came in at 3 last week, but Ducket wasn't playing then, so they've all dropped down one. Here comes Ben Slater on his way out to the middle, not 16 for 1. Important early strike there for the Bears.
Yeah. A reward really for keeping them tied down. Maybe he got just a little frustrated there, Hamid, and it was Alex Davis who took the catch. Good low catch, of course, a wicketkeeper by trade, Alex Davis, and well held by him. 16 for 1. Breakthrough for Warwickshire. His challenge is to try and bowl a team out twice. They haven't managed it yet this season, albeit under mitigating circumstances. Trying to do that this time. And Hannon-Dolby bags his 7th wicket of the season. He, along with Chris Rushworth, got 50 plus, because Warwickshire do have 1 or 2 bowlers out. Chris Rushworth is one of them out. Michael Booth injured as well, and Liam Norwell unfortunately still not able to come back, having got fit, but separate injuries keeping him out. They're also without Sam Hain for personal reasons. And Dolby into Slater, who defends that solidly, and there is no run. Batting partnership for Notts now. from the Birmingham end. Bowls all Slater. I think Dickey was bat inside the line, but it was a teasing delivery from Alan Dolby. Good over for him, wicket maiden. And after 7 overs, it's 16 for 1. I'm delighted to say we have, you here for the whole match, Mel? For the whole match, we have Mel Fallon, just because she's popped something in her mouth. I'll invite her to come and slot in here for me.
More from Clive Eakin in the fullness of time. 16 for 1 is the score after that successful over. Brings Ben Slater to the crease. He's got scores this season so far of 9 and 3 against Essex, 70 and 23 against Worcestershire, and 25 and 12. So 2 left-handed Bens out there in the middle. It's Ben Ducket on the strike on 14. This has worked onto the leg side, and there's no run. Fielded by Amir Jamal. It remains 16 for 1 as we bid a very good morning for the first time to Mel Farrell. It's been a while.
Dave Bracegirdle. I tell you what, I was excited when I realised it was you coming this week. It has been a while. It's lovely to see you.
And you, and yourself, especially today. This is round the wicket and bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. Especially today, because I heard on the radio, now, you know how days have different things, you know, it's National Do this day or it's National Do that day. You must know what today is.
I don't know what today is.
Well, I heard on the radio, knowing full well that I was coming and going to be sat next to you today. Today is National Hug an Aussie Day. Now, what about? Look it up. I've not made this up so we can have a hug later on. Look it up. 16 for 1. Round the wicket comes Hassan Ali, and his runs here for Ducket. It's a long chase out on the boundary edge, and in fact it's gone for 4. Nice bit of timing. You don't need to run anymore. So Ducket's up to 18, 20 for 1. So there you are, folks. You can hug your favourite Australian today and get away with it.
I've
National Hug an Aussie Day.
I've heard some lines in my time, Dave Bracegirdle, but I haven't.
It's cheaper than can I buy you a drink, isn't it?
Oh dear.
It is. Look it up. National Hug an Aussie Day.
National Hug an Aussie Day.
Yeah.
Just as long as you keep it to a double pat release, then you know we're all okay.
Round the wicket comes Hassan Ali. 2 slips and a gap to Gully. This is dropped on the leg side. We need to. I need proof here.
To be fair, I am a hugger. I'm a natural hugger. I do feed off that, and I forget the double pat release. What I have been told is that you need to hold a hug for 3 seconds to get the full benefit of the endorphin release. So you're right, April 26.
20 for 1 as Ben Ducket defends.
Hug an Australian Day is an international holiday celebrated every year on April 26. Why didn't I know about this? A hug is a physical display of affection. It has been proven to have positive psychological effect on both parties. I don't think it would have a positive effect on one of our colleagues, Kevin Howes. Whenever I threaten to hug him, he looks absolutely terrified.
Hassan Ali round the wicket bowls and dropped on the leg side, and they'll take a single. The award-winning Kevin Howes, to give him his full name.
He's so good, isn't he? And so unassuming, so modest. I hope he's listening, because he'll be horribly embarrassed.
Got to stop calling him the headmaster now. Now he's the award-winning Kevin Howes. 21 for 1. I was thinking, I'm sure we've met a time or two at various dinners, but I think the first time I met you was in this very stadium, and it shows how long ago it was, because didn't you do something with Alex Hales and James Taylor, and you were trying to interview them both, and you got James Taylor to stand on a chair so he was the same height as Alex Hales? Did I dream that, or did that happen?
No, that happened.
Yeah.
I've got a photo of it. I was filming with them, and it was very hard to get them in the same shot. So me having lots of bright ideas. Speaking of bright, here's Oliver Hannon-Dolby. He's in. That is spanked, absolutely spanked. A lovely shot past point from Ducket, and it's nowhere for that to go other than over the boundary rope. Lovely bit of aggression from him. Yes, just before that, think it was the South Africa series. Must have been about 2016, somewhere around there. And yeah, I couldn't get them in the same shot. So yes, I said, can we just get you on a chair and let's just do it as if it's a normal interview, and people will just wonder why James is slightly taller than Alex Hales.
Well, do you know, I've got a note here. James Taylor, his last county championship game was at Warwickshire. It was against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in 2016, so that was a poignant week in many senses.
And Dolby is more on the money this time, and Ducket happy to just defend this one to the offside, no run. Gosh, you've got a good memory. Yes, that's very impressive, Dave.
That's the sort of bonkers thing I like to reflect on those nights where you can't get to sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. And oh yeah, I can remember James Taylor stood on a chair to be as tall as Alex Hales.
Well,
no, it was just the fact that it was here, and you and I worked together, I think, for the first time that match.
Here is Ducket waiting, and he plays at this one. Was it inside the line? He's been probing his Hannon Dolby. He's fresh off a wicket, that of Hasib Hamid. So he feels like he's got a chance here to remove both openers, and what a strike that would be for Warwickshire.
So you've come with all your notes about Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, and already we've thrown you with Hug an Aussie Day and James Taylor standing on a chair. There you are. Never come prepared for the expected.
Ducket waits, bat in the air as Hannon Dolby's in. That's come off the inside edge of the bat, but just straight to a diving, wide-ish mid-on. So they'll run through for the single. It wasn't a particularly clean shot, but got the run and brings Slater back onto strike, who's yet to score. Yes, I did make all my notes, and then of course there have been quite a few changes, and I've been doing an interview in the other room. I had to do an interview with one of Hassan Ali's Pakistan teammates, so that's been quite a morning. Interesting though, as Hannon Dolby is in, Slater just gently prods that one into the offside. Get a run there.
And Amir Jamal playing as well. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl in the flesh for the first time. I've seen Hassan Ali play against Notts before, but new signings, always nice to see a new signing, see what he brings.
Absolutely. And Hassan Ali came and joined me in commentary a couple of weeks ago. He was fantastic, and I tell you, what a character. Slater waits as Hannon Dolby's in over the wicket, and this time it just squirts out past the diving fielder behind point, but doesn't get much further. So still to get off the mark is Slater at the end of the over. 26 for 1, and Ducket has zipped along to 24 for 31, which, let's face it, is no great surprise.
Yeah, he doesn't know me from Adam, Hassan Ali, but I was out there for the toss, and it was like I was his best friend, long lost best friend. He came up and said hello and shook my hand, and that's how I was. And I thought, well, get your mate and we'll have a photo then, as you're obviously in a very amiable mood this morning. So I took a photo, which I've just popped on at Brace Cricket, if you want to have a look at that, of the two mates, the two Pakistan international teammates. It's going to be Hassan Ali to bowl round the wicket. Looks very much as if he's got a bit of tape on the fingers of his left hand. And here he comes to bowl to Ducket, who's on 24, make that 28. Not a lot wrong with that. Lovely drive straight down the ground from Ben Ducket. It was over pitched, and Ducket in the last over, I think, was sort of eyeing that shot up, but was denied, just not quite in the slot from Hassan Ali, but that one was, and he's driven it away for 4, and it's 30 for 1.
It's such a boon for Notts, isn't it, having someone like Ben Ducket come back into the side. It's Ollie Stone as well, exciting bowler. I really like watching him. He's got to be one of the chirpiest, happy chaps I think I've seen in cricket.
Ali in again to Ducket. He's forced just to take a slight pace back behind his crease there to block this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
The other thing that was so impressive about Hassan Ali is we had this lovely chat, talked about all sorts of things, and you know what? he just paused every single time the bowler came in. He's a natural commentator. I was so impressed. Didn't even have to say anything. He just did it, and with perfect timing as well.
Media savvy. Here he comes, past umpire Kettleborough, bowls on the pads of Ducket, and he'll push this to mid-wicket and then ask Ben Slater to come back for a second. And Ducket gone about his work nicely here. He's already on 30 out of 32, absolutely dominating the strike and clearly dominating the scoring as well, which he is prone to do. And lot supporters will be hoping that he can bat big today. Had a lengthy chat with Joe Clark at the end of the Taunton game on Monday after that was washed away, and of course he got a big double 100 at Taunton. This ball is pushed onto the offside and there's no run, and he said all week Ben Ducket had been in his ear when they'd had chats and when they'd had phone calls, been in his ear to get a big one, because in the first round of matches Clark got to 100 and got out. In the second round of matches he got to 100 and got out, and Ben Ducket apparently was telling him it's no good. It's no good getting to 100 and getting out. You've got to turn it into they call them daddies, don't they? A daddy 100.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you've said this right.
32
okay.
for 1. Next ball down the leg side, turned off the pads down to long leg for 4. Lovely bit of stroke play from Ben Ducket. He goes to 34, 36 for 1 knots. And what have I said now?
Well, so last time we were here, we had Martin Emerson was down here from Durham, and I asked him, and I asked.
No, you didn't.
Brian Halford.
Because
as well.
that's.
No, I asked them.
That's Martin's approach.
When does 100 become a daddy 100? What is the figure? And Martin Emerson said he didn't know what a daddy 100 was. I was like, come on, what?
San Ali to Ducket, but an expensive over, and there's a couple more here. Just worked nicely through mid-wicket, just using the pace on the ball just to push it into the gap. Takes 2 more. Danny Briggs does the fielding. 38 for 1. Slater is on, or Slater's yet to score, but Ben Ducket's on 36. I don't know the answer to your question definitively. I would say if you go beyond 150, then you.
Is that, well, Brian Halford said 174. I think.
Yeah,
that was where he.
Well, that's a Randall, isn't it?
Right.
That's a Randall.
Well, if you're out there at home and you have thoughts on that, make sure that you get in touch with us, email in, or on the Twitter, because I refuse to call it X.
Yeah.
And let us know, what is a daddy 100? It is Hannon Dolby in over the wicket from the city end, and the first ball is played out behind point by Slater. He's still yet to get off the mark, but I guess he can afford to give himself the time to get in when Ben Ducket is going at essentially a runner ball at the other end.
Yes, I refuse to believe Martin wasn't pulling your leg, because he's a little prone to having a bit of a wind-up. I'm sure he's heard that term before.
Yes.
But then again, watching Durham, perhaps he hasn't seen many.
3 slips and a gully in for Slater as Hannon Dolby is in, and he's up on his toes defending into the leg side that time. No run still. What's really striking me today being here, Dave, is that you can see where the strips were on the left-hand side, the used pitches for the first couple of games, and that was such a short boundary on that side. It was honestly, I don't know, I can't remember the last time I saw one that short for a first-class match. But it's much more even this time, slightly shorter out to the Holly stand, as Hannon Dolby in, and I think he played inside the line of that one, but he has been probing at times just outside the off stump, as you would expect from Hannon Dolby. Struggled with the kookaburra in the first round in particular, and the wind here and the short boundary. He kept losing his run-up. He just couldn't. It was really difficult. The ground was really soft because of all the rain there'd been. He pulled out his run-up 4 times at least in his first few overs. He's got it down now as he's in, and just a step forward and a nice defensive shot into the covers by Slater.
Yeah, that's one Aussie I don't think the bowlers will be hugging today, a Kookaburra. I don't think they enjoyed them at all. It didn't make for great cricket, the two matches I watched with it. That's one viewpoint.
Well, we shall see. It's interesting, the couple of bowlers that did well, someone like a Sam Cooke, for example, who
we
did well.
We've moved on from
Sorry. You gave a bit of a sledge. Huh? Here's Hannah Dolby. It's full outside the off stump and it's been dropped at third slip. Wow. Well, there came the chance to get Slater. But in the end, the ball goes down. That's really frustrating for Jacob Bethel at third slip. His head has dropped at the moment. He can't believe he's shelled that one.
Went quickly to him, but they all talk about a nice height, don't they? And that was around about waist height. Went quickly, but he's one I'm guessing he would have taken 9 times out of 10.
He adjusts his hat and waits again as Hannah Dolby is in, and that's just pressed into the covers. A little bit of footwork, fancy footwork there from Alex Davies, the captain, as he stops the ball and finishes the over. One that will frustrate Hannah Dolby because he was threatening the outside edge. He finally got a thick edge, that of Slater, yet to score, and it's been put down at third slip by Jacob Bethel. 38 for 1. And Ducket, 36 off 37.
Yep, we've got a bowling change as well. The new man, Amir Jamal, is coming on to replace Hassan Ali. If you're just joining us, this is live county championship cricket from Edgbaston, Division 1, Warwickshire versus Nottinghamshire. People joining us all the time on 5 Sports Extra, on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM via the BBC Sport website and app. You're very, very welcome. A lot of people will no doubt be following the commentary and the pictures on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club website. You're very, very welcome to Edgbaston, with Nottinghamshire having won the toss 38 for 1 as Jamal takes a breath. Bound to be a few nerves, few butterflies. He comes in right arm pacey round the wicket, and first ball leaks a run. Ducket just opens the face and runs it down towards third man. It's going to be touch and go whether it's stopped. Has been, I think, right on the boundary, but will come back for 3. Again, good running from Ducket. He won't like losing the strike from the first ball of the over, but he'll be very pleased to take his individual score on to 39, 41 for 1. Ben Slater was just dropped in that previous over back on strike.
I don't know that Jamal will be that unhappy with that, though, because it might have gone for those runs, but it was a genuine edge. It was just one of those streaky ones, wasn't it, that goes. So even though it's gone for runs first up, very excited to see him. 6 wickets in that first test he played against Australia in Perth. So a wonderful introduction to cricket in Australia. What can he do in England?
He's wearing number 65 round the wicket to Slater, who pushes this up to mid-on. There's no run. Your commentary team for today, the award-winning Kevin Howells may be tempted to pop in and join us. The award-winning Clive Eakin won't be too far away. He'll be coming back. The award-winning Melinda Farrell to my right, and I'm Dave Bracegirdle. 41 for 1.
I'm trying to think what awards I've won. I have won awards. I've won awards.
You've won awards.
I've won awards for acting. I won an award for playing Rita in Educating
Have you?
Rita. Yes.
Lovely looking shot here, and Slater's away. He's been fairly anxious and fairly fortunate whilst on naught, but he's got his first boundary here, just driving it through the offside, and Jamal has gone for 7 runs from his first 3 deliveries. That just sat up nicely, and Slater punched it through the offside. Rita.
Educating Rita. Orange Theatre Company.
Did you have to talk proper?
No, I had to talk with a Scouse accent for 2 hours in a 2-hander play. Yeah, so I had to practice it for
Why a
weeks.
Scouse accent? Was she a Scouser, Eliza Doolittle, was she?
No, it's not. It's Educating Rita, so...
45 for 1, round the wicket, next ball through to the keeper.
Yeah, played by Julie Walters in the movie with Michael Caine in the other role. So I watched that film many times, over and over, to try and make sure I got the accent okay. Yeah, and I won a prize from that. I like for the whole region. I won $2,000. Was all right. So there you go.
Very good.
I have won.
Well, you've
an award.
I've seen you win an award.
Have you?
There's Amir Jamal round the wicket, passed on by Kettleborough, pushed into the offside. There's no run. I think last time we worked together, you'd rubbing in the fact that you won the Pointless trophy on television.
Oh, you're right.
My pointless friend.
Yes, I was definitely the most pointless person on that programme. Yes, Aggers and I, the pointless trophy winners. The trophy itself is sitting 3 miles from here in my living room still.
Did you get one each?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right then.
They're small but heavy.
45 for 1. Around the wicket comes Amir Jamal. Ben Slater defence. If you're just joining us, Nottinghamshire won the toss this morning, opted to bat first. They lost their captain, Asiba Mead, who's just going through a little bit of a poor run of scores. Out for 2. Just drove into the covers. It was a good catch low down by the Bears skipper Alex Davis, and he was on his way. But Ben Ducket playing a different game to absolutely everybody else here. He's 39 not out. Was 39 from 41, but with that Slater boundary, he's now 39 not out. Ben Slater 45, and 7 runs came from that first over. Apologies if you're listening in and loud noises in the effects microphone, which I'll just turn down a touch. Yeah, helicopter just come over the ground. Those city views of Birmingham must look lovely from up there. Mel, have you done that?
No, I haven't. No, the best views that I get from Edgbaston. I love the view here, being able to see the trees and the skyline, little church spires and towers. As Hannon Dolby is into Ducket around the wicket. Ducket just firmly defends that one into the covers, no run. Just for those who don't know, he was a big part, Amir Jamal. I mentioned the 6 wickets he took in that first test. It was his debut in Perth, and I said debut instead of debut like an Australian because I'm in England now. And he scored 82 off 97 in the first innings of the second test in Sydney. And Pakistan were really much more competitive than people expected them to be in Australia, and he was certainly one reason why. As Hannon Dolby is into Ducket, he defends this time up to Alex Davies, lurking at mid-off, so no run again. There's a bit of chat going on out there. I think Hannon Dolby might be enjoying this contest.
Yeah.
And he's just made a little fielding change. He's sending a fielder in. I'm just waiting to see where he stops, really. I think he's just going to mid-wicket in the end. A shortish mid-wicket. So just tinkering with his field a little bit. He's still got 2 slips in for Ducket, who waits and this time tucks this one around the corner to deep backward square leg. It's 2 fielders out there though, no run. Oh, 1 run, sorry.
Just wondering if he's coming towards the end of his spell now, getting on towards the first hour of the match being bowled. This is his 7th over. They'll have Will Rhodes as the 4th seamer available. Warwickshire, Hassan Ali might also be very keen on coming back and having a go from the Birmingham end. But I wouldn't expect Hannon Dolby to have too many more. Well,
he's bowled brilliantly, hasn't he? 1 for 15 halfway through his 7th over, and also had a catch put down. He's in again to Slater, who just shoulders arms, raises his bat high in the air. So he lets that one whistle through to the keeper. Still got the 3 slips and a gully in for Slater, so still very much trying to find that outside edge.
Yeah, Will Rhodes just starting to loosen up at first slip. There's been wickets in all the 4 Division 1 games. Durham 33 for 2 against Essex, Hampshire 44 for 2 against Surrey. We know the score here, and Somerset 35 for 1 against Worcestershire at Kidderminster. Division 2, Middlesex 54 without loss against Gloucestershire.
Here's Hannon Dolby over the wicket. It's full and it's just punched straight out to point. No run for Slater. He's on 4.
Northants 56 without loss against Leicestershire, and Division 2 Yorkshire 39 without loss against Derbyshire. So every game in Division 1 has had a wicket, and there's not been a single wicket taken in the 3 Division 2 games as yet. But thankfully, nice and dry across the country right now. Everywhere we've got cricket.
Yeah, I'm not particularly happy with this spring. I ordered a better one before I came over this year, David. I'm not normally over here quite this early, and I was here mid-March. I'm struggling.
Cool.
That's why I'm wearing this ridiculous jumper today, because I've only got 3 and the other 2 are in the wash. Here's Hannon Dolby to Slater, who just gently rolls his wrist through that shot as he cuts it down to deep backward point. They'll get a single there to finish off the over, and probably Hannon Dolby's spell, but it's been a very good one. It's 47 for 1, with Slater now on 5 and Ducket on 40. And just looking, Hannon Dolby finishes up his 7 overs, 1 for 16. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Jamal to continue. The Warwickshire side, Rob Yates, Alex Davis, both been full of runs, as has Will Rhodes. Ed Barnard got a big ton 2 years ago against Notts at Trent Bridge. Dan Mousley, Jake Bethel, Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper, Danny Briggs, Amar Jamal, Hassan Ali and Ollie Hannon Dolby. Here is Jamal round the wicket to Slater, pushes into the covers, no run. 47 for 1, Nottinghamshire. I think it's fairly certain that Will Rhodes is going to replace Oliver Hannon Dolby. He's going through a lot of stretching and bending and practice bowls at the far end. He's standing at first slip, but looks as if he's going to come on. Born in Nottingham, of course, Will Rhodes. Slater on 5, was dropped on 0. Should have been taken by Bethel. Goes to pull this one away up in the air. Now then, is he going to loop this over the field as he does? He fell like that last week at Taunton in the second innings, went to pull a short ball and it just ballooned up to mid-wicket. It was a decent catch on that occasion. This time it just cleared the ring and he got away with it. But again, rather too much vertical and not enough horizontal from Ben Slater. But he moves on to 8. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 6, and it's 48 for 1.
While the boundaries are still much more even this week, that is the longest part for sure that he was trying to pull the ball to. Here at Edgbaston.
Duckett's got 40 galloping along this morning. Get at least 1, in fact just 1. He put the brakes on straight away after turning it out to deep square leg. 49 for 1.
Really great to see him back in the whites for his county. I must say, I do love watching him and Zach Crawley together. A lot of fun watching those two together. Last couple of years for England.
Jamal again to Ben Slater, pushes this up to mid-on. There's no run. A tumbling stop from Hassan Ali, 1S or 2. You can take your choice. You look him up on some cricket websites and it's Hassan Ali with 1S. You look on others and he's got the 2, but either way he's a very, very fine player. Having a bit of a chat now to his international teammate,
who also has several spellings. As we're discovering, looking things up, it's Aamir, Amir. No, it's you've got to type in a few different things, and then you'll get there.
49 for 1. Next ball is driven through the offside. Decent stop at backward point. Of course, Sir Garfield Sobers was always a great case in point, because a lot of people shortened it obviously to Gary with 1R or 2, but he certainly put an end to that when he did his autobiography, and it was just called Gary Sobers in big letters on the front with 2 R's. That's how he spelt it. I've seen him. Back in the day, he used to get his autograph, queue with the other kids and get his autograph. And I have seen him sign them both with 1 R and 2 Rs, depending on sort of what it said on the caption that he was signing. This ball worked onto the leg side, but yeah, Sir Garfield was always 2 Rs. That's it for me for the time being. 49 for 1. More words of wisdom from our favourite Aussie, and then she'll be joined by the award-winning Clive Eakin.
Thanks very much, Dave. We'll save that hug for later when we're not on air. I don't want to get the blood pressure of our listeners up too much when it's only just midday. Too much excitement can be a bad thing. So it is Will Rhodes coming into the attack, replacing Oliver Hannon-Dolby from the City end, as expected. Really good from Hannon-Dolby early on. 1 wicket, should have got another. Kept it pretty tight, threatened the outside edge. So what can Will Rhodes do? They've somehow got to stop Ducket scoring at the rate he's scoring at the moment. Hello, Clive.
Hello.
Did you know it was International Hug and Aussie Day?
For goodness sake.
Are you a hugger?
Not really.
No. You don't strike me as a hugger. You're more of a firm handshake kind of guy. I can tell.
It's all getting a bit too much information in this commentary, isn't it?
Always. So, Will Rhodes it is. He's taken 2 wickets so far for Warwickshire this season. He's bowling now to Ducket around the wicket. First ball. It's full and it's just pressed up towards mid-on. No run.
I know it's obviously very easy to say from here, but they've got to stop dropping catches, Warwickshire. This has been a problem every game so far. They're putting down too many chances, and particularly when wickets are hard to come by.
Well, that's definitely in the first couple of rounds here. We do really notice that, didn't you? The chances were so difficult to get as Rhodes. He's in again to Ducket. Again, it's full, and this time the bowler fields off his own bowling.
I do have to do a little update on BBC Radio, WM, BBC CWR, and I've got to remember to sign off. I keep forgetting that. I'm so used to finishing on the score, and then I hear a deathly pause at the other end because I'm supposed to sign off. So I've got to try and remember to do that this time.
Okay, I'll give you a sign, a sign-off sign.
I mean, I've got to sign on and off again. It's hardly time to do the actual cricket report.
Here's Rhodes. This time it's on a good length, and the line is bang on as well, and Ducket really paying him a lot of respect. Just pressed forward in defence again. So he's keeping it tight.
So that's coming up in 10 seconds' time. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire in the field. Nottinghamshire, I'll just bring up the half century. They're 50 for 1. The one success so far to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's bowled well. Hasib Hamid got a bit frustrated as he got tied down. Miscued a drive and a good low catch taking the covers by Alex Davis. But Warwickshire should have had a second. Ben Slater dropped by Jacob Bethel at third slip. Drop catches has been a bit of an issue for Warwickshire early season. And Ben Ducket, the England batter, is causing them problems. He's already on 42 off just 46 balls, and Notts 50 for 1 in the 15th over. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. I remembered. I nearly forgot.
Here's Will Rhodes. A big stride forward from Slater in defence. What I did love is that when you gave your sign-off, you actually threw both your arms in the air as if you'd just taken Ben Duckett's wicket yourself. Moment of celebration.
Just looking elsewhere, it's Surrey, surprise, surprise, who are having the best day so far in the field. Hampshire 49 for 4 at the Oval. 2 wickets in 2 balls taken by Worrell. Daniel Worrell.
Here's Rhodes again, just defended straight back to the bowler again. So That is a good first over from Rhodes, just one single coming off it. It's 50 for 1. Slater on 6, Ducket on 42.
The other title favourites and early pace setters, Essex have Durham at 46 for 2 at Chester Street. Somerset at 45 for 1 at Kidderminster against Worcestershire. Middlesex at 58 for 2 against Gloucestershire, Bristol. Northampton's going well, 72 without loss against Leicestershire at Leicester, and Yorkshire are 54 for 1 after 15. It's quite chilly in here. I noticed they've left us a nice little heater down here.
Oh, really?
I might have to stick that on a
Oh
bit.
my gosh, please, are you kidding? I might take it home with me. Heavens above.
It's off at the moment. But
Oh no, let's get it on.
Amir Jamal to bowl to Ben Ducket, who England will be pleased to see. He's looking in good nick. He plays that back to the bowler for no run. Ducket goes out and does a bit of gardening.
Yes, I've only got. I only actually have over here a couple of about 3 jumpers. The other 2 are in the wash, so that's why I'm ridiculously dressed today. I'm actually wearing a cricket cable net.
Oh yes, I noticed that. Yeah, very nice. What's it say on it?
I feel like I'm cosplaying.
World Test Championship.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Amir Jamal. That is carved away down to a third. It will be cut off, so it'll just be a single for Ducket. He's on to 43, 51 for 1.
Yeah, of course I didn't buy it. I don't buy any merchandise, Clive. But this was given to us when we covered the World Test Championship final last year. So the great thing is actually really warm, and this is huge. It's absolutely massive. So it's almost down to my knees.
There must be something said there about a competition held in England. That was the one in England? Was that Southampton?
No.
Oh, it was a different one. There was
Oval.
Ah, the Oval. Of course it was. Yeah. But the fact that in England they give you a big thick sweater as a.
Other places they give you a water bottle or sometimes a portable fan.
Over the wicket comes Jamal now to Slater. Leans back, fires that 2-point where it is very well fielded. Warwickshire have put down 1 catch, but their ground fielding has been excellent. And that was Danny Briggs making a terrific stop. 51 for 1.
So I was in Kidderminster last week.
Yeah. How was that?
It was beautiful. What a lovely little ground that is.
It's a long time since I've been there. I used to go there quite often. When they played 1 game a year there, I used to cover those games quite a lot. This next one is just going down the leg side. Well taken by Michael Burgess. Slater has a little glance at it but doesn't make contact.
Yeah, I felt like a bit of a tourist because I went from the Jewellery Quarter station, and I haven't been actually quarter trained from the Jewellery Quarter.
Okay.
And I didn't realise there was a Banksy there.
Ah.
There's a Banksy, the 2 reindeer. I didn't know, and honestly, I was so excited. And then they've also got a loo, like it's called the Temple of Relief. It's a latrine from like the 1800s basically, but it's beautiful ironwork.
In comes Jamal. Oh, that's a loose shot from Slater. A little bit of bounce maybe outside off stump, and he ends up with 1 hand on the bat as he takes a sort of horizontal swipe at that and misses it. He's going down the pitch as if maybe that didn't bounce the way he expected.
I sometimes wonder if it's as much for the look. Everyone, look at me walking down the pitch and tapping my bat, just telling you. So they also had an exhibition there, and I was reading all sorts of interesting bits and pieces, learning about the Jewellery Quarter. So, and then to Kidderminster, where I'd never been before.
And did you do the steam railway, of course, at Kidderminster? Severn Valley Steam Railway goes from Kidderminster. I don't know if you saw that. That one kept a bit low. As Slater gets his bat on it well, but I've got the impression that kept a little bit low from Jamal. End of the over, 51 for 1 off 16.
But no, so it's I didn't see that, but it just reminded me. I mean, I've explored the Jewellery Quarter. I've been to the Pen Museum and Coffin Works and various things, but I have not been to the actual Jewellery Quarter Museum. And after seeing the exhibition they've got at the station, that's going to be my next thing in Birmingham is going there. But yes, absolutely lovely to go there. Mostly excited to see the Banksy and the Temple of Relief. What a wonderful, it actually says it on the sign. So here is Rhodes to Ducket. First ball defended back to the bowler. He picks it up on his follow through. Yeah, so who knew that a latrine called a Temple of Relief, what a wonderful name, could actually be an architectural thing of beauty. I was impressed. I'm easily impressed though, to be fair. You might have gathered. Rhodes turns at the top of his mark, starts his run up. Ducket, the left-hander, waits and just gently squeezes that one out in towards point. No run again. So this is the first thing, trying to actually stop Ben Ducket scoring freely. It's task number 1. Get him out, task number 2. Although task number 2 takes care of task number 1.
Indeed. Yes.
He's got sort of a first and a third slip in for Ducket, hedging bet somewhat. He's in again. This time he swipes that one down towards mid-on. So no run again. So this is good from Rhodes, just stalling him a little bit, Ducket.
Yeah, Warwickshire sort of done that in phases, haven't they? They've not plundered runs off the first couple of overs. Then there was a phase where Warwickshire's bowlers kept them tight, and that led to Hasib Hamid going. And Ducket has released the shackles on occasions.
Rhodes in again around the wicket, and that one, he was trying to turn that one, play that through, down through mid-wicket. It's ended up down at mid-off, so it's skewed off the bat there. Not where he wanted to go, but it's safe. But again, it just shows Rhodes is just causing him to think a little bit.
Yeah, bowling a lot more now. He's not captain, Will Rhodes. He was reluctant to bring himself on, but Alex Davis will utilise him, I'm sure, plenty.
He's in again to Ducket. This time he slaps that one. Is it going to beat the fielder? Deep point, no. He gets there in time. Nice diving save, but they will run a couple. It's a commanding shot, but to the longest part of this ground.
Dan Mosley with a stop, not one of Will Rhodes' better deliveries. Could easily have been a 4, but Mosley's kept them down to 2.
Yeah, talking to Will Rhodes about that last game here, the fact that, you know, he admitted he probably under-bowled himself as captain, and he's just really relishing this opportunity to just concentrate on cricket. In now to Ducket, who just plays a nifty little shot into the leg side. It'll roll away. They'll take 1, and it's the end of the over. 54 for 1, with Slater on 6 and Ducket on 46, but a quieter one from him.
Yeah, the only time that Will Rhodes had to bring himself on was when Sir Alistair Cook was batting. I think he got him out about 5 times in the space of 3 matches or something. That's some sort of sign on Alistair Cook. Ahmed Jamal with his collar up. We're talking about sweaters. I don't know how many sweaters he and Hassan Ali have brought with them, but I think they were wearing them all in the outfield.
I don't blame them. I've got mine on in the commentary box.
Hasn't had that much cricket of late. Just landed at 4 o'clock, I think his plane got in yesterday. He comes around the wicket to bowl, just wraps on the pads. There's a shout from Adam Stones, not from the bowler. It's going well down the leg side. I think it will be a leg by.
I don't know how players do that. I'm absolutely full of admiration, because the day after I get in from a flight, the idea of actually playing a full day of professional sport, if you're jet lagged, jet lag really gets me.
Yeah, and Warwickshire actually was sort of almost reluctant to play him in this game for that reason. Apparently he was very keen to get out there and get going. So here he is, only right arm over, and then he leans back, Slater, and carves that through the offside. That's a good shot from Ben Slater for 4 runs. He moves on to 10, 59 for 1.
Yeah, second boundary that Slater has hit off Jamal, and both of them drives. That one was squarer than the first one, but he's happy to take him on.
short-ish boundary on that side. That's Ben Slater, the left-hander's offside when the ball is coming from the pavilion. Now, nothing like as short as the boundaries were for Warwickshire's first 2 games.
I did mention that earlier. I feel almost discombobulated because there's not one super short boundary.
No. In comes Jamal to bowl, and that's played in the offside. There's no run. Harry Barwell, the groundskeeper, did explain that he wanted to use 2 pitches close to each other so that he could keep them both covered and dry with all the rain that was around. So we had 2 pitches pretty close to the boundary, unless a few 6s hit.
Well, you know, they have my sympathy, and I did say this several times. Basically, anyone who got any game on,
yeah, exactly,
deserved a medal.
In comes Amir Jamal, and that's short. There's no run. I think we rocked up the first day of the Worcestershire game, really not expecting play to start, but credit goes to a lot of people, actually. Definitely to the ground staff who did a miraculous job, but also, it has to be said, to both the players and umpires who were distinctly unfussy about, you know, the odd damp patch here or damp patch there. They were keen to play. So often in games you sort of feel that people are almost looking for reasons not to play. Well, that certainly wasn't the case in that game. In comes Jamal. It's pitched up, it's driven into the ground, straight back to the bowler by Slater. He just didn't quite shape to throw, but it was like he was considering shaping to throw it back at the stump. So, you know, I like that. I like that. Word has it he may rival Hassan Ali for his celebrations and his active body language during games. Hasn't played county cricket before, has played a few years in the Yorkshire Leagues, apparently. Comes in now to bowl to Slater. Who opens the face of the bat and plays up to point. There's no run. Yeah, he finally got his test score. 27 years of age now. He played in the 3 test matches against Australia this winter. Took wickets, scored some runs as well.
Yes, I was mentioning that, the half century, the 80 odd, he got off 90 odd. It was really impressive. I know that a lot of people in Australia were impressed by what he came in and did. It was a really good series. Pakistan were very competitive, more competitive than people thought they were going to be, albeit not able to win, but they really did take it to Australia. That was followed up by West Indies drawing a series in Australia, which not many people saw coming. Taylor Shamar Joseph was brilliant. Ducket's on strike, Rhodes is in, and he flicks that away down to deep square leg, and they'll get a single. That takes the score to 60 for 1.
Sun out now. I don't think it's warming it up very much, but the sun is out.
It was 8 degrees when I came in.
Was it?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I'd like.
That's Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Not that
yes.
right.
Do you do Fahrenheit?
Always, people still do. Yeah, really? I think Celsius is used a bit more now, but people still.
It's just it's weird. If I'm doing a lot of things, you know, I think of meters and stuff. But if I'm talking about height, I can only think in feet and inches. I don't know why. In comes Rhodes, Slater, uninterested, shoulders, arms to that one. Yeah, I don't know why. That's really weird. But and then when people are talking about, I'm used to miles here as in distances. Like, no problem going between miles and kilometres. But when people are talking bowling speeds, I always have to go back to kilometres because I always look at like 150 as the sort of benchmark really quick if you're pushing 150. So I'm always having to translate. Slater waits and flicks this ball all the way to the Holly stand boundary. Well, he just strayed down the leg side that time, Will Rhodes, and he was punished for it by Slater. It was the easiest flick of the wrists for him, timed beautifully, off it went.
Yeah, well struck. Yeah, it's sport, of course. We tend to talk, I mean, in football, we talk about the ball being back 10 yards. I tend to talk about this free kick is 25 yards out. You use furlongs in horse racing. You use old-fashioned measurements. in sport generally.
So Slater now on strike again, and there's a good response from Rhodes. This time well, it was a bit of bat pad, I think. Might have got a bit of pad in there as well, but in the end the ball just trickles out in front of Slater. So better from Rhodes.
Of course, it is easy to say that the wall is to be 10 yards back rather than 9.14 metres, which is...
Yes, I mean, I can see why they brought in metric to kind of clean it all up and make everything nice and easy.
Well, my son...
Here's Rhodes. This time it's an edge from Slater, but all the way along the ground, and it has split the gap between those two fielders in the slips. And it's all the way for 4. Another 4 for Slater. He's getting a wriggle on now.
Yeah, my son doesn't know what I'm talking about if I talk about miles or yards or inches.
They had left a gap there in the slips. I mentioned before it was like they had a first and a third. And they've got the sort of first and third, and then they've got a gully, and it's just got through the gaps. So he's on to 18 now from 38, Slater. Yeah, different measurements. I've got to deal with different scores around the wrong way, all sorts of things. Here's Rhodes to Slater again. This time he just allows that one to whistle past safely into the hands of the keeper. Finishes the over at 68 for 1. Slater now on 18, Ducket on 47.
This represents a good start from Notts despite losing Hasib Hamid, their captain, for 2 in the 7th over, and the score was 16. So these two have added 52 now for the second wicket. They have had one life. And Jacob Beth on the slip cord and put down what, by professional standards, might be considered a fairly regulation chance to dismiss Slater.
It's one of those things where you say, well, it did fly, like it really flew to him.
It did.
But then on the other hand,
it was a good height, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's what often happens in the slips, isn't it? They're not often lobbed.
No.
They do come hard and fast. It'll be frustrated.
Jamal round the wicket bowls, and that's turned round to wide long leg for 1. They think about a second. There isn't one to be had. So it's a single to Ducket, who's on to 48. So good start to the season for Ducket.
Yeah, no, and not all of England's batters have found it easy coming back. I saw Joe Root and Harry Brook not in the runs at Yorkshire on their return. So people think you're just automatically going to come back and score lots of runs. Not always the case.
This one is turned around the pads of Slater. Not sure whether he got any bat on that. There's a run. We'll find out from the umpire, and it is a leg by. 70 for 1.
Looking forward to seeing Ollie Stone bowl
as
well in this match.
Good to see him.
It's been so
fit
fortunate. Yeah. Just really feel for him. Seen him when he's just been at that point of nailing his place.
Round the wickets comes Jamal, and it's short. It's pulled down to a fine leg for a single by Ducket. Got that big century in Rajkot in the Test series against India, 153. He's got 1 half century in the county season thus far against Worcestershire.
Closing in on it now. He certainly has looked in fine touch this morning. There's been the odd slightly streaky shot, but then there always is, isn't there, with Ducket?
Jamal into Slater, plays it into the ground, leaning back, and quite middle it, and it's fielded at point for no run. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, so far that's going well. Durham won the toss and actually bowled first here, and Warwickshire 498 for 3 at the close of the first day. So that was not I think one or two bowlers who were just discussing with the captain what his thinking had been. But not making that mistake. They've opted to bat first, and so far doing pretty well. Jamal bowls, he leans back Slater. Again, I'm not sure he quite got hold of that. It dribbles away to mid-off for no run.
Yes, I think certainly changing things around with the ball meant that conventional wisdom of what to do first in the first week or two of the season was definitely challenged.
Elsewhere, both the early championship contenders are having decent starts in the field, particularly Surrey, who now have Hampshire at 55 for 5 at the Oval. As Amir Jamal comes around the wicket to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Essex not doing too badly either. They have Durham at 84 for 3 at Chester Street. David Bellingham has just gone there for a half century. And the only other game in the first division in this round sees Somerset at 67 for 1 against Worcestershire over in Kidderminster. And in the second division, Middlesex are 66 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Northampton getting off to a flying start at Leicester, but they have now lost a wicket. They're 91 for 1. Emilio Gay's been making some runs early season. He's 54 not out. And Yorkshire at Headingley are 89 for 1 against Derbyshire. Here, not 71 for 1 after 20 overs against Warwickshire.
Will Rhodes continuing from the city end. He's bowling to Ducket, who is 1 run off his half century. Here's Rhodes. Ducket just plays that gently into mid-wicket, and that's enough for a single. That's enough for his half century. A brisk one it has been, coming off just 59 balls. It is Ducket as you expect to see him.
Yeah. He's looked impressive, looked to attack from the start. It's been controlled aggression as well.
It's just business as usual, really, isn't it, for Ben Ducket? Brisk is the word, brisk and unfussy. Gets on with it, nice and aggressive. That is, I believe, in first-class cricket, that is his 45th half-century. Plenty of them. Slater on strike now as first ball he faces from Rhodes in this over. It's just punched out in front of point, no run.
I remember him, I wasn't at the game, I was listening to it. I remember him playing against Warwickshire quite early in his career for Northamptonshire. And he made quite an impression of that game. He actually, if I remember rightly, got hit on the helmet. And I suspect nowadays he wouldn't have been allowed to carry on. But he did, and got a lot of credit for a gutsy innings in difficult circumstances. So made an early impression on Warwickshire in his career.
Rhodes is over the wicket to Slater, lets this one go through to the keeper, no run. Speaking of Ducket and headwear, I was so happy that he decided to bring out a line of bucket hats. Ben Duckett's bucket hats. That really appeals to me. I do love a bucket hat. Big fan. I've got a bit of a collection myself. I haven't really perused his range yet. I could be tempted. Slater now presses forward to Rhodes. It's a good length ball, but he's just smothered that one. No run. Yeah, it was a marriage made in heaven, really, wasn't it? Once England really went down the whole bucket hat range. Do you like a bucket hat, Kyle?
Not really.
Really?
No,
I can see you in one.
I like to wear a hat when I'm outside if there's any sun at all. I don't trust the sun on my head.
But not a bucket hat.
Probably not.
Slater waits and Rhodes is in. He's just tickled that one around the corner. It'll go down to fine leg and they'll pick up a single. Takes them to 73 for 1. Slater moves on to 19. Well, I'm going to leave you after
just
this
do
over.
one more, yeah. Thank you, Mel.
Oh, that's all right. Don't miss me too much. I won't be too far away.
Be first in the queue for lunch, though.
Oh, yes. Oh, I wonder what's on today. It's very exciting. I've been very healthy. I've brought in for my breakfast and my snacks. I've had some raspberries and some macadamias. Dave Bracegirdle was pulling a massive face at that. He's not impressed by my fruit and nuts. Ducket on strike. Rhodes is in and he just carves this one away through to backward point. They will pick up a single to finish the over at 74 for 1. Slater on 19, Ducket on 51, and I am going to leave you for a while.
Thank you. Al Farrell will be back after lunch here at Edgbaston, where, despite losing their captain, Nottinghamshire will be pretty happy with the start they've made. 74 for 1. Jamal's first spell, 5 overs for 16. He's coming off now. And Dave Bracegirdle. That's with those bins, will you? Thank you. So we're going to see Ed Barnard. His first bowl of the day. Fairly underused in the game against Durham. He'll look to make a breakthrough for Warwickshire. Ben Ducket is the one you most want to get out. You could do serious damage, Ben Ducket, if he stays there much longer. 2 slips, a little bit of a gap between slip and the second slip. So they look quite close as well at point. And that is defended by Ducket onto the leg side to mid-on. It's fielded, there's no run. Big gaps out on the leg side if he wants a single, just as long as he can get it round beyond mid-on. There's an easy single to be had if he goes that route. Mark Robinson, head coach, just wandering around the boundary. As in comes Barnard to bowl. That's going down the leg side. It's going to go down a fine leg for 4 somethings, and it's 4 leg buys. Got 4 more onto the total for Notts. Just straight down the leg side a bit here, Ed Barnard.
Too good to miss out there, Ducket. Is either going to get bat or pad on it. It was a long way down the leg side. Just need helping on its way.
Looks how cold it is. Even when he's bowling, he's wearing a short sleeve sweater. He comes in now to Ducket to bowl. It's on middle and leg, and Ducket does play it into that gap on the leg side for a comfortable single.
It's a fixture that historically sees Nottinghamshire be competitive for 2.5, 3 days, and then it always used to be Jeetan Patel would then skittle them out. And the last time they came, it was Danny Briggs on the last afternoon. But
could be Rob Yates this time. He's Warwickshire's top wicket taker so far this season. He's done a lot of bowling. There's Rob Yates.
He's having a good season all round, isn't he? Lots of runs.
Yep. In comes Barnard. Round the wicket to Slater, who just pushes out to the onside. Jacob Bethel fields, there's no run. 2 slips in place. Fielded quite close at mid-wicket. I was saying Alex Davis will try all sorts of things in terms of field placements. Bowling changes to try and get the wicket. He's a pretty proactive captain. There's a school of thought, isn't there, that you go one way. Either you've got a theory, and just because the theory hasn't worked straight away doesn't mean that it's wrong, so you stick with it. Ed Barnard comes into bowl, and that's played to square leg for 2 by Slater. It's on to 21. Or the alternative thinking is if it doesn't pay dividends quickly, then you try something different. And Alex Davis is very much in the latter category in his captaincy. captained the team through most of the T20 blast last season when Moeen Ali was unexpectedly called away by England. But this is his first season as official county captain. Barnard into bowl, short, it's punched out to the fielder just back of square leg on the sweeper position, and Slater has another single. He's on to 22 and pretty comfortable over really from a Notts point of view. 82 for 1 off 22 overs.
Yeah, he's either got to change his line or his field one way or another. He's just continually bowling at the pads there of these two left-handers and getting picked off. A number of people have been in touch this morning. Hello to Outlaw Chris. Come on, my lucky lads, he says. Notts regular, so to Mark Mugasev. Come on, Notts. Mike Brown and Paul Smith both concerned about Asiba Mead's form. Max is watching, he says, from a very hot Mombasa in Kenya. Come on, Notts. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing. Sam wonders if the captaincy is weighing heavy on Asiba Mead. Don't think so. I wouldn't have thought it's that. So Jimbo said he had a poor second half to last season. Something about form is temporary, class is permanent or something, as they're saying, as Rhodes from the Birmingham end bowls, and this left alone well outside the off stump by Slater.
It is always a concern, isn't
Yep.
it, when a player has the captaincy role as well, and what impact that can have on their own game. I mean, Will Rhodes, one of the reasons why he stepped aside, he wanted to concentrate on his own form. So far, it hasn't impacted on Alex Davis' batting form, far from it. He's been rich in the runs, but time will tell.
Next ball on its way now, driven up to mid-off, wideish mid-off by Ben Slater. A number of people congratulating Ben Ducket on his 50. Chris Raines is another one disappointed by Asiba Mead's form. Always look forward to him batting. I hope every time he gets a decent innings, just not happening for him at the moment.
Just to say at the Oval, Hampshire have lost another one. They're 68 for 6 now against Surrey, the defending champions.
82 for 1 here. Sun bathing down at the moment, although it's chilly out there, as this one is left alone by the Chesterfield churner. Big fan of Chesterfield Football Club, so he's pretty happy at the moment, Ben Slater. Let's just go through to Michael Burgess. Umpire at the square leg. I know listeners don't like us talking about football for too long, but the umpire at the square leg, he'll have a big eye on the footy over the next 2 weeks, because he's a Sheffield Wednesday fan, isn't he, Richard Kettleborough? Down there amongst the lower reaches. Next ball is past the off stump and again through to Burgess. It's a decent line from Will Rhodes.
Well, the Warwickshire coach Mark Robinson and Will Rhodes are big Hull City fans, and they were at Coventry a couple of days ago seeing Hull win that game, keeping Hull's playoff hopes just about alive and probably killing off Coventry's.
Lots of encouragement out there for Will Rhodes, who bowls again, and Slater shoulders arms, goes through to the keeper, remains 82 for 1. Last week, some Notts supporters, listeners might have heard, we had a correspondent down there, Greg Hill, Somerset fan. Dave, I heard you asking Anthony last week all about my radio station. He's a radio DJ, got his own radio station. Here's all the information on it, so I've retweeted that. It's quite fascinating stuff from Greg, but I've retweeted that at Brace Cricket if anybody's interested in Greg and his radio station down there in the southwest. Nice looking shot from Slater this time, but only picks out mid-off. No runs. Tidy enough over from Will Rhodes, and quick as a flash as you go to give the figures, the board turns to Ed Barnard. Craig Miles going to come on and do a bit of he's either going to come on and get some sweaters or what. No, he's doing a comfort break. Is the skipper going on? Just
yes,
a quick break, no doubt. So Craig Miles is on.
Perhaps he's looking to consult his manual as to how to take wickets here. So Ed Barnard, first over went for 4, but there were also 4-leg byes in it. He comes into bowl to Ducket. Round the wicket, That's going down the leg side again. Ducket does have a little swipe at it and misses. Burgess smartly across to make the stop.
You'd like to say to Ed Barnard, how are you trying to get him out, Ed? He's got 2 slips, a point. He's got either a deep backward point or a wide-ish third man out there. He's got an extra cover. He's got a mid-off. Those 6 fielders, but they're all redundant at the moment because every ball's going down the leg side.
Seen again. To bowl was better on off stump and not middled by Ducket. Comes off the bottom edge of his bat down onto the ground, back to the bowler. 82 for 1.
A little bit of a reunion for Ed Barnard with some of his former Worcestershire teammates in this week's match. Dylan Pennington, Jack Haynes and Joe Clark, of course, were all teammates of Ed Barnard's at New Road.
Barnard has discarded the sweater now, bowls again. That's on middle on leg, and it's clipped by Ducket down to the field at long leg for another comfortable single. Ducket progressing nicely onto 53, 83 for 1. And Knots, we think, can get into lunch. Still 1 down. That'll be a very good morning for them.
Yep, still got the 2 guys who've got all the runs last week to come. Will Young, the New Zealander, Joe Clark, century in each match so far.
Barnard bowls, that's on off stump, and Slater defends it out to the offside.
Jack Haynes at 6. Lyndon James, who the last couple of years has been batting at 5, has got 3 first-class hundreds batting at 5. He's now down at 7, Lyndon James, because he's got more of an all-rounders role. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, who Warwickshire fans, Birmingham Bears fans will have seen quite a lot of Calvin Harrison over the last 2 or 3 years. And then the 3 quicks.
Barnard bowls, and that's played to point, and there's no run.
On paper, it looks as strong a side as lots have maybe put out against the Bears for some time, but it's not a game played on paper, as we all know.
Mark Robertson said to me when I interviewed him last night. He said, you look at the Nottinghamshire team, it looks a really good side.
Going to be interesting to see how Stone goes and how his body holds up.
Well, Jacob Bethel's now gone standing right beside the pitch. Non-striker's having to move out of the way. He's at the mid-on position. That's driven, though, through the offside for 4 runs by Slater. Beautifully placed shot. And Slater's on to 26, and it's 87 for 1.
Alex Davis coming back off on the field, so it was just a 1-over visit for Craig Miles. Probably talking him out. He might be dismissed the next ball he faces, Ben Slater. He's off strike now, so I'll save this thought until the end of the over. How many players have we seen, all the cricket we watched, dropped on naught and then end up being maybe the man of the day one way or another? See, there's a reunion coming up for the 1994 Bears, and Brian Lara coming back here talking of people who were dropped early on in their innings and went on to have a good day or two. But quite a gathering, that, quite a celebration. 30th anniversary of the Lara 501. This ball's pulled away onto the leg side by Ben Ducket. Gets a single, moves down to the other end. He moves to 54, 88 for 1.
Yeah, not the good to see him. We'll see if we can get a chat with him when he's here, Brian Lara. Sure, yeah.
Rhodes in again. Bowls, ooh, and this one just keeps a whisker low maybe, but Ben Slater trying to play it from the crease, no forward momentum, just played it from the crease and found himself having to readjust at the last second. Just managed to keep it out. Combination of bat first and pad stopped it scuttling underneath him.
I'd say that seems to have maybe just kept a little bit low. I recall one bowl from the pavilion there that kept a little bit low.
Needed a forward stride really, didn't it? Just get forward and negate all that. Don't worry about that. Again comes Rhodes, and Slater this time does push forward and plays it back to the bowler. The scaffolding's up for the permanent temporary stand that sort of blocks out our view for that little street that looks like Coronation Street over behind the Barnes stand. Handful of people in the Hollis with that side-on view of the cricket. They'll see Slater push this into the covers, no run. San Ali chirping away there. Seems a lively character, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Ali.
Yeah. Not short of a word or two. Enjoys celebrating wickets. Hasn't had the chance to do so far today. Wonder how long before we see spin, in particular Rob Yates, given a go.
About 15 minutes to go to lunch. Rhodes in again. Passed on by Pollard, wide of the pegs. Allowed to go through to Michael Burgess. The Warwickshire squad. Craig Miles omitted. Chris Benjamin was on there, and a young man, is it Shea Simmons?
Yeah.
Don't know too well.
They've been in the squad for every game. None of them have played, other than Craig Miles has played. He was on loan at Glamorgan, played one match for them, and then Warwickshire lost Liam Norwell and Michael Booth to injuries, so they recalled him. He's played a couple of games.
Rhodes going round the wicket. He's pushed mid-wicket back onto the fence, but Slater goes in the other direction, past the diving alley and away for 4. Nicely timed. Lovely shot from Ben Slater, who now moves on to 30. I say he was dropped on naught. Oliver Hannon-Dolby was the unfortunate bowler, found the outside edge. It went waist height, really. It went quickly, but at waist height to Jacob Bethel, and the initial impact on the hands just saw the ball balloon up. He tried to react and make amends and grasp it the second time of asking, but it eluded him. Dropped to the ground, and Slater on naught had a life. He's still there on 30. Ducket has 54. Warwickshire in the field here. Just the one wicket to show this morning so far. Notts 92 for 1.
We've got Ed Barnard to bowl from the pavilion end.
Better field, bringing a man over.
In comes Barnard, and that's defended out to the offside. There's no run.
When I was next door, I think, were you and Mel talking about Ben Ducket and his bucket hats, because Ken's been in touch. Had to chuckle when I heard on the stream here in the United States that Ben Ducket has a line of bucket hats. My personal nickname for him has always been Ducket the Bucket, for his bucket hands in the slips. Apparently I wasn't the only one. Come on, Notts.
I'm going to have to... I think we've got a few technicals. Barnard bowls. Let's play to mid-on. There's no runs. We're going to have to make a call or two.
Okay, I'll carry on with what's happening in front of us as best I can, whilst Clive tries to recover the technicals. 92 for 1. Slater and Ducket coming together early on in the piece. They've added 76 so far. Sabre meet out in the 7th over for just 2. It's Barnard again round the wicket poles, and once more Ben Ducket with the block. Ducket's on 54. Mentioned earlier he'd been really getting in the ear of Joe Clark, asking him to forget about reaching 100 as he did in the first 2 games, but go on and get a big one. And Clark responded by getting a double ton at Taunton. This next delivery is just played by Ducket with soft hands to mid-wicket, where Jacob Bethel does the fielding. Ground looking a picture when the sun's out, peeping through the clouds. .92 for 1, the start of the 4th round of matches. As Ducket plays again defensively, works this up to the Warwickshire debutant, Amir Jamal. He's had one brief spell from this, the south end of the ground here, the pavilion end. Only flew in yesterday, so a whirlwind introduction to the county championship. Ed Barnard tears down the runway. This one's driven by Ducket up to Jamal. That's the end of the over, and we've got a helmet and protective gear being brought out for the Warwickshire team, so it might be that we're going to get a little bit of twirly-whirly stuff before too long.
Apologies if you've been trying to listen to us in the stream and lost us for a while. We are now back on. We did that brilliant high-tech engineering manoeuvre of dialing down and dialing back up again, and it seems to have worked. So I don't know what that was all about. Apologies for that. Thanks to Brian for pointing out that we had disappeared. Hopefully we're back with you now. So Notts are 92 for 1, with Slater on 30, Ducket on 54. The one batter out, Hasim Hamid, mistimed drive, which saw him caught by Alex Davis in the covers of Orihan Dolby for 2. And we are seeing the first bit of spin. And Rob Yates, who is Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season with 11, that's 5 more, now 4 more than any of his county rivals. So he has bowled a lot, to be fair, but he's really come on with his bowling, and that could be very valuable for him if he can keep that up and regularly take wickets as a spin bowler. That might enhance his international credentials a good deal. 6th bowler to be used this morning. You won't often use that many on the first morning of a county championship game. No, it's watching Alex Davis's mould to try lots of different things. There's a short leg and a slip. It's coming from the Birmingham end round the wicket to Slater, who that's given a bit of air, and Slater whips it away to the sweeper on the offside for a single. 93 for 1. Nottinghamshire 8 minutes away from an excellent morning. As the fielders have moved round a bit, so as the fielder gone to his back of on the backward point boundary just behind it, and the extra cover fielder going in. And Yates gives that one plenty of air, maybe a bit too much. Might have been a full toss. I'm not sure if Duckett's completely got hold of it. He hasn't, in fact, but he will get 2 runs as Danny Briggs fields it at mid-wicket. And just wonder whether these 2 Notts batters are going to try and not let Yates settle here. Have a little go at him. There's a slip and a leg slip in place now for Ben Ducket, who's on 56. Yates, quicker ball, and it's driven to mid-on by Ducket for no run. Yates walks in, bowls, again a quicker ball, whipped away on the offside this time by Ducket. That may go all the way down. Moses giving chase and does brilliantly to stop it, and that will be 3 runs for Ducket. So he saved a run there, Mosley, diving on the ball, flicking it back, and it's 98 for 1.
Yes, I think they'd have a little look if it was a televised game.
Yeah, I think he stopped that clearly.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seemed like he knew exactly what he was going to do, just try and coordinate the dive and the flick back and arrival at the rope all at the same time. Seemed to do it nicely.
This next one to Slater's played out to the offside for no run. He's got a short leg and a slip, slightly different field for the fields for the 2 batters. Last ball of the over. Yates in, and Slater plays that to mid-on. So 6 off the over, and Notts are 98 for 1 after 27 overs.
Elsewhere in Division 1, as all the grounds near lunch, Durham 117 for 3. They're at home to Essex. At the Oval, Hampshire, the visitors 77 for 6. Good morning for the Surrey attack there. And at Kidderminster, Somerset are 82 for 2 against Worcestershire. In Division 2, Middlesex, the visitors at Bristol, 86 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Northants had a good morning with the bat. They're 124 for 1 at Grace Road against Leicestershire, and Yorkshire 119 for 2. They're at home to Derbyshire. All the scores, all the wickets as they go down on the text feed on the BBC Sport website. If you want to follow what's going on, that's the place whenever the county cricket is on. Ed Barnard going to continue. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 9. Been a little errant in accuracy. This one though is nicely bowled. He's got the field for it now. Man in on the leg side, just blocked by Ben Ducket, who's on 59, 98 for 1. About 6 minutes to go until lunch. Nottinghamshire will be absolutely delighted with this morning's outcome if they can just negotiate these final last couple of overs or so. Next ball is driven down the ground handsomely by Ducket for 4. That was slightly over pitch, but right in his arc, and Ducket just drove it to the onside of straight. Nothing the bowler could do. Lovely looking shot. So the 100 up, 102 for 1 Nottinghamshire. Wicket went down at 16. So this pair have made amends in very fine fashion since then. Could have been so different had Jacob Bethel hung on to that relatively routine offering at second slip. Ducket chanceless so far, gets another single, just tucking it away to deep square. 103 for 1. Ducket's on to 64.
Well, the 100 came in 165 balls, so a slight acceleration. The first 50 took 88 balls. Well, she rested a bit of control for a while during that period. The second 50 has taken 77 balls. So decent scoring rate throughout from Notts.
Slater on 31. Balls now, and rocks forward and defends. There's a first slip and a third slip for Warwickshire. They're just trying to cover all bases, all options, just go with a gut feel as to where an edge might come if they can find one.
It's a stand of 87 now in 21 overs between these two.
Always gives a little bit of a problem to the opposition captain Ducket if he's there for any length of time. Scores his runs so quickly. Barnard bowls. Slater turns this down to Hannon Dolby. Down there in front of the RAS Wyatt stand at long leg. Another single for Slater. Notts up to 104 for 1. Slater has 33. Forecast appears to suggest that we've got high hopes of getting away with it today. 104 for 1 is the score, and appeal here, the direction of umpire Kettleborough. Might have just played around that one, Ducket. He was looking to work it to leg and either missed it, or more likely there was a graze on the ball which might have saved him, because Barnard was very confident, but shake of the head from umpire Kettleborough. 104 for 1, and depending just how quickly Rob Yates can get through this over, there might just be one left, or might just absolutely be able to romp through it, and they might be able to squeeze one more in.
So Yates ball from the Birmingham end. Bowling to Slater, just plays back to that, to backward point. Again, slipping a short leg for Ben Slater. This is a forward defensive Slater. He looks to see if there's a single. There certainly isn't one there. And Barnard picks up the ball. Now extra fielders going in at shortish mid-off position. He's 2-3 pitches away. They should battle for this breakthrough. And that's short and wide. That's help yourself on them. Yeah, it gets away with that to an extent because Slater's hit it well enough, but straight to the sweeper and the offside, so he's only able to claim a single from that. It's down Mosley Fields. Might yet see him in the attack at some point, so I haven't seen Danny Briggs either. There's plenty who can bowl in this Warwickshire team, as Dave was saying earlier, 6 already used today. And that's just on the toes of Ducket. He tries to clip it onto the leg side, but can't get it past the fielder. And that is a dot ball. And he yates round the wicket. Oh, that's edge now. That's gone past slip. Had there been a second slip there, that might well have been a chance. It's gone down for 4, down to third. To be in a catching height, no chance of slip. Will Rhodes reaching it. Had there been a second one, maybe instead of a, well, actually I haven't got a leg slip in, but if they, he is quite wide, Rhodes, but it was well wide of him. No change to the field with that. There's a leg slip in place as that one is chopped away, and it's stopped by Hassan Ali, who sort of tips it round the post, so it's a single. That leg slip might have been better employed at second slip. Easy to say that, of course, in hindsight. That is the end of the session. So a very good session for Nottinghamshire, who won the toss and opted to bat first. They've lost Hasim Hamid for 2. He went to Ollie Hannon Dolby. But Ben Ducket, 68, he did 8 fours of 82 balls. Ben Slater, who survived a chance on 0, is on 33. And a stand of 94 so far for the second wicket. At lunch, after 29 overs, Nottinghamshire are 110 for 1. So I've got to do an update in about a minute's time, and then we will leave you for a while, and we'll be back after lunch in under 40 minutes time. We'll pause for the 2 batters as they head to the pavilion. So Warwickshire tried to keep control. Scoring rate has fluctuated a little bit as the morning's gone on, but it is the batters who've had the best of the morning session.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without them for my namesake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had, it looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the 2 guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And he gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981, and our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire, and it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans, and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere, and when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Came about on tour, obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really in some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is.
Easy as you like for Sam Hay.
Holding, brilliant from Wokes. That is stunning. And gone.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021. and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my 3rd season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then I also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SLC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think it's if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there, not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport or disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked it over. It's gone in Bastow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Runs the boundary, he's going to find. My word, what a thump down the ground.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without it for my namesake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had, it looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And it gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. a great atmosphere, and when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no on that.
Came about on tour, obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really in some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is.
Easy as you like for Sam Hay.
Holding, brilliant from Wokes. That is stunning.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport, but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021, and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my 3rd season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then I also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SLC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think it's if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there, not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport or disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Runs the boundary, he's going to find. My word, what a thump down the ground.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without it for my name's sake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had. It looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And it gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere. And when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
This is brilliant. Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Came back on tour, obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really, and some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is.
Easy as you like for Sam Hay.
Holding, brilliant from Wokes. That is stunning. Let go.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport, but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021, and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my third season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then I also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SSC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there, not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport or disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked him over. It's got him, Basto. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Runs the boundary, he's going to find. My word, what a thump down the ground.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, I higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without it for my namesake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had. It looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And it gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere. And when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
This is brilliant.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Edgbaston in ample time for the start of the afternoon session between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire at lunch on day one here. Nottinghamshire won the toss, opted to bat first, 110 for 1. They've rallied well, having lost captain Hasiba Mead for 2. It's really not got going yet this season. The Nottinghamshire skipper, and Mead drove loosely at Oliver Hannon-Dolby and picked out the Bears skipper Alex Davis in the covers. Decent catch low down. And that was the end of Hasiba Mead, 110 for 1. Players have just meandered out to the middle. We've just meandered back to the commentary box. We're here under the watchful eye of the headmaster, Mr. Kevin Howells, who's with us this week. All the matches on 5 Sports Extra, staying with county cricket all afternoon. Kevin will negotiate you through that. Clive Eakin, not too far away, the host broadcaster as ever, the voice of BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and hopefully, sat to my left, almost sat on top of the heater here, is the neutral voice of the afternoon, Mel Farrell. How are you?
Oh, it's the voice of someone who's, I can't tell you.
You cold?
Just how beautiful, how gorgeous the heat is coming from this heater. It's amazing. I'm almost hugging it. I might sit on it at some point. It's so nice. Just taking the chill off my legs.
Well, there's Jamal to get his second spell underway. First over after lunch, bowls to Ben Ducket. Ducket on 69 runs this to point, and there's no run. 110 for 1. The two left-handed Bens have added 94 so far for the second wicket. Ben Slater was dropped on 0. He's now on 33. It was a gilt-edged chance, really. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who took the wicket in his next over. He found the outside edge of Slater's bat. It went at routine height, went quickly, admittedly, but just imagine where the second slip stands with his hands in front of him at waist height. Went straight in and dropped to the ground, frustratingly for the Bears, as this is driven up to the offside and there's no run. All pleasantly fed and watered?
Yes, so I had some lovely roast chicken and steamed vegetables for lunch, and it was delicious. They do a great job here.
They do.
At Edgbaston. I saw you in the fish and chips line.
Friday fish. I'll have a bit of Friday fish. Crikey, the queues. If you look at the viewpoint, maybe those of you who've seen a glimpse of the pictures on the live stream and wonder if there's people here, my word. They were all in the queue for the fish and chips. 110 for 1 as Jamal round the wicket. Bowls it uppishly and just short of Barnard in the covers, making a big play of the fact it nearly got to him. 110 for 1.
You see, I think the key is, as an experienced queue sort of jumper, no, I don't jump the queue, but if you go for the roast on a Friday and you have the fish on a Sunday, buck tradition, and you're less likely to have to wait in a queue. People are creatures of habit.
Jamal round the wicket, bowls again, lovely looking straight drive, and it's got through. The dive of Hassan Ali, who went down in instalments, couldn't quite get there, and the ball had beaten him, and races away to the fence. So they've added 98 now, and Ben Ducket into the 70s. What a magnificent shot. He's obviously lunched well.
Well, he played a beautiful straight drive just before lunch. One of those ones that make you involuntary ooh and go a bit oozy, and that was another one. So he's looked in fine touch, Ben Ducket. Seen him play strong shots either side of the wicket square, but some lovely drives as well.
114 for 1. Already mentioned that obviously 26th of April today is Hug an Australian Day.
I haven't had many takers.
Got one or two other little bits and pieces on that as well. 114 for 1. Bowls and Ducket defends. 26th of April 1996, and what's that, 28 years ago, Sean Pollock made his debut. We've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, just going through one or two bits and pieces here alongside Mel Farrell. 26th of April 1996 we discovered this morning, bearing in mind Mel is from Is it the etiquette to say down under? Melly's from down under. Today is Hug an Australian Day, so you can go and hug your favourite Australian. That is allowed. 114 for 1 as Jamal round the wicket bowls, and Ben Slater is in prime form here. That's the second boundary he's just picked off in the over. That's the 100 partnership, and he's gone to 77. He looks absolutely magnificent. I'll just rattle through this before Mel comes back in. 26th of April, 1996, 28 years ago. Sean Pollock on this very day, 28 years ago, made his debut for Warwickshire against Leicestershire and took 4 wickets in 4 balls. It's a decent signing, wasn't it, the South African? 26th of April, 1977, Studio 54 opened in New York. 26th of April, 1960, Roger Taylor, Duran Duran's drummer, was born here, right here, right where you sat in Birmingham.
In the commentary box.
In the commentary box. And,
Edgbaston.
and one more with a local link. 26th of April, 1564, William Shakespeare was baptised today.
Ah.
There you go.
There you go. Oh,
who says this is just thrown together?
Yeah, I'm impressed. Especially that Roger Taylor was born in the commentary box at Edgbaston.
Well, I was a little fine, Duran, fine. I was a little disappointed. Roger Taylor, drummer, thinking it was Queen. Because I saw Queen only once, and that was in Birmingham. Back in the day, 1980, I think it was, the Flash Tour.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby's in from the city end. First ball just goes outside the off stump and the edge of Ducket. So it's sometimes hard to know with Ducket from whether he's actually played and missed properly or if he's playing inside the line, because he does do that a lot. But Hannon-Dolby was doing this in his first spell, just really giving them something to think about. Sorry, it was Slater rather than Ducket. 2 bends, 2 left-handers.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be allowed. I think I'm going to protest about that. So Slater it is. Again, as Hannon-Dolby is in. And he plays that uppishly, but he carves it over the fielder at point. And that one is going to go all the way for 4. So he's not troubled too much. That ball was not as good from Hannon-Dolby. It just sat up nicely for him, but he did well to play it over the infield. Another 4 boundaries. So Slater really looking to make Warwickshire pay for that drop when he was yet to score.
Yes, how many times has somebody dropped on naught, then go on and make a really big score, really make them pay? I said when it happened to Clive, I think he might well end up being the man of the day, and you just look back on that moment, it was a dolly of a catch really for Bethel.
On strike again as Hannon is right arm over the wicket. This time he clips it down through mid-wicket. Diving fielder can't stop it, but neither can a fielder sprinting. It was a mighty effort to get there and a big dive, but in the end the ball trickles over the boundary rope. So Slater, he's had some extra chilli for lunch because he's decided that he's going to heat things up out in the middle.
Well, that's 16 since lunch. 2 boundaries in the first over to Ducket, now 2 to Slater. But I feel for Danny Briggs. He dived full length, and it was almost like his arms were like Mr. Tickle. They seemed to be extending towards the ball, but just couldn't quite get there. The ball beat him and raced away.
Was that Inspector Gadget? Go Gadget arms.
Yeah, you can have him as well.
In comes Hannon-Dolby. This time it's just defended into the offside by Slater. Happy to take no run, but he took his time early. He looked a little bit streaky perhaps, but not long after he was dropped, he played his first cover drive for 4 off Jamal, and since then he's looked very solid, played some very handsome shots. All of a sudden you find Notts have 2 free-flowing scorers in the middle. One of them is Slater. He's on again as Hannon-Dolby's in. Again, just defends this one in front of point. Can't get it past the infield. No run.
Yeah, Slater's been shuttled up and down the order the last couple of years when Duckett's in the side. Ducket, obviously because he's opening for England at the moment, they pop him the top of the order and Ben Slater drops to 3, but when Ducket isn't playing, when he's away with England, or when he's like last week just sitting one out, then Slater goes back to the top of the order alongside the captain.
In comes Hannon-Dolby to Slater. This time he just lets that one go through to the keeper. So the end of Hannon-Dolby's over. And the score is trickled on to 126 for 1 now, with Slater on 41 and Ducket on 77. 31 overs gone. Yeah, it was interesting when I was reading up a bit on Slater. It seems like he's had a new lease of life since he came back to Notts, because he had that spell away.
Well, in the COVID year, he went to Leicestershire briefly, and he played one match and got 170 odd, and the next match he got a pair, and then he got recalled, and then he got another century for Notts, and since then he's pretty much
he's been consistent,
nailed down a place. Yeah, his career first class average is getting on for 34, and it's over 34 for Nottinghamshire. A long spell with Derbyshire before joining Notts in 2018. Here is the Warwickshire debutant, the Pakistan test bowler Amir Jamal. Right arm, fast, bustling, fast or medium fast, and he comes again, bowls to Ducket, who's busily about his work again, running this down to third man. That break of 4 consecutive boundaries broken with a 2, so 20 runs in next to no time for Nottinghamshire since we resumed after lunch, and Ducket on to 79. Ducket, mentioned this morning, played in the Ashes game on this ground last year. Didn't pull up any trees there, scores of 12 and 19, but he does have a big 100 on this ground. Score of 140 for Notts. Pushes this one to a straightish, shortish mid-on position where Will Rhodes has come in. So Warwickshire have gone all funky with the field. There's just one slip there, and we'll just have a little look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side, but 2 of them are what you have to term catching positions.
Well, this is, I don't know how much of this, but I think it is partly due to the Kookaburra ball in the first couple of rounds. Certainly here for Warwickshire, they did move to funky fields a lot, as did Worcestershire.
There's Jamal again, bowls round the wicket, and Ducket with a stride, not a slide, with a stride outside the off stump, pushes it to cover, no run.
But I didn't really notice that in the first couple of rounds. It was evident, and they talked about it as well in trying to go the funky fields and see if they could manufacture something. If the ball perhaps wasn't doing as much, if instead of just having those kind of waiting for the new ball overs, trying to see if you can get in their heads a little bit, in their eye lines.
There's Jamal round the wicket, ball slammed away into the offside. Run the first one quickly, but they're so nippy between the stumps, this pair. They come back for 2, and Ducket it into the 80s. He's on 81. Whilst Mel was talking there, umpire Kettleborough was making a big play of having a look where Amir Jamal's feet were landing, and he wasn't too happy. Jamal's bowling right on fast round the wicket, but umpire Kettleborough not too happy. Thought he was running on the strip. Get off my land, he said. Get off my land. You can't do that here. You can't run straight down the middle. 130 for 1 Nottinghamshire, who've drawn 2 and lost to Essex. They're opening 3 games. This delivery is very, very fallen. Slater playing away from his body, just with his bat, no foot movement, just almost traps the ball. And there's no run.
It might be worthwhile keep your eye on Dan Mosley at the moment. He's in short mid-wicket at the moment, but certainly against Durham, he fielded in about 30 positions in the space of about 5 overs. He was everywhere, in close, all around the bat, here, there, leg slip, or leg gully, all over the place.
Jamal bowls, and this time he gives enough width for Ducket just to slam that through the offside. The only thing I'm surprised about there, Mel, was that Ducket set off running, as he might have to sprint 3, because the moment that left the face of his blade, that was always going to hit the fence, and he's gone very quickly up to 85 now. He's had plenty of momentum about him today, but at lunch he was 69 not out. We only had 3 overs since the interval, and Ducket himself has added 16 at the other end. Ben Slater has added 8, so Notts getting on with it. There were 110 for 1 at lunch. 3 overs later, 134 for 1.
Yeah, after lunch, I'm definitely wondering what they had. I don't think they've had the fish and chips, Dave. Let's put it that way. They've had something that's given them a right pep. go back to that drop catch early with Slater. How costly might that be? Slater on strike now as Hannon Dolby is in. That slapped straight to short cover. Is that Mosley in there now? Yes, I think it is. See him all over the point. Yeah, they were trying everything, the funky fields, when just nothing was happening. And I thought it was interesting. I think it might have made a few captains just think about that, actually. Okay, what do we do when the ball stops swinging? Have we got anything else in our armoury? Can we change things by shaking up our fielding position a bit? You see England do it a lot under Ben Stokes, of course. We saw it in Pakistan. Here is Hannon Dolby, is in a stride forward and a push out in front of point by Slater. No run. So that might just be an interesting little sort of side story to the Kookaburra ball and what it ended up, or how it made captains and perhaps bowlers think about other ways of doing things as well. So it doesn't surprise me to see a few funky fielding positions in there. Hannon Dolby starts his run in from the city end over the wicket, and that's just squirted off the outside part of the bat, but a couple of bounces to backward point for Slater.
You know, everybody's got a viewpoint on whether it was beneficial or not, and the fact is it's happened, and it's going to happen again later on in the season. But again, it's just, to my mind, just slightly interfering, more than slightly interfering with the integrity of the county championship. You're playing some games with a Kookaburra ball, some games with a Duke's ball. Some teams you play twice, some teams you only play once. They just keep meddling with it, don't they?
Here comes Hannon Dolby over the wicket. That's wide of off stump and easily and safely left alone by Slater. Yeah, I think it's a holistic thing. I was sort of saying last week, someone like Oliver Hannon Dolby is not going to get anything much out of bowling with a Kookaburra for a couple of weeks. Someone like a Sam Cook, sorry to mention his name too soon, I know. Yeah. Maybe he does, though, because all of a sudden there are people looking at him a bit differently. But if they're going to use a Kookaburra with the aim of getting bowlers who might play for England used to it, Hannon Dolby into Slater, lets that one go past, then just in my very humble opinion, they should be using the Kookaburra at times in the age systems, in the academies, under 14s, under 16s, so that they're basically they're no stranger to it by the time they get to senior cricket. When it comes to both balls, if you're talking about breeding a generation of quicks who don't just rely on the swing and seam that the Dukes provides better than the Kookaburra. And why I believe they're playing with the Dukes in the second 11. Again, it's possibly more beneficial having it in the second 11, where they can also, you've got sort of young and upcoming players playing there. In comes Hannon Dolby, just defended this time out towards mid-off. No run, 134 for 1. So that's just another little view in that instead of just going, right, here's your Kookaburra, play for 2 weeks. They're always on a hiding to nothing in early April when it was super wet. That wasn't going to help anything at all. But maybe there's ways that it could be used in English cricket, not necessarily just about the championship, but in English cricket that does have a benefit in the long term. If you're looking seriously long term, there you go. There's my humble view. I can see by the look on your face you're not convinced, but that's all right. All viewpoints are welcome.
I was going to just to say that breaks have been put on the scoring. That was a maiden there from Oliver Hannon Dolby, 134 for 1. I had this, pretty much had this same conversation, Mel, with all the different commentary teams that we've engaged with over the last 3 rounds as well. And last week at Taunton, I said, can you just imagine if it was the other way round down in Australia? Oh, we've got a tour of England coming up in 6 months, 18 months time, we're going to introduce the Duke's ball.
They did.
134 for 1 as Jamal ran the wicket, bowls and this is pushed back to him. And somebody sent me a link that in 2015 they did. We're going to have 2 rounds in Australia playing with the Duke's ball, and apparently there was such an outcry they've not done it since.
Oh, I don't know. There wasn't, because they did do it a few times, and they've actually played with it down there a number of times. Because I was talking to Scott Boland and about it, and he was saying it took them a while. What the other thing that they learned in Australia was Trent Bridge prompted a massive call, the test match at Trent Bridge.
There's Amir Jamal round the wicket, bowls, and again enough width offered. They're just giving him too much width, aren't they? Ducket slams this into the offside. He moves to 86. I'll just go and update the good listeners of the Robin Hood County. Clive Eakin will pop into my seat. Meanwhile, I'll leave you with Melinda Farrell.
Well, I'll tell Dave off air, but yes, Scott Boland was telling me that what they did discover when they used the Duke's ball in Australia, it took them 3 or 4 goes to realise that actually you have to prepare the pitches differently. So then they started preparing pitches specifically for a Duke's ball round, but that's easier said than done in Australia, where because of the more reliable weather, you've actually got more chance of preparing a pitch that you want at any time of the year. Here is Jamal. He flicks this first one through mid-wicket, does Slater, but they're just going to get the 2 runs. The ball slowing up over the dry pitches that were used in the first couple of rounds.
Yes, I think just preparing any sort of pitch at all in the first 2 rounds of games this season was a challenge.
Certainly was. Still got the sort of tram lines here at Edgbaston with the new drainage system. If listeners weren't aware of that, maybe some of our listeners from Nottinghamshire, they've got new drainage here at Edgbaston. So they've got these, it's like someone's taken a fork and marked these lines in the outfield. It's Jamal. He's in over the wicket, slapped away, but only as far as point by Slater. So it's interesting. Jamal is born in Mianwali in Punjab. Those who haven't followed him, he's grown up in Rawalpindi. Aaron Viles has been doing some lovely research for us, seeing as it's kind of sprung on us really. But he played for Pakistan under-19s. Here he comes in again. This is wide of off stump, and luckily not put away as far as Jamal's concerned by Slater, just straight into the covers. But he worked as an Uber driver in Australia, and was playing in Australia for Hawkesbury in northern Sydney, Hawkesbury Club, which is in northwest Sydney.
Okay, just
those who don't know.
I'm going to have to do an update in 22 seconds. Sorry, 21 seconds. No, 20 seconds time.
Well, I will refrain from saying too much about Jamal. We'll pick up his story.
We'll resume that in a moment, yes. Just describe this ball, things are about to come to me as he comes into bowl, but I'll have to go quiet in a second. Comes into bowl. Slater. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are facing the prospect of another high total against them. Nottinghamshire won the toss, have reached 138 for 1, and they've prospered further since lunch, with Ben Ducket looking particularly dangerous. He's on 86 and Ben Slater on 44. They've passed the century partnership now for the second wicket. 6 bowlers used, including new overseas player Amir Johal, who understandably is looking a little rusty, having just got off the plane yesterday evening. Ollie Handob is probably looking the most likely of the Warwickshire bowlers, but it's looking hard work in the field at the moment. Notts 138 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. 2 in a row that I've remembered now. I hope they, because normally they play me a little bit of a what we call cue. They didn't that time, which doesn't matter, but I just hope that
you handled it.
I was there.
You handled it like an expert.
Ollie Allen Derby comes in to bowl as Slater with 2 slips. Oh, that's a bit of a while. He has had 1 or 2 slightly wire-looking shots, Ben Slater. He played all over that one. It's just given the fielders a bit of encouragement. Will Rhodes is looking as if he's preparing to have a bowl.
Hannon Dolby has definitely been the best of the Warwickshire attack today. He threatened the outside edge. They've paid him quite a bit of respect. Last over was a maiden. Every now and again, he just beats the outside edge of that bat.
That one is just turned nicely round his pads there by Slater for a single. He's on to 45, 139 for two, so a stand now of, what is it, 123 for the second wicket. Century partnerships have been a thing in Warwickshire matches this season. So this is the 6th century partnership they've conceded, and actually the 4th for the second wicket. It seems to be the second wicket that they particularly struggle with. In fact, there have been 2 double century partnerships for the second wicket against Warwickshire. They have themselves scored 5 century partnerships, including that 343 between Yates and Davis against Durham.
I think the biggest question for them is I think you said it right at the start of the day, can Warwickshire take 20 wickets? And that's been the question this season. It was obviously very difficult for them the first couple of matches. They had a horrendously short boundary, and certainly looked rusty the first match that we saw against Worcestershire.
In comes Hannon Dalby. Just one slip in place now as he bowls to Ducket, who prods out onto the offside, looking for a quick single. It's not there. Yeah, and I think they felt they were a bit unlucky not to bowl Durham out a second time. Beat them back quite a few times, got a few oohs and ahs and a few sort of what they might call 50-50 LBW decisions. They felt they were close to bowling Durham out. But yeah, they also felt they didn't bowl particularly well against Worcestershire. Hampshire didn't, to be fair, they didn't get an opportunity to bowl at Hampshire second time round. They were going to put them in at some point, but rain intervened.
Surprise.
Yeah. Alan Dalby. The wicket to Ducket, who stabs at that one. Tumbling stop by Ed Barnard, a backward point, no run.
He's the one bowler that really has quietened down Ducket.
Yeah.
Hannon Dalby, all that experience. But yet you sort of feel that their attack is wanting that bit of venom, that real someone to shake it up, and you imagine they are looking to their overseas bowlers in Hassan Ali and Ahmed Jamal to provide some of that aspect.
In comes Hannon Dalby, and that's driven again straight to a field at no run. Yeah, and it's asking a lot for Jamal to do it in this game.
Yeah. But it also doesn't help that they've been dropping catches.
No, it
that's
doesn't.
the bowlers can only create chances. They can't. Well, I mean, I suppose they can get them LBW and caught out, but you know, when they do create those other chances, it makes it tough.
In comes Hannon Dalby. Slower ball, just pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I'm sure Mark Robinson's the same, but Ashley Charge used to get very cross drop catches. If he was ever in the commentary box with us, he saw a drop catch. He'd chunter about it for a while.
I can't imagine Gilo being cross and grumpy. Never.
139 for 1, Nottinghamshire. We're just around about 4 and over, 1 run shy of that after 35 overs. So that sort of rate, need to pick it up slightly, but they do have a chance, a long way to go yet, of course, but do have a chance of chasing maximum batting points.
Yeah, I guess Warwickshire will be confident in knowing that the batting has been very good for them, but this doesn't really help if you're not taking the wickets. It's not going to bring you the victory. There's batting points, of course, available, but when the opposition's getting them as well, it becomes a little bit frustrating. We see a change immediately. It is Will Rhodes, as expected. He's coming down, bowling around the wicket to Slater, who cracks that one square on the offside. 4 runs. That almost was across the boundary rope before it left the bat. He absolutely smoked it.
Yeah, with the exception of Helen Dolby, they have bowled a few 4 balls today. We're actually a bit disappointed about the lack of consistency in terms of accuracy. It was inviting, and Slater was gleeful in accepting the invitation.
He certainly did. He waits again as Rhodes is in. It's a better ball, better line, a bit tighter that one, and he just presses forward in defence to the offside.
Elsewhere, Surrey and Essex both been held up a little bit after taking wickets earlier. Surrey in particular had Hampshire in all sorts of trouble, but Hampshire haven't lost one for a while. They're 109 for 6 now at the Oval. Durham scoring quickly. They're on 160 for 3 against Essex, with Ollie Robinson there on 46.
Rhodes into Slater. This time he's straight down the leg side, and that's a simple flick of the bat, and it runs fine down to the boundary. So second boundary in the over for Slater, and it brings up his 50. Takes him to 53 runs. It's 93 balls to get there. He started off slowly. He was dropped before he'd made a run off Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and since then he's clicked into gear, and since lunch, well, he's moved into 4th. I hate to see what 5th looks like. It's his 38th first class half century.
He might have a 6th.
He might. Can you have a 7th gear?
I'm not sure about 7th, 6th though.
Here's Rhodes. This ball is left alone by Slater outside the off stump.
Elsewhere, Joe Leach has just taken a wicket for Worcestershire. Jason Holder holding the catch. So Somerset are 111 for 3. Middlesex 126 for 4 now against Gloucestershire. Northants 155 for 2 at Leicester, and Yorkshire 154 for 2 against Derbyshire at Headingley. Those are the games on. Not quite a full round of matches this time round.
Rhodes is in again around the wicket and lets the ball pass by, does Slater. Again outside the off stump. Not quite wide enough to tempt him. They've got 2 fielders just patrolling around the point region, mindful of that boundary that he scored on the first ball. They've also got a catching cover in there as well. So we've got sort of a man just slightly backward of point, on that cover point. In comes Rhodes again, a better ball. That one's a full delivery, and it was just dug out in the end by Slater. So a dot ball to finish, but the end of that over, which saw Slater bring up his half century. He's looked particularly good after lunch.
So it's that heater doing it for you. I mean, you can't sit much closer to it, can you? You're you're sitting on it.
No, I've just sort of got my leg resting on it. It's just, it's like having a warm golden retriever snuggled up against my leg. It's great. Thank you for putting it on. You've made this Australian far more comfortable than she was. I mean, it is International Hug an Australian Day.
Equivalent of Hug an Australian.
Of practically hugging this heater. It's fantastic.
So Ollie Hannon-Dolby round the wicket to Ducket. One slip the bowl. Well, that's wide. Unusually for Hannon-Dolby, it's smacked away by Ducket, but there is a sweeper there, so it's just a single.
He's got a little bit more wiggle room or wriggle room.
Yes.
Never know which. On that, because he has on that offside, that's the longest boundary, so it's a little bit more leeway, I guess. Whereas from the other end, there is none.
Presumably, if it's international, it only applies to Australians who aren't in Australia, then, presumably. Is that the idea?
Well, I've never heard of it in Australia. It's not like we all go around hugging each other on the 26th of April. No, so...
Someone's made this up, surely. Hannon-Dolby comes in right arm over the bowl to Slater. And that's a turn round to square leg. That could go all the way. That's beautifully timed by Ben Slater. That's gone for 4. And the runs keep coming. That's 150 up now.
Well, there was no real power behind that shot. It was just pure timing, that one. Lovely timing and placement. He just kissed the ball with a bat, really. Do you have International Kiss the Ball with a Bat Day? If you can have International Hug an Aussie Day. They're all made up though, aren't they, international days? So, you know,
It's usually
why
some
not?
commercial organisation that makes it up, so
Why not?
somebody's probably selling something. Alan Dolby coming into bowl, and that's pushed out in the offside. There's no run. 218 balls for the 150, so where are we? That's, yeah, that third 50's taken just 53 balls. So they've accelerated. First took 88, the second 77, and the third 53. So
I think it's mostly Slater who's really accelerated. Ducket's seems to be fairly consistent.
yes, 87 of 102 balls for Ducket, and Slater 57 of 97, but that's after quite a slow start from Slater. This one, he leans back, and he's going to get 4 more there as well. The wide third, it's being chased, but the chase is forlorn. It's 4 more runs, and the runs keep coming. Even Alan Dolby's conceding them now. 156 for 1. This is a time of some concern for Warwickshire.
Yeah, if he keeps going at this rate, he's going to overtake Ducket and get to a century before him. Put the mockers on him. It's incredible. And go back to what did he have for lunch? Because he's just come out on another level. Certainly been some lovely stroke play. It hasn't been risky. He's certainly put the bad balls away, but he's put some decent balls away as well.
Every run will sting poor old Jacob Bethel, who dropped him on naught, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. 156 for 1.
Yeah, it must be so hard, mustn't it, being out there in the field when you see someone when you've dropped them on naught. It's just doing some little exercises with his legs, warming his legs up at the moment. A few little hip openers. It must be so hard to just put it behind you, I think, it's when someone goes on to make a score like that.
Yeah, it's easy to say it's gone, just get on with it. Easy said than done, especially, I guess, for such a young, still relatively inexperienced player as Bethel.
Absolutely. Happens.
Alan Dolby round the wicket. Bowls, oh, that was inside edge onto pads there from Slater. A bit of victory for the bowler there, but nonetheless another productive over for Nottinghamshire, who are 156 for 1 on a cloudy afternoon here at Edgbaston. Nice and cool, but at least dry, and the light is not perfect, but it's not bad enough to deem it worth switching the floodlights on for. So all set for a full day's play, and one of them at the moment which Nottinghamshire are dominating.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's been a very dominant display. Aside from losing that early wicket, it's just been plain sailing since that drop, really. Ducket was very aggressive early on, but he's reined it in when he's needed to as well. Been really good innings from him. As Rhodes, he's into Ducket. Just plays that one out to deep point. Stroll through for a leisurely single. Well, why not? Give it to Slater at the moment because he's hot.
Yeah. And the good news for Warwickshire is they've only got Joe Clark and Will Young who put on about 300 for without being out in their last match between them. Must feel, again, you talk about feel out in the field. It must feel for the bowlers. Here we go again. Another day where we can't get anything.
Thankless task. Alex Davies has just been having an extended conversation with Will Rhodes before moving back to mid-off. Here comes Rhodes again around the wicket to Slater, and he's back and he slashes that one. That is another boundary. He loves playing the cut shot. Give him any width whatsoever. He says thank you very, very much. Absolutely creamed that one.
Yeah, pretty much shot about timing. That was hit with some power by Slater. Give him with whether they're trying to tempt him and hope and get a mistake out of him, I don't know, but it's not really working. They're putting another fielder now. That's the offside. They've taken one of the slips out, so there's just one slip in, but there's a fielder two of them now, quite close on the offside, just about 4 pitches away.
Yeah, one square, one short cover here. Next ball's just left alone. Again, it was just outside the off stump, not as wide as the previous one. Happy to let that one go.
So having seen him hit the last one so hard, I'm not sure I'd want to go and stand there and field.
Yeah. He gave that one everything. There is a fielder down there.
It's Jacob Bethel's gone in that position now, so he's not really in a position to argue.
No, so he is quite close in, and there's also a fielder at backward point and at deep point. In comes Rhodes, and that time it was a play and a miss outside the off stump. So maybe putting all those fielders out, they really have stacked that offside, got them in his eye line. Perhaps that's the plan. 2 in the catching position, 1 just behind backward point on the circle, and then a deep point as well. If he gets anything he can play on the onside, may well go for 4. Here is Rhodes. That one squirts off the outside of the edge to the fielder at backward point. No run.
Trying to encourage themselves in the field. Hasn't quite gone to plan. But they did persist against Hampshire at Southampton. Hampshire got off to a very good start. Warwickshire did persist and did manage to make inroads in the lower and middle order once they got them there.
Still a slip in for Slater. Next delivery from Rhodes. It's just punched straight back down the ground towards the bowler. That's the end of the over. Bit of an eventful one. It's 161 for 1, and Slater has raced up to 65 now. Ducket on 88. Now, it has been a good partnership because early on, Slater was very happy to just take the single, give it to Ducket when Ducket was scoring freely. And now you see post-lunch, Duckett's quite happy to actually hand the strike over to Slater. It's always such a great sign of a partnership, isn't it, when you're able to seamlessly transition between who's just in the groove at that particular moment.
Yeah, feels like a good play by Ducket. He's reading the situation well, and he's aiming for a big one now. He's got a slip and a sort of backward point for Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
They've got 2 on the hook shot.
Comes around the wicket, he pushes out to the onside for a single.
Yeah, 2 out on the boundary, which is the one that's less protected as well. Again, Ducket saw that there was that vacant space because it had 2 down for the pull shot on the boundary, and he's happy to hand it over to Slater. Here you go, son.
It's interesting, they're putting 2 slips in for Slater. I think they sort of feel that, well, though he's playing, he's taking slightly more risks than Ducket. Well, having said that, well, the second slip has now moved wide and almost to the 3rd slip position. Got a few there for the miscued drive.
He's also got 2 out deep, a long leg and just in front of square.
Just punches up into mid-on. No run there. So now he swoops on the ball. I'm sure on the back of that big innings, it looked like they might well lose that match last time out at the halfway stage. Fought back well to save the game with a bit to spare. And Dolby from the Birmingham end again comes in to bowl at his edge, and finally Hannon-Dolby makes the breakthrough. Slater has gone, playing a 4 defensive on that occasion, but getting the edge, and Michael Burgess takes the catch, and Slater goes for 65, and an excellent partnership of 146 is finally broken up with the dismissal of Slater. And Nottinghamshire 162 for 2. So there you are, Jacob Bethel. It only cost you 65 minutes in the end.
Well, and how relieved must Hannon-Dolby be to think he had him, should have had him out on 0, and after 65 runs he finally gets his man, and he's looked the most likely, Oliver Hannon-Dolby. He's had a few loose balls, but he's consistently had them on the back foot. He's been the tightest of the lot, and there have been a few plays and misses, times when he's threatened the outside edge, and this time he gets the reward finally. But what an innings that was by Slater. He really put the foot down once he came out after lunch. It was entertaining to watch. Good news for Notts is that they've still got Ben Ducket out in the middle.
Partnership 146 came in 32 overs between Slater and Ducket, and Slater's figures 108 balls for a 65, 13 fours. 108 balls doesn't really tell the whole story because he starts slowly. That's, once he got going, he scored at an impressive rate. And now Will Young, who sat on Chester Street and watched him bat for about a day and a half, I think, against Warwickshire early on. I had my line ready for when he got out. I had to wait a day and a half before I finally got it in. It'll come out again if he gets out here.
It's coming off the back of his highest first-class score, 174 not out against Somerset.
Yeah, it's encouraging for Warwickshire, isn't it? In comes Hannon Dolby with 2 slips in place. Oh, he's got an LPW appeal there. Hannon Dolby, he likes it. Unfortunately for him, the umpire doesn't.
Was that going down leg? Just a bit hard from where we're sitting here. I thought maybe that might have been the only thing. They certainly liked it.
Yeah, a little word with the umpire there. Oh, 2 little words with the umpire, Hannon Dolby. Are you sure? You've gone to certain opticians.
Well, it's encouraging for Warwickshire anyway, and they desperately need this after a tough day so far.
Hannon Dolby in, and that's just pushed out to the offside by Will Young for no run. We'll see a replay of it in a moment. I think it's coming up any moment now.
But
Not that it matters.
Good stuff from Hannon Dolby as well, and just immediately applying the pressure. As soon as there's a new batter at the crease, don't give them time to settle in. 2 slips in for him. Just sending out a fielder to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think that's probably his missing leg, looking at the replay. This one is played to backup point. There's no run. Not sure that they would have reviewed that if they had reviews. 162 for 2 then at the end of 39 overs. You give us one more over, Mel, and then Dave will replace you.
Does that mean I have to give up my spot by the heater?
Yeah, we can take it with you.
I might just, I need to jerry-rig like a harness.
I do need one of the plug holes in a minute, so you had an option of either letting your laptop die or taking the heater out.
Yeah, I'm not taking the heater out. It's bringing me so much joy. It's really, really lovely. But between that and my cable knit jumper, I'm sorted. Ducket on strike as Rhodes is in. He just tucks that one away around the corner, goes down towards square leg. And that's stopped for just 1 run. So Rhodes will get his chance at Will Young now.
Nick Gubbins is now out for Hampshire, having resisted for a while for 45. So Hampshire still in also bother at the Oval at 125 for 7. I know I've got none out of 10 for originality, but we were asked, I think it was the Cricketer or the Cricket Paper, and asked us all to make predictions. I did tip Surrey for the title. I know it's not very original, but I tipped Sussex for the 2nd division. More interesting one.
Here's Rhodes over the wicket, and he just withdrew his bat in time, did Young. He went to play at it, just whipped his bat up the last second. That's why you heard the ooze out there.
Sure, it's worth the fireworks. Where's that coming from?
I don't know. Is it fireworks? I
don't know
can't
what it
see
is.
any, but it sounds like fireworks. Oh, maybe belated celebrations for Oliver Hannon Dolby's wicket there. Who needs the IPL when we've got fireworks at Edgbaston? Here comes Rhodes to Young, and this time he just gently defends that one into the onside.
We haven't had the strategic timeout yet, have we? And nor have I had to say every time there's a boundary that it's a something bank boundary or whatever.
Well, a sponsorship that's needed, I guess. Some might disagree. There are the fireworks again. Good grief. I hope they're fireworks. Here comes Rhodes. Over the wicket again. Oh, he's played and missed at this one. A previous ball he managed to pull his bat up in time. This time it is a genuine play and miss. So Young just finding his feet. Oh, Dave Bracegirdle's just pointed out some smoke in the distance.
Oh.
In the right. It's very faint. I tell you what, I don't know that fireworks actually have much of an effect in the daytime.
2:30 on a Friday afternoon.
You don't get the full effect, do you? Young, this time, just plays that bit more confidently, defends it into the leg side. No run. But, oh. Sorry, I thought I was about to sneeze.
All right, okay.
There's nothing, you're not sure if it's coming or if it's not. I wasn't sure whether to turn, I'm certainly not going to sneeze onto the microphone. That would be pretty gross. And I don't want our listeners to have to hear it. So I was ready to turn it off, just in case. So Young is still to get off the mark. This is an opportunity for Warwickshire, if they can take it. Rhodes is in. He just drives that one. Just a little bit uppishly at first, but no danger, down to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. So Young still to score. Ducket on to 90. And the score is 163 for 2. I'm going to leave you for the moment and go find a coffee somewhere. Take my heater with me.
Yes. Thank you, Mel. 163 for 2. So not still in a good position, but Will Young's made a difficult start. He's got quite a traumatic first 8 deliveries. Ben Ducket, in contrast, is looking solid as a rock. Scores elsewhere, then I mentioned Hampshire 128 for 7 now. Durham have recovered well against Essex. Ollie Robinson, a 5th consecutive 50-plus score, 179 for 3. Somerset 117 for 3 against Worcestershire at Kidderminster. Gloucestershire making some inroads on Middlesex at Bristol. Middlesex, it's in the 2nd division, or 135 for 6. Marchand DeLang has taken 3 wickets there. Ollie Andorby has taken both the wickets to fall here so far. Comes around the wicket to Ducket. Ooh, almost played on the inside edge into the ground, and it ended up, not sure whether it bounced onto his pads, it ended up at slip. So yeah, Middlesex 135 for 6, and Northamptonshire 177 for 2 at Leicester. Leo Gay there made 80. He's been scoring some runs this season. And Yorkshire 176 for 2 against Derbyshire at Headingley. With Adam Lythe on 80, Joe Root's in now, he's on 29. Alan Dolby around the wicket to Ducket, who punches out into the onside for no run. So here we've had as we're getting feedback there. Anyway, Hassim Aid out for 2, Ben Slater for 65. Nottinghamshire 163 for 2. Hannah Dobby comes round the wicket to Ducket. He punches that to mid-on. Hassim Aid quickly around and shies at the stumps. Oh, and hits Ducket. It was a legitimate throw. He runs over to apologise to Ducket. And Ducket gives him a little pat on the back, or a thump. I'm not sure which. I think it was a pat. 164 for 2.
Seems like the nicest fella in the world, Hassan Ali, actually.
Yeah.
Really nice fella. I was next door just doing my update. Did I hear you say when Will Young came to the crease that you'd spent some time watching him bat in the past?
Quite early in his England county career for Durham, he batted for about 6 days or something. It felt like it against Warwickshire. Alan Dolby comes into bowl. As pushed to the offside, there's no run.
Well, I reckon he's batted twice against Warwickshire. Made 124 for Durham at Chesterley Street in April 21, and in May 22 he made 134 here for Northants. So two previous appearances against Warwickshire. It would be quite something if he were to reel off 3 centuries in a row against Warwickshire with the 3 different counties.
He may well go on to do so. He hasn't looked like it so far. He's struggled a little bit.
Well, Slater did on naught, didn't he?
Yes, that's
he was
true.
dropped on naught.
In comes Hannon Dolby. Right arm over to bowl to Young, who defends that one more solidly that time to point for no run.
Got a Randall last week, a 174 not out down at Taunton. And that marathon partnership with Joe Clark, which just went from strength to strength. They put 372 on together, just a handful of runs shy of the county all-time record for any wicket of 406. But then rain prevented them from going on further on the 4th day.
And then Dolby, over bowls, push that to backward point and says no to the idea of a run. 164 for 2, 41 overs bowled.
He does have an association with a Warwickshire club, Will Young, very briefly, very tenuous, but I always used to go on a tour of North Devon once a year with a club that had its roots in Warwickshire, the Arden Taverners. They were principally a travelling club. Didn't have a home ground in this part of the world, but they were set up in Arden, obviously, by people in this part of the world, and over years they've recruited different people. As I say, I played for them in the 90s and the 2000s. Well, apparently 4 or 5 years ago, when he was at Gloucestershire, desperate for a game, Gloucestershire seconds, they recruited him, and he spent a week touring with the Warwickshire-based Arden Taverners down in North Devon and scored some big runs down at the North Devon club, the home of the Overtons. Here's Will Rhodes coming round the wicket from the south end, bowling to Ben Ducket, who's on 91, on 64 for 2. Very much looked up for it since going out to the middle with a Seba Mead at 11 o'clock this morning. Ducket not wasted any opportunity to take the attack to all of the bowlers. He's put the bad balls away, he's run hard. Really difficult customer to bowl to. He's played, in a sense, more orthodox today as he whips this one onto the leg side for a single, 165 for 2. Unless I've missed it, the opportunity hasn't presented himself. I don't think he's played a reverse of any sort today, which is slightly un-Ducket-like, but as I did mention earlier, he spent all of last week getting in Joe Clark's ear, telling him that once you're in, you're set. Make sure it's a big score, and he's probably trying to follow his own advice this week. Rhodes getting plenty of encouragement. There are 2 slips, catching short mid-wicket. Will Young advances out of his crease and then turns this away just to the right of umpire Pollard, and will get his first single, and Oliver Hannon Dolby doing the fielding. 166 for 2 brings Ducket back on strike. Man from Kent, never sure about the difference. I know it's something to do with the River Medway, isn't it? Never sure if you're a man of Kent or a Kentishman, but born in Kent, Ben Ducket made his first class appearance, first debut appearances for Northants as he drives this one to mid-on. Moves to Notts the back end of 2018.
Said earlier he played for Northants against Warwickshire very early in his career. I don't think it was his debut, but he hadn't played too many games, and he made a decent impression for battling his. He actually got hit on the head at one point, and I'm saying I think these days he probably wouldn't have been allowed to bat on, but he did, and showed a lot of courage and a lot of plaudits.
Was as much a wicket keeper as he was a top order batter in those days. Bouncer, which he takes on. This is it up in the air, but it's going to fall gently into that soft grass down towards the Wyatt stand in front of Hassan Ali. They scamper back for 2. Ducket on to 94, 168 for 2.
He looked like he made a slightly belated decision not to go fully through with that shot, didn't he? The two men on the boundary, and it's almost as he was playing the shot, he thought, hang on a minute, I've got to be careful here. And just pulled it back a little bit, so it fell well short. He's practicing the shot now. It's perhaps slightly caught in two minds momentarily.
Against Warwickshire, just averages 27.5, or did do before this innings. He's on 94 on strike, pushes this away into the offside. This is his 9th match, only 1 century, 2 other 50s. So generally over the years the Bears have had probably the better of things against Ben Ducket, but he's trying to cash in here. 168 for 2.
Just trying to settle things out, so losing the wicket. Don't want to lose the initiative that they grabbed. I've done that a couple of times this season when they've been facing big totals. They have managed to get a little flurry of wickets to get them back into it. They did it in Worcestershire first innings and also Hampshire's first innings at Southampton. So not to be mindful to try and make sure that doesn't happen here. They've certainly got the batters to do it. Hannon Dolby, 2 for 36. 13 overs, comes in to bowl. A solid defence there from Young. 168 for 2.
Duncan Cobbett. Dave, do you fancy Ben to get a triple 100 in? I wouldn't go that far.
I want to get the single 100 first.
I want to say he's not got the first one yet, but nicely optimistic Duncan. Mandy Clark, gutted for Ben Slate. He's worked really hard. I was hoping today was the day that it paid off for him. Next time, Ben.
Hannon Dolby to Young, who drives that, gets it past the bowler, but it's cut off at mid-off. Oh, there's a bit of a wild throw there, which might have given away an overthrow. Certainly Ducket fancied it, but Young didn't. The wicketkeeper Michael Burgess did cover fairly quickly. Alex Davis just got a little carried away there because I don't think there was a run-out chance. He shied at the stumps and needed Burgess to scamper across and stop it. It would only have been one, I think, anyway, because Bethel was also behind it. But in the end, they didn't manage that.
Simon Aldridge heard the earlier chat. Kookaburra balls, Duke balls, all of this tinkering makes no sense to me. It dilutes the county championship, he says, enjoying the commentary.
Hannon Dolby, right arm over, and that's played to point, and it's well stopped. Yeah, look, I think there's a balance to be had, isn't there? I think it'd be naive to insist that county championship's left completely alone, but they do have to be careful not to overdo it. I think Mark Robinson has made that point. That, yeah, we understand that we want to do things that might help England, might help future players, but you've got to be careful not to tamper with it too much.
Suzanne says she's very much enjoying the live stream and the commentary, but Dave, please don't do the commentator's curse anymore.
No such thing. Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, played to the onside. No, I'm absolutely adamant. People get terribly cross about it. I had one now the other day in the football when my colleague was just saying how well a Coventry City player was playing, and then he made a mistake. But there's nothing to do with him saying it. Nothing we say here has any influence on what goes on out there, I can assure you.
And of course, inevitably, when a player, in this instance Ducket, gets into the 90s, sort of every time he faces a ball, we have to be prepared for that being the moment, and some nonsense will come tumbling out of our mouths about how he's looking nailed on.
Well, that's short and it's pulled. Again, Will Young controlled that shot, and they're coming back for 2. That's been quite quick, and Michael Burgess just whipped the bails off. That looked fairly close. It wasn't close enough for there to be any sort of appeal, but he was having to dash there. Well, I suppose you'd have to say it was a well-judged second run, because he did make it. Had it been an unlikely direct hit from near the boundary, he might have been in trouble. 170 for 2.
Clive a moment or two ago just saying that Marchant de Lange's having a decent day with 3 wickets. He's now got 4 wickets as Division 2 Middlesex are 136 for 7 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. All the scores available, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app, and you can follow the live text service as well. Every time a wicket goes down or a milestone is reached or achieved, it'll pop up there. What have we got now? We've got Ben Ducket on 94, and he's about to face Will Rhodes, former Bears skipper, man born in Nottingham. Ducket, guess will be eyeing up maybe a boundary and a 2 in this over. Won't concern him overly.
That seems to be the modern way, isn't it, to try and bring up your century with a 6 these days. Players are getting very confident.
He scored a lot of runs at mid-wicket, and again that gap's there, isn't it? He can just lean into it and tuck it to mid-wicket for 2, or hit it a bit harder and get it away for 4. There's Rhodes then to bowl to him. It's outside the off stump, so that won't be hit to mid-wicket. Just pushed into the offside as umpire Kettleborough transfers 1 coin from left hand to right. Alex Swan is the match referee for this one, former Northants and Lancashire batter, brother of former Notts and England spinner Graham. Ducket on 94. Rhodes bowls to him and he'll play this square of the wicket on the offside. Gets a single. Danny Briggs, who we haven't seen bowling yet, gets to the ball quickly to prevent a second.
I'm not casting aspersions. I know you must be very important, but it can't be the most intense job in the world, be the match referee of a county championship match, can it?
Well, it depends, doesn't it? It
Not
depends.
Too active.
Obviously,
I mean, if Stuart Broad's playing, you obviously find him every other day, but we're arguing. But other than that,
there's Will Rhodes in again, and bowls driven by Will Young up to mid-off the first round of matches. As the throw comes in by Zach Davis, takes out a stump at this end. Crikey, if Ben Ducket had been a little dozy then and just wandered out of his crease, he'd completed the run and was having a chat, as is his wont, with all and sundry, and the throw came in from a deepish mid-off position by Alex Davis, knocked out a stump. 171 for 2. Yeah, Trent Breeze, the first round of matches, it was passage of play, nothing seemingly going on, and then the umpires suddenly whipped out their back gauge, tested it of young Feroz Kushi, and suddenly all hell was playing off as they confiscated his bat. As next one is again played up to mid-off, and the bat was taken from the field and given to the match referee Steve Davis for further investigation, and not heard much more, except it's an ongoing case at the moment.
What, was it too wide? Is that what?
Yeah, it wouldn't go through the gauge. Yeah. So that can ruin your post-lunch soporific period for a match referee. Rhodes wears 35. Will Young drives into the offside, and there's no run. Got married maybe 3 weeks ago now. Will Young just delaying his return to England. Will and Elise married and then separated straight away. His new bride remained down in New Zealand, but she'll be coming over the start of June.
Here for the season, Will Young, is that the plan?
This first block of games, I think, initially, and then for the Blast as well. But I'm not entirely sure how many more championship games in the second half of the season. He gets a couple here, just leans on it, comes off the shoulder of the bat with an open face, runs down towards third, towards the Wyatt stand, and get a couple of runs. 173 for 2. Young on to 5. Ducket 95. Nottinghamshire won the toss, opted to bat first, and like at Taunton last week when they did the same, they lost the captain early on. Asiba Mead this time going for 2 to Hannon Dolby. Could have had Slater, who was dropped on naught, and then had to wait a long old time as 146 were added for the second wicket before Hannon Dolby then dismissed Ben Slater. Catch at the wicket by Michael Burgess. Bowling change.
Yeah, 2 for 38 off 14 overs. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, he's having a rest. Hassan Ali's just bowled the 5 overs so far, which I think all bowled from the pavilion end. He's now going to have a go from the Birmingham end. He's gone for 24 runs. It's been a little bit on the expensive side. Will Young now having got off to a shaky start, just showing signs of settling down, while Ben Ducket is looking very impressive on his 95. Big long conversation going on between Alex Davis and Hassan Ali. Johan Dolby's there as well, joining in the chat. At the moment, they've got one slip in place.
It's like a warm summer's day here, Clive, sat on top of Melinda's
it doesn't get
heater.
It doesn't get this far, the heat. I think it gets absorbed by whoever's sitting in that
We're going to have to
chair.
move it.
Yes, so just the one slip. It's Ben Ducket, who's well set. He's got to feel the close-ish at mid-wicket. Hassan Ali round the wicket to him, bowls, and Ducket guides that down to third. He'll get 4 runs, and that will take him on to 99, 177 for 2.
What are you going to do now, Captain Eakin? He's on 99. You're going to bring the field in to try and stop him getting a single?
I wouldn't, because I think that's all a bit artificial, isn't it, doing that?
I think he's good enough to manufacture a run wherever he wants, actually. If you're going to get Ducket, you need to get him early. And, it really is the waiting game now, waiting for him to make a mistake, waiting for one of the bowlers to get one somehow through his defences. Generally, it's just a case of overconfidence, and as I say, he'll go for a switch hit or some such and might get himself in a bit of trouble. But he's on 99. This has been a glorious innings from Ben Ducket. Just waiting for Hassan Ali. They are bringing Danny Briggs up.
They?
Yep.
So,
yeah, they are trying to keep him on 99. So the likelihood is, if he can thread one through the field, he'll get another boundary. 177 for 2.
Cricket's a funny game, isn't it? Why should it make such a big difference when he's on 99?
Here comes Hassan Ali from the city end, past umpire Pollard, bowls to Ducket, and he'll work this straight to Briggs by the square leg umpire. There's no run.
I suppose the tactics worked to a point there, because if Briggs had been where he was, that would have been a comfortable single.
Just having a changeover of fielder. Number 80 is that Mousley, gone in at mid-wicket. Jacob Bethel into the gully. There's Hassan Ali in once more from the far end, bowls and again keeps Ducket nice and honest. Playing from the crease, plays it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, that shot, Ben Ducket just showing I'm not worried. I'm quite happy to pad a few away. I'm not in any hurry. Something up the 100. It's not going to do anything daft.
Diminutive left-hander. Excellent hockey player as a youngster. Hence the supple wrists. Hassan Ali bowls to him. Again, just drops it down to Mousley at shortish mid-wicket, no run.
Every time I hear the word diminutive, I'm reminded of Paul Simon. I was once interviewed by someone who asked him about being diminutive. He said, "What do you mean diminutive? You mean small?"
Everything's relative. 177 for 2. This is the 45th over, so not yet at the halfway stage of the day's allocation. Hassan Ali into Ducket, who's on 99, and gets another delivery which is pitched up to him. Doesn't give him the opportunity just to open the face and run it through one of the gaps. Just pushes it back to the bowler. There's one ball left. Young on 5 at the other end.
A sensible thing for Ben Ducket to do here is not worry about it and just be prepared to wait.
Joe Clark doing next, then Jack Haynes, former Worcestershire player. Well, they're both former Worcestershire players. Hassan Ali comes in from the city end, bowls to Ducket. Again, he plays it to mid-wicket. There's no run. Single from the first to Will Young, then 5 dots. It means that Nottinghamshire 177 for 2. Asiba Mead winning his 4th toss out of 4 at the start of the season. That does, in theory, give you a little bit of a helping hand on the first day. Still hasn't led to a Nottinghamshire victory. Will this be the week that they end that long? Edgbaston hoodoo. They've not won here since 2010 in the Championship, but they're going along quite nicely at 177 for 2.
Jack Haynes always feel old. See Jack Haynes in the team, because I remember commentating on his dad when his dad was young. That was a young and up-and-coming player, Gavin Haynes. So it makes me feel a bit old to see his son now. Anyway, Will Rhodes to bowl. I'll just say this. Well, I'll take Young, you take Ducket for the time being. Shall we do it that way? So Rhodes in to bowl to Will Young. Oh, it's edged and caught. And Will Young had better leave right now. because the third wicket is down. There we go. I had to wait about a day and a half to do that at Durham. He's gone for 5, and it's 177 for 3, and Will Rhodes gets the wicket. Never really looked, struggled early on. Will Young then seemed to settle a bit, but never looked really on top of it. And after such a brilliant innings at Taunton, that's cricket for you, isn't it? It's a bit of a leveller. He's gone for 5 this time, 177 for 3.
Yep, agree with you. Different partner, different wicket, different bowling attack. Everything is different. It's one of the truisms in cricket. Doesn't matter how many you got in your previous innings, you start again afresh next time. And he started afresh, but didn't really look to be at it today. He didn't get too many freebies just to get himself up and running. Now here is Joe Clark, and I'm not entirely sure around the country if anybody's threatening him, but going into this match, Alex Davis 481, Joe Clark 480. That's runs from the first 3 rounds of matches. I don't think there is such a thing as the race to 500, but clearly Joe Clark has got the opportunity.
It's a 500 race, but that's motorsport.
It is, yeah. He's got more of a chance right now than Alex Davis, because Alex Davis is out there in the field, but Joe Clark 20 runs away. He's batting with his great mate. They're inseparable off the field, Ben Ducket and Joe Clark. Let's see what they can do as they come together with Nottinghamshire 177 for 3, and Warwickshire having secured their first bowling bonus point.
Yes, take those for granted these days. The bowling bonus points. Durham managed to get nil point from bowling here. Just having a look. Emilio Gay, I think. I don't know whether it's been updated or not, but anyway, he didn't get to 500. If it hasn't been updated, then he's got to about 469 today, but I'm not sure. Anyway, that's in the 2nd division. So where are we? So Joe Clark in now with a couple of slips in place. Rhodes, right arm over to Clark. They'd love to get him early after his heroics at Taunton. He pushes out to the offside. There's no run down Moseley Fields. I did mention this earlier. It's one thing that Warwickshire have done this season. Although they've struggled to bowl teams out, they have stuck at it, and sometimes have found that when one wicket falls, they've been able to get 1 or 2 more. But Surrey are the team that have had the big success in the field today. They have bowled Hampshire out for 151 at the Oval as Rhodes comes into bowl to Clark. Plays that back to them. There's no run. No half centuries in the Hants innings. 3 wickets each for Daniel Worrell, Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson. The county champions rolling Hampshire out for 151 at the Oval.
Going to take some stopping again, aren't they? I heard you earlier saying you'd
early fist of it, but yes,
you'd tip them. I took a punt on Glamorgan for Division 2 in those predictions.
That one is a 4 defensive back to the bowler. There's no run.
How smug was I on the first couple of days of the season as Sam Northeast hit 335 not out. Don't think he's scored a run since. Luke Fletcher doing a reflective lap of the ground. 12th man today, or one of the
that's my prediction, top of the league in the 2nd division.
The 2 left out, yeah.
I've been pretty good for predictions this year. Rose comes into bowl, that's left, there's no run.
Yeah, it's not too hard to tip.
No.
Sorry to be the team to beat once again, although very impressed with Essex at Trent Bridge, and they've got most bases covered, I think.
Rose to Clark. Oh, he's edged and gone, and Rose has struck twice in an over, and that's a big wicket for Warwickshire. Joe Clark goes for the duck, and it's 177 for 4. Ooh, a bit of noise from the home crowd.
Well, what an extraordinary game it is. And 2 wickets in the over for Will Rhodes, both almost identical. Bowl to the right-hander in each case, Will Young, and now Joe Clark. Just a little flinch outside the off stump and an edge through to be comfortably taken by Michael Burgess.
Well, they got 387 not out between them in their last innings. They're both, get 5 between them in this. Such a unpredictable game. 3 victims now for Michael Burgess. Behind the stumps. He really has come on as a wicketkeeper, Michael Burgess. Underrated, I think. I'm sure people outside Warwickshire have really cottoned on to just how good a wicketkeeper he is. So there we are, and Will Rhodes, 2 wickets for him.
Getting close to 3 o'clock, aren't we? As
yes, we are. So I might have to.
Yes, I shall
take Ben Ducket's century duties, but
yep.
that's fine.
I'll
give it all. Don't worry.
2
wickets in an over. So, Mel, you want to pop back in, and I'll you come and replace me, Dave, when you're ready. And well, you can hear plenty of shouting going on. It's Hassan Ali to bowl now to Ben Ducket, who drives that to mid-off, and there's no run. They're still trying to make it difficult for Ben Ducket. They're not allowing them an easy signal. I suppose you could say the tactic has worked. Not that it's got Ben Ducket out, but it did force him to stay at that end for that previous over on 99, and then Warwickshire nicked 2 batters out at the other end. It's a funny old game, as they say. Somebody once said. No?
Yes, it certainly is.
Hassan Ali round the wicket to Ducket, defends that to mid-on. He's not in any hurry, Ben Ducket. He's not been phased by this, but Warwickshire have got everyone in saving the 1, apart from a fielder down on the 3rd boundary.
I was just upstairs getting a coffee, and basically 2 wickets have fallen in between getting a coffee and walking down the stairs. So hello, look away, and all of a sudden this innings looks completely different.
It does. As Hassan Ali into Ducket, 1 slip and 1 gully. In he comes, and Ducket is squeezed out, nearly got it through, but not quite. Just for a moment, I think he thought he was going to get his single there, but there's a tumbling stop just in front of square by Danny Briggs. And Ducket has been forced to wait a little longer. I'll have time to count how many balls he's faced on 99. I think it may be around about 8, but it'll be, probably too late by the time we get to it anyway. In comes Hassan Ali to bowl, and that's going down the leg side. Ducket has a little look at it, lets it go, no run.
Well, if you were looking at a scoreboard for the first time today and you saw 177 for 4, you'd be thinking, well, it's been a pretty good day for Warwickshire. And yet, if you looked at the scoreboard a little bit earlier, you would not have been thinking that at all. Lights are coming on here at Edgbaston.
Yeah. 9 balls on his 99 so far. Ben Ducket has this next one. He turns around his powers, and that will bring him his century down to wide long leg, and he ambles through very calmly. Now he clenches his fist, takes his helmet off, and Ben Ducket has completed an impressive century here at Edgbaston, and he's done it in 126 balls, I think it is, with 12 fours.
Yeah, 27th first-class century for Ben Ducket. He's made it look plain sailing for much of it. Been really impressed by his aggression early on, taking on the mantle, but then being happy to give it over to Ben Slater when he was actually batting at a crisp pace.
Just be doing an update very shortly as Hassan Ali comes into bowl, and that's punched by Jack Haynes, the new batter, to mid-wicket for no run. End of the over, 178 for 4, which I'm going to say again in a few seconds. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have suddenly started making a few inroads. Nottinghamshire won the toss at 178 for 4 and have lost 3 wickets in relatively quick succession. Ollie Halland-Dalby was the first to strike, breaking up a partnership of 146 for the second wicket when he had Ben Slater caught behind for 65, Halland-Dalby's second wicket, and then Will Rhodes struck twice in an over, Will Young caught behind for 5, and Joe Clark caught behind without scoring. They haven't been able to stop Ben Ducket, though, scoring an impressive century. The England batter looking in very good nick. He's 100 not out, and Notts are 179 for 4. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. And that's 3 in a row. I've remembered now, the
I was
sign-off.
just
Some
about
on a
to
roll.
say that was a superb sign-off. It just came naturally. There was no hesitation, none whatsoever. Well done.
Well, you take this over then. We're all over the place in a minute because we were trying to get brace girdle on the Ducket Sentry, but it wasn't to be because he had to go and do a report. He's going to replace me shortly anyway.
Well, it's Will Rhodes who's going to be bowling from members end, and he's beaten the bat there. That was a genuine play and miss from Haynes. So all of a sudden, this innings has a very different feel. Rhodes with 2 wickets now, hunting a third. And you can just hear the energy, the clapping, the fans who are in here, the fielders out in the middle. All of a sudden, it has just lifted that energy. Haynes waits, and he gets hold of that one. There's no missing this one. It's not going to miss the boundary rope either. It's just driven crisply through the covers for 4. So that's a strike back for Haynes. It gets him off the mark. 4 runs off the 3rd ball he has faced. Maybe Will Rhodes just being able to extract a little bit of life and a little bit of movement. He's in again to Haynes. Fuller ball outside off stump, and he has cracked that one as well. There's another 4 back-to-back boundaries for Haynes. So his response to a play and miss first up has been with aggression. Takes the score to 187 for 4, and Haynes is 8 off 4. Welcome back to Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you. I think it's the fact we got Clive off commentary because he was getting a Nottinghamshire wicket every other ball in that last over.
He's on strike again, Haynes. He's hit back-to-back boundaries. Here's Rhodes. He's in. This time just defends it into the covers. Boy, the game's changed since we were last on together.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah. I have to say it's much nicer this side of the desk, away from that heater.
Oh no!
I was frying over there.
You moved it a good metre away. I've moved it back now. It's right. It's like that little golden retriever snuggles up against my leg.
You could do your horse
again.
chestnuts on it.
In comes Rhodes. That ball's just defended bowler fields. End with the over from Rhodes. So a couple of boundaries in it for Haynes. 187 for 4. Haynes on 8. Ducket now 101. 48 overs gone. 48 overs remaining in the day.
Oh, halfway.
Halfway. I feel like we should acknowledge that somehow. Maybe with our own fireworks. We've had fireworks already.
I just wonder if we will get the other 48 in when the floodlights come on as early as this. It's not a good sign, is it really? But it's okay. It's okay, but just got a little gloomy a little early.
I felt earlier on, the first game, it looked really gloomy, but then you get just a little bit of late afternoon clearing of clouds, and then the lights were going off.
Going to be Hassan Ali from the Birmingham end, the City end. The Wyatt stand end. It's coming past umpire Pollard's right shoulder. Bowls now to Ducket, just carrying on his own merry way. He didn't seem to run the first one quickly, and then suddenly just went through the gears there. Fancied he might be able to get back for 2, but Jack Haynes said no, settle for 1. 188 for 4. So Jack Haynes on strike. He's 23 years of age. He's going to make a lot of our listeners and viewers feel very old when I tell you he's born in 2001. This is his 49th first-class game, right on top of 2,500 runs at an average of 35, 5 first-class hundreds. Of course, during the winter, it was announced last August that he was going to be one of 3 Worcestershire players leaving Nero to come to Trent Bridge, along with Dylan Pennington and Josh Tong. So this is his 4th game for Notts, pushes this onto the onside. And there's no run, made 77 in his first innings against Essex, but some lean pickings since then. Here at Edgbaston he's played once and was in 2021 in the Championship for Worcestershire, made 87 and then was run out by Liam Norwell. No idea how, what, when, where or what the context was, but run out, brackets Liam Norwell for 87. 188 for 4. This one beats him outside the off stump. He was very nearly dismissed there by Hassan Ali.
You mentioned Liam Norwell, and I know that they're frustrated, and he's frustrated that he's not been able to get himself fully right to be out there. I'm sure he would be seen as a valuable asset to the pace attack of Warwickshire, but at the moment, those who are on the park doing their very best to turn this innings around.
There's Ali in again to Haynes. Crisp looking drive straight to extra cover. There's no run. Still a bit left in the tank for Notts, with Lyndon James due in at 7. Fine player. He's already had a score of 96 this season. And Calvin Harrison, Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson. 5 test players in the Nottinghamshire side. It's not been done for a while, as this one's pushed to point and there's no run. Will Young and Dane Patterson, the overseas players. Ollie Stone, of course, has represented England, as has Asiba Mead and Ben Ducket, current England opener.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, really, isn't it? I'm giving that. I'll give you that one, Dave Bracegirdle. Yeah, I've only not been to a county fixture at Trent Bridge for since 2014.
188 for 4. Next delivery on its way now. Nice looking drive again by Haynes. He's picked out the fielder. It's magnificent as always. You'll have to get your name on the roster for the Trent Bridge Tees.
Well, I'd love to. Been there for lots of test matches. But was it? Am I right in saying I think it was the first summer that I came over here before I worked for Cricinfo? I just came over, and am I right in saying Yorkshire won the championship at Trent Bridge in 2014? Is that right?
You would bring that up, wouldn't you? You would bring that up, yeah. Jason Gillespie's side, yes.
Yeah. That's genuinely the last time I was there. I'm not saying that to wind you up, Dave Bracegirdle.
10 years.
Yeah, 10 years. It was just when I was starting out.
I think it's safe for you to come back again. We've forgiven. There's Ed Barnard. It'll be interesting when Barnard gets to bowl to Haynes, because of course they were former Worcestershire teammates.
Absolutely. Here comes Barnard now. He's bowling to Ducket, who just clips that one through mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a single. So you're going to get your wish very early on.
It's a lot earlier than I think a lot of Nottinghamshire supporters, and there are a lot here actually that have made the relatively short journey. We're hoping. I think they were looking forward to tucking into a diet of Will Young and Joe Clark again this afternoon, but isn't that just cricket? They put 372 on unbroken runs together on Sunday and Monday, and today they've gone for 5 between them.
Barnard, his bowls to Haynes over the wicket. It's just defended out into the covers. Yeah, Barnard, of course, came through the Worcestershire Academy. So joined Warwickshire on a 3-year deal, 2023. Someone who had a serious shoulder operation in the off-season, and it was touch and go as to whether he would be fit for the start of the season. But he's played all 3 games. He's in now. It's full ball, and that is just creamed out just behind point. There's a chase on. I don't know if the fielder's going to get there. He's not. 4 runs. So Haynes, well, he's dealing in boundaries. Doesn't want to run. Fair play.
Well, that's the way to do it. It's moved very quickly on to 12. Play continues all around the country. Durham 229 for 5. That's at Chesterley Street against Essex. Surrey have lost a wicket already. They bowled Hampshire out for 151. But Surrey are 4 for 1. An early wicket for Kyle Abbott is dismissed Dominic Sibley for 4.
Haynes taps his bat and waits as Barnard is in. Big stride forward, big raise of the bat above his head. Lets it go through.
Dominic Sibley, of course, formerly of this parish, and that 2019 game at Trent Bridge, Notts and Warwickshire. Joe Clark got a century in each innings for Notts, and Dominic Sibley did the same for Warwickshire. The other Division 1 game is at Worcestershire. New Road still underwater. Somerset 148 for 3. They're the visitors.
Barnard bowls, and it's a very, very straight smother in defence from Haynes.
Division 2 at Bristol. Gloucestershire Middlesex. 4 wickets for Marchant de Lange there. Middlesex 169 for 7. At Leicester, Northampton visitors there 206 for 3, and at Headingley, Yorkshire 217 for 3. That's against Derbyshire.
In comes Barnard to Haynes. Oh, it's a shorter pitch ball that just leapt up and whistled past the outside edge of the bat. So good ball to finish there from Barnard after being slammed for 4 at one point in that over. It's 193 for 4. Haynes is off 12 off 16. He's hit 3 boundaries. Ducket 103. I was looking at the other scores earlier, and speaking of dealing in boundaries, notice Shah Massoud, he scored 40 runs, 10 boundaries.
Crikey.
That's quite astonishing.
But
really.
He's out, isn't he?
He's
out for 40.
But he basically came out, got 10 boundaries, and then got out. But that's quite extraordinary.
It is,
40 runs.
Yeah.
All boundaries.
193 for 4 here. Duckett's on strike. Drives into the offside. Jacob Bethel doing the fielding. Duckett onto 104. 194 for 4. I was looking then between overs. Some gloves and what have you, other paraphernalia were brought out for Ben Duckett. I was just having a little look. You see it now, the shadows around the players. Every now and again they go really intense. Umpires don't like that, do they, when they can see all the shadows, because the light on the field at the moment is just coming from the floodlights. There's nothing else up there bringing us any light, any visibility. It's very dark and gloomy at the moment.
He's brought 2 slips in.
Haynes on 12 pulls this onto the leg side. He's had another boundary. Jacob Bethel will put a dive in and stops it. Nicely done by young Bethel, and we get a couple of runs, so Haynes breaks his sequence of boundaries with 2. He's on to 14, 196 for 4.
It's a cracking pull shot, but well fielded by Bethel,
who grew up in Barbados. He was product of the Franklin Stevenson Cricket Academy. Former Notts all-rounder. Hassan Ali in and strikes on the pad, and it's flown to Rhodes at slip. I think they're asking initially for LBW and then wondering if the LBW has been turned down because there was an edge, in which case it flew to Rhodes. But they're asking both ways and they're getting nothing.
Well, Hassan Ali was on the ground. He's just having a little word with the umpire as he walks back, but absolutely convinced they got something there. It wasn't the sort of sound, a really woody sound, no. Was it? But boy, just continuing, you'd dearly love to make a contribution with a wicket here, Hassan Ali.
We're not in line as this one's gone through him, and again they're claiming Burgess has thrown the ball high in the sky, and when it lands he catches it and can't see his face, but presumably he's looking absolutely gobsmacked. But everybody else hasn't gone up. It's a lovely bit of bowling right now. 196 for 4, and Ben Duckett comes down and just has a word in the air. That's good from Duckett. Just has a word with the youngster. Just passing on a little bit of a word or two. We're not in line, are we, Mel? We're sort of at long leg and we're high in the sky, but it didn't look to me from here as if Haynes had particularly gone anywhere. It wasn't much of a stride, the previous ball, to get well outside off stump. I can understand Hassan Ali from this angle going up and appealing. This time Haynes gets bat on ball.
And now, once they've had that first appeal, they're going to be very vocal anyway, aren't they? Let's have a go, ump. You've got to give us one. Alex Davies is just having a little chat with the umpire at the moment.
Or it might be the other way around. The umpire might be having a word with Alex Davies.
Yeah, that might be true.
Can you just have a little word with your bowler?
Words all round.
The name's Pollard, Mr. Pollard. 196 for 4. He's a big mate of Franklin Stevenson as well, by the way, umpire Pollard. This goes through to the keeper, Michael Burgess, who's had a good few minutes, catching both Young and Clark. End of the over. A word there between Ducket and Hassan Ali.
Yeah, it's lots of words at Edgbaston at the moment. A lot of talking. That's for sure. Floodlights coming on more and more strongly now. And you're right, there are a few shadows out there. I'm very happy to see, by the way, because there was no visiting team flag here in the first couple of weeks, and I'm very happy to see that the Notts flag is over there. I mean, it's limp at the moment, which is a bit sad. No one likes a limp flag, but it is there near the Bear and Ragged Star flag. Here is Barnard. First ball from him is just tucked away around the corner behind square leg. They'll get 2 runs here to Ducket. Takes the score on to 198 for 4, and Ducket on to 106.
The Bear and Ragged Staff. You're a proper bear now, aren't you?
Oh,
eh?
well,
a proper bear.
Enjoying I thought it was. It's got quite a fascinating history. I thought it was to do with bear baiting, but it's not quite as violent as I feared it was. But I feel like a local when I say the Bear and Ragged Staff. Here's Barnard. He's around the wicket. Oh, that is absolutely cracked, smoked, but doesn't get a run because it's gone straight to extra cover. The sound of that ball coming off the bat rang around the stadium. There's a lovely shot for none.
You thought that was on its way to Digbeth or wherever Digbeth is, I don't know. But
Digbeth's
it's the other way, is it?
Yeah, over that way. I'm pointing straight ahead. Here's Barnard. This time it's a much more gentle shot from Ducket as he defends to the same place that he creamed the ball to, into the covers. Yes, no, Digbeth's over there. Discovering more and more parts of Birmingham. Behind us is Sturchley. I tell you what, that's a good place to go.
That's it.
It is.
Why should I go to Sturchley?
Because there's great breweries, little microbreweries and bars and little restaurants. It's a very nice area. It's just got a great atmosphere. Here is Barnard again. And there's a big swipe there from Ducket straight back to the bowler, who takes it on the bounce and then throws it up in the air as if he's caught it, but of course he hasn't. Yes, so I am quite the local. I can advise you to a few places to go to.
This is your home away from home. Were you here for the Commonwealth Games when they were on?
I was. I came here for one of the games to watch Australian women play. In comes Barnard, and Ducket just gently plays that into the covers for the 3rd time in a row. Yes, there's quite a lot going there. It was a huge thing for Birmingham. There's a lot going on at that time.
I've not seen the big ball yet. I might, over the weekend, if I get 15 minutes, I might have a walk and go and see the big ball. That's in the
train station.
In the train station, isn't it?
It is. Barnard around the wicket, and he's just... Ducket almost went to turn that around into the leg side, but in the end it's just played straight out in front of him. So no run there, and 198 for 4 remains the score, with Ducket on 106 and Haynes on 14. Yes, it's a great giant mechanical bull in Grand Central Station, and first time I saw it when I got over here, it's actually fantastic. It's quite the sculpture. It's almost like steampunk kind of feel, and I think it looks quite impressive. The whole railway station's quite impressive, if you ask me. Although my favourite is Moore Street Station, because I like the old. I feel like I'm in Peaky Blinders when I'm there.
198 for 4 as Hassan Ali comes into the right-handed Haynes, who blocks this one. He said Grand Central Station. Is that New Street?
Yes.
Right. I don't know.
Well, yes, but they call it sort of Grand Central. It's like the shopping centre that encompasses it. Yes. So yes, New Street, also known as Grand Central. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? But it's definitely worth checking it out. A few shops.
Haynes on 14. Bowls now playing a miss from Jack Haynes. The youngster beaten by pace there, I think, from Hassan Ali, who's kept them nice and honest all day long. He's in his 10th over now, none for 33.
And it feels like he's just got better.
Yeah.
And better.
Yeah.
Hassan Ali, only in his second game, of course, having come over here. He was in a training camp with Pakistan. They were all climbing hills, carrying rocks, large rocks over their heads.
Next ball. There's bowled and Haynes pushes it out under the offside. That sounds more like hard labour than a training ground.
Well, they were training with the army.
Solitary confinement and hard labour.
But I remember the last time they trained with the army was ahead of the 2016 Test tour with Misbah and Yunus, Mizu. And Misbah, that brilliant performance at Lord's, did push-ups after he reached his century, and then the whole team did push-ups as a tribute to the army.
Next ball cut away by Haynes, but fielded by Barnard. Deepish gully, or backward point really. Over there in front of the Hollis away to our right. Yes, Hassan Ali, of course, is, as I would imagine, is desperately keen to prove himself or show himself as the spearhead of the attack, with his new international teammate into the side as well. I won't want to be seen as playing second fiddle in that little duel. He comes in again. Notts need 2 to reach 200, and there it is off the bat of Jack Haynes, who's looked very good since coming to the middle. He's moved on to 18 with 4 boundaries and a 2. Nottinghamshire 202 for 4 after 52 overs, as an aeroplane just glides gently into the airport, just going across the horizon there.
Yeah, the previous ball that he tried to cut, I think he realised it was a little bit too close to the body. He sort of replayed the shot a few times, and then that last ball, he just gave himself enough room to be able to get it through cleanly. There's a deep point there now.
Ali in again, too wide this one to chase after. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 202 for 4. Ducket's on 106. Jack Haynes on 18. This afternoon, Nottinghamshire have lost Ben Slater for 65. That was in the 39th over, caught behind off Hannon Dolby. And then a couple of wickets in quick succession for Rhodes, both in the same over. Will Young, the New Zealander, caught behind by Burgess off Rhodes for 5. That was in the 46th over, the first ball of it, and the last ball of it got Joe Clark caught behind, caught Burgess, bowled Rhodes for 0. 177 for 2 had become 177 for 4.
Barnard's going to continue. I wonder at what point we're going to start seeing perhaps some spin as well. I mean, at the moment, when you've had some wickets fall quickly, they'll stick with pace perhaps. Here's Barnard. First ball is angled across Ducket, and he just has a one-handed flail across the line. It goes down towards mid-wicket. No run. But I was wondering if we might see spin come on if it stayed really dark, and the umpires might have a word to say, well, you can stay on, but only with the spinners. But it does kind of feel like the clouds lifted slightly, a little bit brighter out there. It's Barnard, it's in around the wicket, and this time it's a big heave across the line from Ducket, but it only goes as far as, well, 3/4 of the way in at deep square leg.
I will have a little wager that Danny Briggs is on within 2 overs.
Okay. He's just warming up. There you go. So it is almost time for
It's your
spin.
cricket brain and me looking at Danny Briggs over there as you're speaking.
Well, you should only bet on a sure thing, so I didn't see him warming up, I just want to say. Here's Haynes, and just forward in defence on the offside to Barnard.
Although we have seen a bit of spin. Rob Yates just had the token over a 2 before lunch. 2 overs, none for 12. We've had 5 right arm, medium fast seamers, Hannon Dolby, Hassan Ali, Amir Jamal, Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard, and then a bit of right arm off spin. So it'd be nice to see a bit of left arm spin with Briggs.
Here's Barnard over the wicket to Haynes, and he just watchfully lets that one pass outside the off stump. Yeah, I was actually really impressed with Rob Yates, who had a thankless task when you think here, bearing in mind the incredibly short boundaries that were on offer here at Edgbaston in the first couple of rounds. But I thought Rob Yates did as well as anyone. He managed to get a bit of turn, a bit of drift. Here's Barnard. That ball just deftly played out just in front of point by Haynes.
Thanks to everyone that's taken the trouble to get in touch today on the old Twittery thing. If you want to get in touch, at Brace Cricket, at is it the full Melinda?
Yes, it is.
Melinda Farrell.
It's the full Melinda Farrell.
The full Melinda Farrell. 203 for 4.
Here is Haynes playing that one nicely behind point. Has he beat the fielder? Yes, he has. Well, he just waited for that one and timed it perfectly and found enough of a gap to squeeze it through for another boundary. He's not interested in running, is Haynes. He moves on to 22 as the over finishes, 207 for 4. And he's now on 22 of 31.
Jake Lintot's on the field. I don't think they can bring him onto bowl. In fact, he's now just trotting off again. I'm getting praise and credit for something that Clive said. Michael Hickman loved it when he said when Will Young was out, I think he'd better leave right now. Yeah, it was. I've said it a few times, but I mean, you can go on saying it every time he gets out. But it was Clive on this particular instance, Michael. But like the testament anyway. Thanks. The Belper Red says collapse, collapse. That came in at the end of that over where Will Rhodes got 2 wickets in 6 balls, and lots of other people just basically saying they're enjoying the commentary. Hope you're enjoying your Friday afternoon wherever you are. You're listening to live county championship cricket. Who's this gone off? There's a player who just disappeared down below us who was holding his arm or hand with the physio. Need to check on that. 207 for 4. Division 1 cricket from Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, with the headmaster Kevin Howells, Clive Eakin, Mel Farrell and Dave Bracegirdle watching Danny Briggs bowling as forecast by Mel from the city end, and his first ball is just dropped on the leg side by Ben Ducket. There's a slip, there's a short leg, and there's a lot of noise out there, a lot of chirp, a lot of chat. That's because Warwickshire, they're very much in this and one more wicket. If they can get Ducket in particular, as he plays this on the leg side, fielded by Yates. If they can get Ducket out, they'll go to tea with a spring in their step. That's still 9 overs away. Ducket turns this away just gently on the leg side and gets a single, 208 for 4. Still not played any sort of reverse or funky shot by any means, has it?
No, he hasn't. You might have noticed it's Dan Mosley under the lid. He's fielding in at leg slip. I don't know if you were on earlier when I said watch out for when they start moving Dan Mosley all around. Helmet on, helmet off, in close. I think he really loves it as well.
Briggs to bowl to Haynes. See this over out. Clive Eakin will be back with us. Next delivery just turns away from the right-hander into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Haynes 22. He's not run a single yet, and to run a couple. Yeah, scampered a couple, but hit 5 4s as well. There's Briggs in once more and defends. I think Danny Briggs thought he'd got it all to himself in terms of T20 wickets, because for several years him and Samit Patel have been locked hundreds of wickets, well not quite hundreds of wickets, 20, 30 wickets clear of anybody else. I think he thought Samit had done as this is pushed into the offside, but of course Samit Patel is signed for Derbyshire, so he's going to be around for a while. I'm not going to be around for a while. 209 for 4. Clive Eakin will slide into my spot in just a moment. Meanwhile, more from our favourite Aussie.
Some might disagree there. I was very upset with Ali Martin from The Guardian. He's upstairs in the press box, and I told him it was International Hug an Aussie Day, and he refused. I had to crash tackle him from behind to make it happen. But here at Edgbaston now, as Clive Eakin comes back into commentary, it's going to be Barnard continuing from the Pershore Road end, or the members end, our end. And he's bowling to Haynes. He's in, bowls short of a length and just played out to short cover.
There's a lot of exotic names for the pavilion end.
I don't know, is it? I don't know if people call it members end, Pershore Road end,
It's a
pavilion end. Well, it's not actually a pavilion now, is it?
I suppose not.
It's not a pavilion
But,
anymore. People will know what I'm talking about. That's the main thing. In comes Barnard to Haynes. Again, short of length. He's up on his toes. He's playing that one backward of point. Fielder keeps it to a single, and he's actually fielding quite a way in off the boundary on that offside, because it is the longest part of the ground.
I don't know whether it's when Hugger International Kiwi Day is, but if you're listening to us on 5 Live Sports Extra, or indeed on the 5 Live Sports Extra link, you split your tea on your nice white jumper. I better describe that before I said to bid on the snow run. Oh dear.
Oh no!
That's going to need a bit of a hot wash, isn't it?
I was just having a quick between balls slug of coffee, and I managed to spill it on the cable. Actually, I should just embrace it, go the full hog, and dive in some mud, so it looks like I've actually been playing cricket. In comes Barnard. That ball is driven, but only as far as the covers, where it's stopped.
Now you got Kevin worried that he thinks I've forgotten what I was going to say, but don't worry, I haven't. So yes, if you're listening on 5 Live Sports Extra, or indeed on the 5 Live Sports Extra link online, then stay with us at tea time, because Kevin will be talking to Warwickshire's performance director, former New Zealand cricketer Gavin Larson. That's coming up in the tea break.
Barnard is in around the wicket, and well, he's just played that one as if he was going to play it to mid-wicket, but it's actually ended up with a sprawling mid-on, so didn't quite get it where he wanted to, Ducket, but he got the run nonetheless, and it takes him to 109 and the score to 211 for 4.
Sun shining now, very pleasant.
So the sun is out.
Floodlights are on. No interruptions so far. I don't think there's been any anywhere in the country, have there, as far as I'm aware.
That's good. Let's hope it lasts 4 days, eh? Get a full game in. A result. Here is Barnard. It's a full ball to Haynes. It just goes towards gully. He won't get a run there, and it's the end of the over. 211 for 4. Haynes on 24 off 37, and Ducket on 109. It's bright sunshine now.
Yeah. So elsewhere in the IPL, Calcutta Knight Riders are 81 without loss in the 7th over. Phil Salt 35 off 21 balls, but they're probably due a strategic timeout there or something. West Indies women are playing Pakistan in a T20 in Karachi. West Indies 6 for 1 after the first over. And the county championship, where Durham resisted for a while. We see Briggs comes into bowl, and that's played out to mid-wicket by Ben Ducket for a single. So Durham were recovering well. They have lost a couple of wickets. So Colin Ackerman's still there on 73, but they are now 257 for 5 against Essex at Chester Street. One team bowled out so far today, Hampshire for 151 at the over. They do have one Surrey wicket though. Surrey are 18 for 1. Briggs in, and that's defended. I'm not quite sure what the excitement was about there. Maybe the ball just came off the air a little bit off the bat of Haynes. As Briggs comes in, the other first division games see Somerset going quite well. Briggs comes into bowls, a 4 defensive, no run. They're 175 for 3 at Kidderminster against Worcestershire. Briggs to bowl to Haynes, plays back to that, plays that down to the ground. He's going to be a bit careful of leg slip there.
I mentioned Dan Mosley in there at leg slip. He tends to be a bit of a magnet for the ball once he starts fielding close.
That's edge to slip, is it? No. It did look it, didn't it, from here, but no great alarms. It came off the pads, went straight to leg slip. Dan Mosley on his knees takes the catch, but it didn't come off the bat.
I thought I was about to be Nostradamus there.
That's out to the offside, there's no run. Yes, well predicted. But just on the, I keep saying there is no such thing as commentators' curse. I was about to say, nice to see Andrew Umeed, formerly of this parish, batting for Somerset. And just as I say that, he's out for 47, so Somerset 175 for 4. Andrew Umeed, who for a while had the slowest, they haven't measured centuries in balls faced all that long in the county championship, but he did for a while have the slowest century in terms of balls faced on record in the county championship. I think it was broken fairly inevitably by Dom Sibley last season, but he did have it here, his maiden test century. Took him over 300 balls. Anyway, Middlesex 194 for 7 against Gloucestershire. And the second division, so Gloucestershire 4 wickets now for Martin DeLang. I think Dave mentioned that earlier. Northants 240 for 3 against Leicestershire. Half-century for Luke Proctor. So what's going to happen next then, Mel?
Well, Steve Barnard's going to bowl a delivery to Ben Ducket, and he's going to flick it through mid-wicket. Just played nicely, nice bit of timing. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary though. Long part, they'll take 2 runs. I once saw Laura Marsh in a women's Ashes test at Wormsley. It was first Ashes test for me. Score a 291 ball 50. So it was the second slowest half century by an English player in test history, behind Trevor Barnacle Bailey. In comes Barnard, and that is just cut away into the offside, but didn't really have enough room to play the shot. And he goes, dribbles out in front of point. Yeah, that was, oh, I tell you what, that was tough going, that one. It was very slow. It did help save the game. I think the other night scored 150 in that game on a bit of a featherbed pitch at Wormsley. But boy, that was attritional viewing. Ducket on strike and just plays this one towards deep mid wicket. Pick up a single.
Yorkshire 259 for 3, by the way, just to complete the scores. Joe Root's on a half century there. Well, because remember, Ollie Halland-Dalby was quite proud that he had a record, or he was heading for a record, I think, for number of balls faced on naught. It's because Michael Burgess was hitting the ball to all parts of the last wicket pairing, and all Ollie was doing was just staying in. And he reached, I can't remember how many balls it was before he scored his first run.
Here comes Barnard. He's into Haynes, who just lets this one go past, but there's a bit of excitement. I don't know if actually meant to let that one go quite the way it did. Might not have missed my too much.
Just going back to that, Ollie was a bit cross in the end because he was convinced it was a leg by when the ball came off his pads, but the umpire awarded him a run, which spoiled the...
Yeah, it would have been disappointing. One of those times when it's really disappointing to actually score a run. Haynes, concentration as in comes Barnard, and he just clips that one down to deep mid-wicket and gets the single. The light's still on, but it is much brighter here now at Edgbaston, which is welcome news, as you can hear a sound of a plane going overhead.
These two have steadied the ship, haven't they, somewhat? Was it 39 they've added now? It's taken them 12 overs.
But Haynes is, I like he's been proactive, hasn't he? he's been willing to put balls away when they're there to be put away. Alex Davies just going having a little chat to Barnard. So last ball of his over, he's in, and that ball is just clipped away nice and easy just behind square leg, and they'll get another single to finish off the over from Barnard. 217 from 4. Haynes is on 25 and Ducket on 114. Been absolutely magnificent today. He's just made everything look so much easier, really.
I don't recall him giving a chance, as to my knowledge. Yeah, so Warwickshire took 3 wickets for 15 runs at one point in 7 overs. That's after a big second wicket stand from Notts. So he's just trying to re-establish things. As Danny Briggs will continue to bowl. The thing about that heat does not make you feel sleepy, though. When you go, heat is that can have quite a soporific effect, can't they? That's guided away into the offside. It's hard. Well, they will get a run eventually. I mean, Ben Ducket was about 2/3 down the pitch. His partner hadn't moved. There was any chance, mate. And eventually Haynes did run. Barnard didn't stop it clean. I suppose if he had, then Ben Ducket might have been in a spot of bother there.
And I think that shows by the fact that Barnard just actually slapped the ground in frustration.
He's driven that one, Haynes, straight to the fielder, straight to Rob Yates in the covers. And there is no run.
Yeah, no, it's actually wonderful. I'm not sorry at all to have this heater pumping out warm air on my legs.
That one is played away to the sweeper on the offside for a single. Rob Yates, whether he's, it looks like he is preparing to come back into the bowling attack. 2 wickets apiece so far for Ollie Handorby and Will Rhodes. Apart from Ben Ducket, Ben Slater, the other batter, to have made an impression so far with 65. As Ducket turns that one round the back of square leg, helps it on its way and claims another run. He's on to 116.
I was wondering if we might see Rob Yates soon. I was saying earlier, I thought he actually bowled quite well the first couple of games when he got the opportunity.
One is pitched up, a full toss by the time Haynes played it, plays it around his legs for a single. Jamal fielding that. Here for Warwickshire, at least they reckon, albeit you never know with overseas players, they can get called away unexpectedly at any time, so that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run, but the plan is he'll be here at least until the end of the group stages in the blast. He will play white ball as well, and we'll be here till the end of the group stage of the blast, which often seems to be the way it is with overseas players these days. They sort of get signed till then, and then we look again.
Well, it's hard with so many international commitments, obviously, and then various leagues. You can't blame players for making the most of opportunities when they do exist. Of course, this year being split in half by the T20 World Cup in the Caribbean and the US for the entire month of June, as Rob Yates is coming into the attack now. Being someone who's bowling, from what he said, has just really come sort of a long way in recent times. Feeling a lot more confident and comfortable in that role. And as I said, he actually really did play well. He got his best bowling figures, in fact, in the match against Durham.
Consecutive games, I think he got.
He got 7 wickets, 4 for 137 and 3 for 121. So that was his best bowling for a match, rather than for an innings. So it was tough going because it was flat and it was the kookaburra, it was the short boundary, everything else. But he was the one who managed to take the wickets.
Got a few in Southampton as well, so he's top wicket taker with 11 at the moment.
Yeah, so
Warwickshire.
he's in now over the wicket and turned first up, but It's just straight down the leg side, and that is tucked away fine. Not going to get the 4 runs, I'll just get 2, but a little bit of turn there straight away from Yates. So that's it. He got his best bowling figures for a match against Durham, and then his best bowling for an innings against Hampshire. So that's a pretty decent start for the season. Gone for a few runs, of course, but then so did everyone. He's defending a very small boundary here at Edgbaston. That's Haynes on strike now. He's on 29. As Yates is in over the wicket, and again a bit of turn, but not quite got his line right. Just straying a little bit too leg sidey, and he's able to tuck that one away to deep square leg for a single. But some signs there. He's now going to be bowling to Ducket, so he's got the left-hander now. Of course, with Yates being right arm off spinner, turning the ball away from Ducket, who loves playing a bit of spin himself. This might be an interesting contest right now. Ducket loving to attack the spinners. What can Yates do? He's in and around the wicket to Ducket, who drives past the bowler first up, but only as far as mid-off. Not so much turning off at that time, I think. He's in again, a bit of a loopier one from Yates, not afraid to give it a little bit of air, but just watchful Ducket forward in defence. Taps his bat once, crouches, waits as Yates is in. It's slightly shorter this time, and he just cuts that one out to the sweeper on the boundary, so just get a single. He's just replayed that shot with a lot more vigour as Ben Ducket. As I said, he likes to attack the spinners, so he won't want to be too cautious for too long, you imagine. But now it's Haynes on strike. On the back foot, defended that one quite late, and that's a decent first over from Yates. Just finding a little bit of turn. He gets a slap on the butt from Dan Mosley for his efforts as he goes back out into the field. We've got spin from both ends.
Yeah, Warwickshire is overrated at the moment. Is -2, so this will hopefully, from their point of view, help to knock that down a bit. Briggs in, and that's whipped away by Ducket. That's a terrific shot. Wide of mid-off for 4 runs. And Ducket on to 121, 229 for 4.
I said he likes to attack the spinners. That's exactly the sort of shot you expect him to play. He was a bit more cautious against Yates, but straight up dispatching Danny Briggs. That was a lovely shot. He really has been in wonderful touch today, Ben Ducket.
So he's gone for the sweep shot there, Ducket. There is a sweeper out there, so it's just lots of sweeping going on. It's just the 1 run for Ducket. And it's now 230 for 4. This one is pushed out the offside for a single. It's probably a fairly even session at the moment. 121 for 3 this session so far. I guess Warwickshire will be marginally the happier after a tough first session. They get 1 more wicket, then I think it'll definitely be their session. As it is not a lot in it.
Yes, it's been an interesting day, but at the moment we've got a good contest on.
Yeah. This next one, it's going down the leg side. It's helped on its way by something from Ducket. He wants a second. There isn't one to be had. And it is off the bat. I'm not too sure the umpire didn't just check with Ducket there. I'm not supposed to do that. Do you hear that, mate? Okay, you can have the run then. 232 for 4.
I almost spooned that ball around the the corner. Got a very fine slip in.
That's the left. There's no run. By very fine slip, you mean it's quite tight. Not that he's particularly good. Good fit in that position. Well, a bit of both, mate.
Wow.
Next one is hit off his toes into the onside for no run.
Oh, he's a fine slipper.
2-3-2 for 4. Oh, not so. We've got 3 overs to go till tea.
There we go. Time for another coffee.
Yeah. I'll spill it in your jumper this time.
I know. Actually, I think I've done a reasonable job of cleaning it up, so it doesn't look as bad as originally thought. I do look like I'm cosplaying as a cricketer, though. I look ridiculous in a cable net. These guys don't though, and it's Yates around the wicket, first ball, and that has just played down to backward point. They're going to get a couple of runs here to Ducket. Hasn't really attacked Yates yet. Happy to sort of push the ball around. He's been a little bit watchful, Ducket, as he walks down the pitch and just has a little prod and a little poke. Back in his crease now, taps his bat. In comes Yates. He's a slower delivery, drifting down the leg side, and Ducket just sort of dead bats it into the leg side. That will get a single. It'll be interesting that he hasn't really taken on Yates yet. It's Haynes now, the right-hander. Will he have a dip? Yates in over the wicket, and that one has just played towards mid-wicket. No run. So just a little bit of feeling of watchfulness, which I find interesting. Get the impression they're just feeling him out a little bit. Yates. Haynes, deep crouch from him, off the back foot, and straight to mid-wicket. A bit frustrated with himself there. Racing through his over is Rob Yates. He's in, getting some turn again into Haynes, who just plays it to square leg. He definitely is getting some turn. Early on, Yates in a fuller delivery, floated and just defended by Haynes. So yeah, again, Yates is just making them bat with a little bit of caution as he finishes that over. 235 for 4 with Haynes on 31 and Ducket on 126, and he looks like he wants to be there for a very long time.
Yes, looks capable of it, doesn't he? Elsewhere, just to say, sorry, I've lost our second wicket, so it might be a bit of a... It's good, just like at the Oval. Sorry, 25 for 2. That's 12 wickets have fallen in the day now. Briggs bowls, and that's pushed on the onside by Ducket for no run. They are at tea now at Chester Street, with Durham with 261 for 5 against Essex. They're at tea at Kidderminster with Somerset 181 for 6 against Worcestershire. That one is wet to mid-wicket. There's no run, so there's been a little bit of a flurry of wickets there. Middlesex are all out at Bristol, 203. They've been bowled out for by Gloucestershire. So in comes Briggs. He plays back to that. Ducket finds the gap on the offside for a comfortable 2. Middlesex and no half centuries in their innings. 6 for 49 for March and DeLang. There for Gloucestershire. To Bristol. T also Headingley with Yorkshire 276 for 3 against Derbyshire. That was a swept shot by Yates. Has just got it slightly past backward point, square leg. Dan Mosley making a good stop. Couldn't stop it completely. And they got through for 1.
Well, he swept that really, really hard as well. He got an awful lot of that. Mosley did quite well to stop it, because if he hadn't, it would have been 4 runs.
Briggs in. It's pushed back to him by Haynes for no run. He comes round the wicket, just one slip in place, and Haynes whips that away into the offside. There's a sweeper out there, so it'll be 1 run. Trotting along nicely, this pair now. 239 for 4 are Notts.
Yeah, it's been a good recovery, and really have to say, I can't say enough just how impressive Ben Ducket has been, because he's kind of changed his role a little bit in each phase of this innings, depending on what's been happening around him. Happy to give the strike to Slater when he was going blazing, but then willing to consolidate at certain times when that's been required as well. It's been really impressive. Haynes on strike now. First ball from Yates, just again, just a bit too leg-sidey. It was not tempting at all. He's got a slip and a leg slip in for Haynes. And he's in over the wicket to the right-hander. Just off the back foot, cards that into the covers. And you get a comfortable single. And here's where you feel, in a way, the most interesting contest comes, is when Ducket now is on strike. Your spinner in around the wicket to Ducket. Off the back foot, punches that one, but only as far as cover. A good diving spot. They will scramble the single even. There's some single scrambling. Only when you want to hide the message. But again, Yates just keeping things fairly tight. He's got Haynes on strike now, so he's over the wicket and he's just down the leg side again. So he's with the left and right hand combination. A challenge for Yates is to just find that right line. He's better this time. That one was just outside the off stump. And so against the spin goes Haynes, but only as far as backward point. And it's the final ball of Yates over. Haynes waits, he's in over the wicket, loops this one up, and he just prods at this one, but he manages to somehow get it past a diving fielder, and that is going to go all the way for 4. There wasn't much power behind that shot. He really just seemed to push at it. In the end, he had enough on it, and goes for 4 runs, and that is it for the session. With Ducket and Haynes seeing the Nottinghamshire side all the way through to tea in a session where they lost 3 wickets for 15 at one point, but they finish with 245 for 4, with Haynes on 37 and Ducket on 130.
Thank you, Mel. So I'm just going to stay on to do a quick update in a minute. Gives me a chance just to round up what's happened in this session. 245 for 4, 64 overs now bowled. So 135 for 3 this session in 35 overs. Yesterday, probably an evenish session. It sort of fluctuated. Notts started off by continuing to prosper with their 3rd wicket pair, who reached a partnership of 146 in the end, and 52 more after lunch, before Warwickshire suddenly got 1 wicket, and then 2 more fell pretty quickly, all caught behind by Michael Burgess. Ben Slater going to Ollie Anadolby for 65, Will Young to Will Rhodes for 5, and then the same over, Joe Clark for a duck. That was 177 for 4. So 68 now added for the 5th wicket between Haynes and Ducket, and Notts still in a pretty good position at tea. Update coming up for BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. Well, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where they've just gone into tea with Nottinghamshire 245 for 4 on the first day of this county championship match. Been a strange day really. It's fluctuated. Warwickshire were held up by a second wicket stand of 146, which continued after lunch, but then Warwickshire got 1 wicket and suddenly 2 more fell in quick succession. Ollie Allen-Dalby now has 2, Will Rhodes has 2, Ben Slater among the players out for 65. They've got Will Young and Joe Clark out cheaply, but they've been held up by Ben Ducket, the England batter, showing excellent form. He's had a chanceless and positive 130, and he's now getting decent support from Jack Haynes, who's on 37. And Notts 245 for 4 after 64 overs at tea. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston. So we'll take a little 15-minute break or so, and we'll be back. Don't forget, if you're listening to, you will be listening online now, and you'll be listening to the specific Warwickshire online link. If you want to hear from Gavin Larson, Performance Director of Warwickshire, he's in conversation now with Kevin Howes over on 5 Live Sports Extra, or on the link on the Sports Extra link, which you can see on the list of links for your commentaries if you want to listen to him. There are matches still in progress. I think I'm right in saying that aren't at tea yet, so you can follow commentaries on them. Yeah, I think they're still playing at the Oval in Chester Street, and as I say, we'll be back in about 15 minutes time. Well, out come our umpires. What's happened there? If you just tune in, we're thinking a wicket's just fallen, but it's not. The players are coming out, but something caused a bit of a cheer. Our umpires, Paul Pollard and Richard Kettleborough, walking out to the middle. Warwickshire take the field in what's been a slightly strange, fluctuating day so far. Noss still well placed, 245 for 4. Warwickshire have taken encouragement from the 3 wickets they got in fairly quick succession during the last session. Jack Haynes on 37 and the excellent Ben Ducket on 130 as they walk out to the middle. Notts having won the toss and chosen to bat first. And Danny Briggs to continue bowling, which it's not actually on the scoreboard at the moment. They had a couple of overs to try and wipe out in terms of their over rate. Ducket will face. I'm Clive Eakin. You'll hear from Mel Farrell later. And Dave Bracegirdle joins me now.
Floodlights on still. A little gloomy out there, but let's just hope the weather plays ball as Briggs starts this session bowling to Ben Ducket. Tucks this on the leg side. Ducket was 69 not out at lunch, 130 not out at tea, so that rate of progress, if he's still there at stump, should be somewhere round about the double 100. But that's a long way into the future. Turns this to mid-wicket. Of course, he would need support from the other end. Jack Haynes has settled nicely. He's on 37 not out. As Briggs in once more, tosses the ball up beautifully. Ducket watchfully, carefully, pushes it back to the bowler. Notts 5 runs away from a first batting point. Warwickshire already with a bowling point as Ducket just drops back deep into his crease to push out onto the offside, fielded by Ed Barnard. And there's no run. Briggs, the 7th bowler to be used today. This one's turned on the leg side. There's no run. Just can't get it away at the moment. Ben Ducket. Still, I haven't seen him attempt to switch it or a reverse sweep today, as plays this again to square leg, and it's a maiden ball by Danny Briggs.
An orthodox sweep just before tea. But, not the first.
Don't know if he's had a, well, I know he's had a match off, so 10 days off. I don't know if it's something he's been sort of thinking about, working on, or just that the opportunity hasn't presented itself today. But normally by this stage of the day, if he was still batting, now entering his 5th hour at the crease, of course, he would certainly have played that shot any number of times.
So Warwickshire bringing back their new overseas bowler Amir Jamal. 3 test matches to his name, a few white ball internationals as well with Pakistan. And still looking for his first Warwickshire wicket. Right arm over to Haynes. We won't get it there. It's gone well down the leg side, and that's helped away down to fine leg for 4 by Haynes. He's on to 41, 249 for 4.
That was the loosest of looseners, wasn't it, from Jamal? Just half pace down the leg side with no protection down there. Very easy for Jack Haynes just to turn it away to move on to 41.
6 T20 internationals to go with his 3 test matches for Pakistan. Slip in place He comes to bowl to Haynes. That's a much more accurate delivery, which Haynes defends out to the offside for no run.
Played nicely, Haynes, just what Notts needed after losing Young and Clark in the same over. Just needed somebody to come out there and not only support Ducket, but just take a little bit of the run scoring onus away from him. He's gone out there, he started with a flurry of boundaries and has kept up that sort of momentum.
Jamal running away from us at the pavilion end, pitches that one up a little bit to wide of off stump, and it's carved away by Haynes for the second boundary of the over. And just back of square on the offside, he moves on to 45, and the 250 up now for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, 253 for 4. Coming up in the 66th over. Of course, that second new ball is looming into view. 50 minutes or so away, so might see a bit of Briggs and Jamal here in tandem just to get up to that point.
In comes, that's going down the leg side. That won't be a third boundary. He didn't quite get it fine enough for that Haynes, but he gets a single. He's on to 46. So the 250 came off 393 balls, which means the fifth 50 came in just 51 balls. The fourth 50 was the slowest. That was after 3 wickets fell during the fourth 50, so that took 99 balls. But that particular 50 is actually the quickest so far in 50-run blocks. Jamal round the wicket bowls, and that's played through the offside for a single by Ducket. For 4. Actually, no, I think I miscalculated there. Ignore that. 74 balls. I do beg your pardon. The fifth 50s and 74 balls. So it's a bit quicker than the fourth. Quickest 50 thus far being the third, which took 53 balls. That's when Ducket and Slater were going nicely. This one by Jamal is driven into the ground straight to Dan Mosley, who stops it cleanly in the covers. 255 for 4 at the end of the over.
Looks a little rusty, doesn't he? Jamal is obviously getting used to new country, new conditions, new ground, new teammates, new championship. There'll be obviously a bit of fatigue as well. Only flew in yesterday. Not sure where he flew in from yesterday. If it's come from Pakistan, they often break up the flight, don't they, in Abu Dhabi or Dubai or somewhere. But he only got into the country yesterday and reported straight here. Said he wanted to play, was good to go. But looks just a tad rusty as Danny Briggs comes in. Slow left arm lifted down the ground by Ducket. That was premeditated, I fancy. A hop and a skip down the ground from Ducket, and then heaved it over. Wide-ish long on for 4. A couple of bouncers. Gets him going properly after tea. Moves to 135. 259 for 4. Didn't want to let Danny Briggs time down for another over. Next delivery on its way now, and Ducket plays it into the offside, and there's no run. Just joining us after tea, it's Division 1 cricket here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire versus Nottinghamshire. It's Ben Ducket, England's Ben Ducket, drives to mid-on. There's no run. He opened the batting this morning, as far as we're aware, not given a chance. Played beautifully, kept the board ticking over, now he goes on the reverse, and he's got 4 runs. So, I only mentioned it in the last over. This time he goes on the reverse, a nice clean connection, and he gets a boundary away. 263 for 4 here on 5 Sports Extra. Hope you enjoyed the tea time chat that Kevin Howells had with Gavin Lawson performance director here at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire getting underway again after tea here with Ben Ducket in particular. And he'll pull this one away nice and hard, and it's becoming the Ben Ducket Roadshow at the moment. 3 boundaries in the over. The first, he skipped down the track a couple of paces and lofted Danny Briggs high over mid-on, couple of bounces for 4. Then the switch hit away square of the wicket on the offside, but of course the leg side with him turning round. And now he's just slammed one backward of square leg for 4, and play it again out into the deep, but we'll get a single. So 13 runs there in next to no time from Ducket, and he's merrily up to 144 not out, knots 268 for 4. When he's seeing it like this, it must be very, very difficult for the opposition captain, because you bowl him a good ball, he's good enough just to push it into any space he wants. You bowl him a bad ball, he'll absolutely slam it away. He's a high quality player in the best form of his life at the moment, but with the confidence to take down any attack, and that's a dangerous combination.
Yeah, Jamal will be bowling to him from the pavilion end. Certainly fully committed to that reverse sweep shot in the last over. 1 slip in place still. 144, in comes Jamal round the wicket, and that's punched down the ground. Oh, Jamal has stopped that. He probably was trying to get out of the way of it. It's hit him on the foot. He's not, if it's hurt, he's not showing it. I think it probably did hurt a bit. It hit him full on the leg. Whether he's got a bit of padding there and hit the padding, I don't know, but
I'm sure he's not got shin pads on, because this was the end that Luke Fletcher bowled to Sam Hain in 2017. There's a lot of talk then about in the future will bowlers run in bowling with helmets. Not seen that sort of thing at all.
Jamal to Ducket round the wickets, and Ducket tries to play it on the leg side, plays all across that, throws his head up back in frustration. It wasn't an appeal, just a shout of anguish from Jamal. It was victory to the bowler, that delivery. And that's not too often you can say that against Ducket so far this innings. In he comes again, Jamal, and that one is pushed out to the onside. Sweeper has to come round a bit to field it, but there's still any time for a single. Will Rhodes does the fielding. One more run to Ducket, who's on to 145.
A little bit of rain around, obviously, in the Leeds area. They've not started after tea at Headingley. Rain falling there. First interruption, I think, anywhere in the country today, which in one sense is good, and B, it's a little disappointing if rain is starting to fall on the grounds.
Jamal over the wicket to Haynes, tries to slice that, ends up coming off the blade of his bat and dropping down by his feet.
Last wicket went at 177, so they've put 92 on this pair. I'm still sort of thinking that Haynes is relatively fresh at the crease, but he's got on with it. Scored half the runs, 46 of that 92.
71st ball he's faced now as Jamal bowls it, and it's played towards mid-on by Haynes. There's no run. It's his 3rd home game of the season. Already the members seen the games come and go. 7 home games, of course, these days in the county championship. Warwickshire will play all their championship games here, but they are taking some of their 50 over games out. Jamal to Haynes, plays back to that into the deep for a single. 270 for 4.
Indeed, Nottinghamshire coming to Rugby School.
Yeah,
that's one I've not been to. 3
games are playing there. I've been to Rugby School before, a few years ago, a couple of times. But, yeah, 3 50 over matches will be played there. So 3 of the 4 home games in the 50 over group stages will be played at Rugby School.
What will we have there then? A nice bijou marquee on the boundary edge? Lots of cake?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, the last time, yeah, there were more sort of gazebos really for the broadcast points. Got our engineer working on it. The press were actually put in a sort of schoolroom which had a slightly angled view, but a decent enough view. Obviously put there so they could get all the points they needed.
There's Danny Briggs from the city end round the wicket he bowls, and Jack Haynes down on one knee, just paddles it away. And they'll come back for a couple. 272 for 4. I'm expecting to be shown the very spot where, was it William Webb Ellis picked the ball up and ran with it?
Allegedly, yeah. There's a plaque there somewhere, I expect.
Haynes on to 49 now. Gaps on the leg side. Though this is outside the off and he mistimes an attempted cut. Just trickles out and there's no run. 1 wicket in the morning session. That was a Seba Mead. Notts captain fell for 2, having a disappointing start to the season as Haynes again lunges forward and defends. Ben Slater played very nicely for his 65, and then the old London buses scenario as he went and 2 more followed quickly as Haynes again pushes back to the bowler Danny Briggs. Will Young, the New Zealander, made 5. Joe Clark, who went into this game having scored a century in each of the first 2 games and a double 100 last week, typically and predictably out for naught today as Haynes pushes this to short extra and there's no run. That's 4 down at tea. Will Rhodes has got 2 of the 4 wickets and looks like he's getting himself ready for another tilt with the ball. This is miscued right off the toe of the bat from Haynes. Again, he went down on one knee looking for the sweep and it skewed up onto the offside off that toe of the bat. Just fell short of cover. It's the end of the over. 272 for 4.
Yeah, some encouragement there for Danny Briggs at the end of that over. And Will Rhodes, who took 2 wickets in an over, is to return to the attack. So Jamal, 10 overs of 48 so far. His Warwickshire career. Rhodes. He's been in good form with the bat this season, as all the top 3 have. Just feel for Ed Barnard a bit against Durham when he made 1 out of 698 for 3.
Speaking of Durham, Colin Ackerman is 97 not out there. They're 298 for 6 against Essex at Chesterley Street.
In comes Will Rhodes, wearing number 35 on his back. Round the wicket to Ben Ducket, who works it into a big gap on the leg side, and so big as that patch of grass that he's able to run to. Had to sprint, but it was a good 2. He's on to 147. 274 for 4.
There's 2 individual milestones now, lining up back to back. Ducket 147, Haynes on 49.
Alex Davis just coming over to talk to Will Rhodes, make a suggestion, taking slip out now, so Warwickshire moving more on the defensive.
Yeah, skipper didn't keep Jamal on for very long, did he? What did he have? Just a couple of overs after tea?
So he's now got a shortish mid-wicket, the shortish cover. It's about 3 pitches away. It's pushed out down the pitch by Ducket for no run. .274 for 4. Nottinghamshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Both these teams looking for their first win of the season. It's Rhodes round the wicket, bowls, and that's defended. There's no run. Warwickshire are also trying to avoid their first defeat of the season.
You can keep a fairly healthy position in the table just by chalking off draws, can't you?
Yeah, well, they've gone back
points
to
for the
8 points to a draw,
draw.
which personally I don't really understand, but there we are. That's what they've gone for. Rhodes again round the wicket to Ducket. Oh, that's gone right through Ducket. There's a swing and a miss at that. Will Rhodes head in hands. Ducket looks back down to the bowler. As if to say, what's the fuss about? But that was close. Yes, it means a draw in cricket is actually worth more even than a draw in football. Puzzles me a little bit thinking on that, but there we are. Rhodes to Ducket, who carves that away, and it is half stopped by Ed Barnard. He got enough on it to slow the ball right down and restrict Ducket to his 148th run. 275 for 4. And Jack Haynes on strike on 49. Very good innings from Jack Haynes. If I remember rightly, he finished just short of his maiden century here, playing for Worcestershire a couple of years ago. That one he plays through mid-wicket for a single. That's Jack Haynes' 50. Applause from the Knox changing room. It's a really good effort indeed by Jack Haynes. It came in at a difficult time for his team. They just lost 3 quick wickets. He shared a stand of 99 so far with Ben Ducket. 79 balls, 8 fours for his 50. So he's not hung around.
Five fours out of his first 22 runs. Got him nicely going. He's on strike now. Single taken, last ball of the over. 276 for 4. Briggs in again. He'll add to another boundary with a lovely late cut here, just helping it down to third man for 4. Briggs will be annoyed with himself there. That was
100 partnership as well. Second of the innings.
Short and wide. Cut away. Yep, 103 from 145 balls.
Yeah.
That's the 5th wicket partnership. Lyndon James doing next. Next ball sees him go down on one knee and again just help it down towards fine leg. Should be cut off by Will Rhodes. Disappears down below us somewhere. And, obviously kept it in the field of play. And they scamper back for 3. So 7 from the first 2 balls in this over. And it's 283 for 4.
Second 5th wicket partnership that Warwickshire have conceded this season. 7th century partnership in total. And this is only the 4th game, so runs have been aplenty.
You can still see shadows around the players. The floodlight's still on. Not quite as dark as it was some stages this afternoon. In fact, there's a little bit of blue sky up there now. 283 for 4. Alex Davis at mid-on has just dropped himself up 3/4 of the way back, just in case Ducket again comes down the track. Instead he pushes the ball in that general direction, but cut out by Rob Yates, no run. By and large it's a fairly defensive field. Briggs to Ducket, backs away, the ball followed him. Ducket did well to prevent it going through onto the stumps. A little bit of cat and mouse being played between the two of them. Briggs in again, bowls, and again Ducket down on one knee, and again he executes it perfectly. That's his 150 for Ben Ducket. Turns and a little wave of his bat towards the dressing room. 189 balls. So that's 17 fours. 150. That's in itself a little bit of a warning sign for Warwickshire. He didn't overly celebrate, Clive.
No, It's the highest score now scored against Warwickshire so far this season.
I think he feels there's plenty more out there. That was an over that cost 11 runs, couple of fours and a 3. 287 for 4.
7th century in all been scored against Warwickshire this season, but the first 150. Matthew Potts did finish 149 not out. I think was slightly surprised when the team shook hands at that point, robbing him of a chance to get over the 150 mark. So Will Rhodes to bowl to Jack Haynes. In need of a breakthrough again. Hope again one is followed by a couple more quickly. That one's played into the gully area by Haynes for no run. Sky's a lot brighter now. Once the floodlights come on, they tend to stay on for a while and keep switching them off and on, but they are pretty redundant at the moment. Rhodes turns away from us, bowls driven to mid-off by Haynes. Alex Davis feels there's no run. Will Rhodes mops his brow on his way back to his mark. In right arm over, that's defended solidly by Haynes. Another dot ball. 24 overs to go after this one. So safe to say that unless the light intervenes, we're not going to finish on time. Rhodes, slower ball, I think. It's punched onto the leg side by Haynes for no run.
Just looking actually, Ducket opening the innings still there. There's an awful long way to go before he could carry his bat in this innings, but 2 of the last 4 occasions that a Nottinghamshire opener has carried his bat have been here at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. The last time was Alex Hales in 2011 when he scored 106 not out and 222.
Rhodes bowls, and that's defended by Haynes for no run.
And the 106 not out of 222, but the previous one is worth reflecting on, because in 1988 here on this ground, Mick Newell, the Nottinghamshire Director of Cricket, carried his bat 10 not out of an all-out total of 44.
Rhodes to Haynes, who drives that, doesn't get it past the inner field. Down Mosley again, making a spectacular stop. End of the over, 287 for 4. 72 overs bowled.
Mark Muggerseth's been in touch at Praise Cricket, saying super Ben Ducket. Nice to hear from you, Mark. Watching the pictures and listening to us. 287 for 4. Briggs to continue. 8 overs for the Bears to try and evaporate as quickly as they can before that second new ball becomes an option. Presumably Oliver Hannon Dolby and Hassan Ali will be kept in mothballs since then. Here's Briggs in again to Ducket. He'll play this nicely through the offside, at least a couple. Jamal getting after it as quickly as he can, and sprawling stop right on the rope. It was almost getting to the point of no return there, where he was either going to concede the boundary or do what he eventually did and just throw himself at the ball. Gets there and they come back for a third. 290 for 4. He's not exactly fleet of foot in the field, is he? He's perhaps feeling the events of the last 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, to be expected. Still did a decent job in the end.
290 for 4. Brings Haynes onto strike. There's a slip and a leg slip. This one strikes him on the pad, and Danny Briggs bellows out a roar, which we can only just about hear to the backdrop of the sirens as an emergency vehicle goes past the ground. Next delivery sees Haynes drive into the offside, no run. Nigel's been in touch. Good to see a solid recovery from Notts after those unexpected dismissals of Will and Joe. Enjoying the live stream from my favourite cafe in Coimbra in Portugal. Thank you, Nigel. Sounds very nice. 290 for 4 as Haynes again clips to mid-wicket. Another chase for Jamal that he won't thank the Nottinghamshire batters for. Ducket wants 3 and Ducket calls him back for 3. That's really good running by this pair again. So a brace of 3s in this over. 293 for 4. Ducket on 155 back on strike. Haynes up to 60.
Yeah, Briggs not finding a way through at the moment.
Mark the Mods with us all the way, he says, from cloudy and cool Sevenoaks in Kent. He must be approaching a daddy 100 now, surely. Will Ben get a Randall? That ball is worked onto the leg side by Ducket. Goes to 156. A Randler 174 in honour of Derek Randall's score in that centenary test against the Ashes. That's what Will Young got down at Taunton, a Randall. 294 for 4. Briggs in again, and that's a full toss, I think, and Haynes was quick to pick it up and dispatches it out onto the leg side for 4. And although he can amble after this one, it's another long chase for Jamal. End of an expensive over, 298 for 4. And Alex Davis is going over to have a word with Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and it may well be that he's going to say, I know you want to take the second new ball, but I might need you to come on now and just dry it up.
Yeah. It's going to be Ed Barnard to continue. Two batters looking very comfortable at the moment. And just a slight delays. Helmets get put away and fielders go in different positions. So we've got a point to cover mid-off. Got a couple of points on the leg side.
Whilst they're still set in the field, I can tell you that Surrey have lost another wicket. They're 47 for 4 at home to Hampshire. Hampshire 151 all out. Surrey, as I say, 47 for 4. Rory Burns, the opener, still there. He's carrying his bat maybe, but he's lost Sibley, Pope, Smith and Lawrence. Wickets being shared around, couple to Kyle Abbott, one to Fuller, one to Wheel. 47 for 4.
Get a points deduction for a dodgy pitch, you never know. Phil's still moving around here, not missing anything. Extra sweeper. Hassan Ali's gone out to be a sweeper on the leg side. There's no pretense of attacking Ben Ducket now. It's about making it difficult for him to score the runs. Will Rhodes bowls, pushes out the offside for no run.
Colin Ackerman has got his Durham century. Ollie Robinson out for 90 in that innings as well. Durham 318 for 6 against Essex. Durham adapting to life in Division 1 after a few years in the lower tier. Still not back on at Headingley, by the way. Yorkshire 276 for 3, but it's raining there against Derbyshire.
Will Rhodes to Ducket. Pushes that to mid-on and won't get a run. Alex Davis is onto it quickly. Not too many in the ground today. Members area was reasonably busy. Brian Halford was talking to Gerhard Muster and Keith Cook, who was the crucial behind-the-scenes figures at Warwickshire during the tea time interval. And Rose comes around the wicket, and that's pushed to the offside and mid-off. And there is no run.
The yellow belly says this is a really good knock from Ben Ducket. Decent supporting bat as well from young Haynes. I'm having a weekend away, Dave, listening on 5 Live Sports Extra. Happy, very happy that Grantham Town are now safe from relegation.
Well done,
the
Grantham.
Gingerbreads.
Well done. Always nice to be safe from relegation. As in comes Rhodes. Warwickshire toying again for a wicket a little bit. That's a good stop in the covers and Dan Mosley. One thing I think Warwickshire will be very pleased about is how they stuck at it in the field. They fielded really well. I know there was one drop catch in the slip, Gordon, but the ground fielding has been outstanding for me for Warwickshire today. And Ollie Handolby slightly dived over one which went through, but I can't think of many others. There have been some excellent stops. Rhodes to Ducket, pitches it up. Ducket clips it off his feet. That's beautifully placed and timed. That's a terrific shot by Ben Ducket, and it brings up the 300 for not who we playing, Nottinghamshire. 302 for 4.
You're quite right, it was just a clip off his toes, but the speed with which it went over the outfield was incredible, wasn't it? 2 fielders out there, bisected them both. It's the placement as well with Ducket when he's in this sort of form, this sort of mood. He hits it hard, he finds the gaps, he keeps the board ticking over. And it's one of those days, if you come up against him in this sort of mood, you can consider yourself a little bit unlucky.
What he's going to do is bulletin. He'll come back after his bulletin and replace me. In the meantime, Mel's going to join us as Rose bowls a bouncer, which Haynes opts, or rather Ducket opts to ignore. And it's 302 for 4 at the end of that over. So frustrating period again for Warwickshire, just as they felt they were back into it with those 3 quick wickets. But now they're potentially facing a big total. Notts, of course, have got 2 batting points, and the way they're scoring, if they don't get bowled out, they might fancy the chances of getting all 5 available. And we're going to see Rob Yates back into the attack.
Yeah, changing end. Hello, hello. Changing end for Rob Yates. He's bowling from the Birmingham end now.
I was at college, journalism college. This has gone back a few centuries now. There's a colleague called Mel, and she had a car, and one of the tutors just dubbed her Metro Mel. So she was no Metro Mel. She had a Metro car.
Well, I don't have a car.
Okay.
But sometimes I get the Metro.
Yeah, okay.
Goes to Edgbaston Village. Haynes on strike as Yates is in over the wicket. And he just strays leg side with that one, and he takes full advantage, does Haynes. 4 runs, just creamed that through mid-wicket. He's loved finding the boundary rope today, as Haynes. He's done it with regularity as well. And it's really just been that one period after lunch, there was a lot of scoring, that 3 wickets fell for 15. Other than that, well, next ball defended by Haynes. It's really been about Nottinghamshire, and particularly Ben Ducket. The Ben Ducket show. He's looked so comfortable. He's varied his approach as the situation requires. Yates again, and he's off the back foot, gives himself room, Haynes, but just sends that down to deep cover. Running in, they'll get a single.
Son Jack Haynes are a cool. I'm doing this off memory, so I hope I've got this about right, but he was chasing what would have been his first class century, his maiden first class century here, playing for Worcestershire. I think he got to 87 when he was run out backing up. And the ball deflecting off the bowler's hands.
Ducket on strike. Yates around the wicket and Ducket around the corner. Down to deep mid-wicket for another leisurely single.
So that was rather tough on him. He was denied his maiden first class century. He has since gone on to make 5 of those and is looking for his 6th perhaps now.
Yeah, first for Notts as well. He's on strike now, Haynes. And it's on the back foot, but he's just got the inside edge. He was looking to drive that, but it's ended up squirting off the inside edge of the bat to backward square. Yates again proving to be a little bit tricky. He comes in again, and has he met that on the full that time? Couldn't quite see if that one was, but in the end it dribbles out to the leg side and no run to finish off. So again, interesting over from Yates. Change in end. He's probably looked the most likely of the two spinners to actually get a breakthrough.
300 came in 443 balls, and I'll get it right this time. So the 650 did come off 50 balls, so that's the fastest 50 of the innings so far. And the third 100 took 126 balls, so they've been going at a decent rate. And that would be the quickest 100 by some distance so far. So Ed Barnard, who's not the best times of the ball so far in this match. 9 overs for 34. Has been a bit wayward at times. Coming to bowl to Ducket.
I mean, there haven't been. It does look like there's not a lot in the pitch for the bowlers, and it's probably worth pointing that out. It's a bit of a mitigating factor.
Barnard into Ducket, who tries to whip that away, doesn't get hold of it. The ball dribbles away to mid-on for no run. I can do an update in a minute's time. Dave has done his update for BBC Radio Nottingham. He'll be back to replace me. Getting a little bit gloomier and darker again. Floodlights haven't gone off since they were first switched on. As Barnard round the wicket to Ducket, and he's whipped that away. He's hit it in the air, but hit it so hard there was very little chance of anyone catching that or even stopping it, and it's raced through. Rob Yates did dive in the air, but I don't think he got anywhere near it really, and it's gone through for 4.
There was the rehearsal, and then there was the main show. The previous shot, he tried it. He was trying to do exactly what he did in that last delivery. All of that one.
Here comes my update in a few seconds' time for BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR. There's actually no action at the moment because they've had to retrieve the ball. He's come up with 2 balls, I think, there. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are up against it again in the field. Notts reaching 312 for 4. Warwickshire had a flurry of wickets between lunch and tea when they got 3 in quick succession. But now the second century partnership of the match, and again Ben Ducket involved. He's made 165, and he's been joined by Jack Haynes, a former Worcestershire player, who's batted very confidently for 69. Bowlers have struggled to get much life out of the pitch, and Notts' decision to bat first is looking a good one. They're 312 for 4. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Yeah, I think Alex Davis did find 2 balls there, didn't he? And they had to work out which was the right one. As that one is pulled away onto the leg side for 2. 314 for 4.
No, you wouldn't blame them if they just hang on, which one of these looks
the first thing to check was whether one was a juice ball and one was a kookaburra or not.
Oh, they definitely wouldn't be wanting a kookaburra at this stage.
No. They do get a new ball fairly soon, and that one, dare say, will be described by Dave Bracegirdle, who will replace me in a mo.
And the wind has just picked up a little bit as well. Those flags were limp earlier today, but a bit more of a breeze coming up now. Ducket on strike. Barnard is in around the wicket. He just pulls that one. Deep square leg. I'll get another single. Keeps the score ticking along. It's 315 for 4 with Haynes on 69 and Ducket 168. Magnificent innings from the England and Nottinghamshire opener. As Dave Bracegirdle joins me, undoubtedly enjoying the Ben Ducket show.
It's a pleasure and a privilege to sit here and watch him score runs, isn't it?
Certainly is. Been entertaining as Barnard, he's in over the wicket. And that has just squirted out towards backward point. by Haynes. No run there.
Well, semi-tongue-in-cheek, because everybody will say, of course Dave's going to say he's enjoying it. Well, I don't think he's putting a foot wrong today. I mean, he's his own harshest critic, but I can't imagine he's found any fault at all with his performance today. His timing's been immaculate.
Impressive, but it's Haynes on strike now, and he just carves that one away down towards deep point. Again, the fielder is a long way in because that's a long boundary. They'll get a single. Takes the score to 316 for 4 after 76 overs. So 4 overs to the new ball. Yates is going to continue from the city end.
20 overs remain in the day, so we're in for a little bit of overtime. I think we'll be somewhere 20, 25 past 6.
Blimey, I wish you did get paid overtime in cricket, because then, just generally speaking, game's off and running over.
Yeah, I think we've done well actually to get to this stage and be as this confident that we're going to get them all in now, because if you remember when we were talking, I think we were on together when 48 overs came up and we said another 48, and it was starting to get really gloomy then and the floodlights were on. There's Rob Yates, and we'll see opening the batting once Notts have had their turn. Bowls a delivery to the right-handed Haynes, just drops it on the leg side. Just had a little bit of gentle turn today, hasn't he, Rob Yates?
Yeah, he's definitely found some turn.
Comes in again, and Haynes once more whips it to Bethel at square leg, and there's no run. Almost carbon copy of the previous delivery. There's a slip. Who's a skipper, Alex Davis, and he's directing traffic, orchestrating his fielders between each delivery. Yates bowls, and this time Haynes just a little bit befuddled by that one. He went to push it through the covers and ends up dragging it to mid-wicket.
Well, the previous over, he got a real inside edge that went out to backward square leg.
In again, this time he backs away and cuts it out into the offside. There should be a chance to run back for 2. The boot out there of Amir Jamal does the job. He's put 1 or 2 dives in today, but he didn't fancy diving there full length in front of a near empty Holly stand.
That's good footwork in the end. Always worry when they do that though.
Looks
Don't
like
see them treading on the ball.
Looks like there's a bit of artificial matting been as Yates bowls and it's defended. Does that to you? And that's not been there before, has it? The artificial matting in front of the Hollis.
I'm not sure. It sort of goes all the way around though.
Maybe.
I think it's been there for a little while. I think. I could be wrong.
I've only been coming here 40 years. And, next one's turned onto the leg side. Maybe it's just more visible today, the lighter green of the field and the outer, the darker green of the what looks like artificial matting in front of the Hollis. Will Rhodes has been off for a comfort break. He's just returned to the field. 318 for 4 is the score, with Haynes on 72, Ducket on 166. They've added 141 together since that really good over from Will Rhodes that saw off Will Young for 5 and Joe Clark without scoring.
Yeah, it was just that one period, and they pressed and they took advantage of 1 wicket falling. But apart from that period of a few overs, it's been all Nottinghamshire. Barnard is in, and it's a big hoik, attempted hoik by Ducket that really just dribbles off the bat to wide mid-on, and they go through for a single.
I think the Warwickshire ploy here is when Duckett's on strike, protect the boundaries. They know that second new ball is just around the corner. They're hoping they can keep him relatively dry and quiet until then, and we'll just hope against hope that he makes a mistake or a good ball will just nip one way or the other and see him off.
It's just, as he has done a few times, just bending over and stretching out his hamstrings, maybe giving his back a bit of relief. Batting an awful long time today, of course. I
did have one correspondent say, tell Mel this is now a daddy 100 once it got past 150.
There you go. Here's Haynes over the wicket is Barnard and defended out into short cover.
Peter Woodward's been in touch on Twitter at Praise Cricket, enjoying watching this Ducket and Haynes partnership from here in Lagos in Portugal. I'm hoping to get back to the UK to come to Trent Bridge for the Lancashire game next month. I'll try and bring the weather with me. Please do, Peter. Very nice, Portugal.
I've actually got a tweet for you, Mr. Bracegirdle. Oh, which I'll tell you, I'm just increasing the anticipation for this ball from Barnard. That's just played nicely out towards deep point. Go through for a single. Chris Pritchard tweeted in to say the bull in Grand Central, so he calls it Grand Central,
okay,
by the way, is called Ozzy after Ozzy Osbourne,
right,
the most famous brummie of all.
Yeah.
All the things that were invented in Birmingham, well, maybe we can say heavy metal. Let's add that to the list. Here comes Barnard to Ducket, and he slaps that one through the covers. It was as if it was an irritating fly that he wanted to get rid of, just swatted it. And all timing, plenty of power, and he continues on his merry way. Moves on to 173. Nottinghamshire 324 for 4.
Yeah, gave that a slap. Slop. Grand Central. I always thought it was just New Street.
Technically, yes. In comes Barnard, and this time he doesn't get all of that. That was the inside half of the bat. Goes down to mid-on, no run.
Just a 52-year-old says, I'm watching the live feed, listening to the commentary. Is there a better way to spend a Friday evening than other than being at Trent Bridge? Well, enjoy it. 52-year-old. 324 for 4.
I must admit, in some ways it's my favourite test. The test at Trent Bridge. In comes Barnard to Ducket, and he pulls that one. Doesn't get all of it though. Just goes down to mid-wicket, running in for a single. I love it because that's the end of the over, by the way. 325 for 4. Haynes on 73. Ducket on 174. Because Nottingham's just got such a lovely town centre, or city centre. I'm Australian, so I love old buildings, and there's a lot of them. Some lovely places to go out, and but it's quite compact. So I find it's a very social test whenever I'm there, because people tend to kind of congregate, and a bit like a test in Hobart in Australia, or Adelaide, where everyone's kind of in the same area. So those two things make it my favourite test always, because you just feel like it's going to be a lovely week whenever you're there.
Now you've got the advantage over pretty much all of us in terms of your global cricketing experiences. Favourite ground worldwide, full stop?
That's really tough, isn't it?
Yep, that's why we threw it out there. Is Rob Yates, 7 overs, none for 33 for Yates. Bowls to Ducket, a little push and run. Haynes wants to get down to this end. Takes a single, 327 for 4. Ducket up to 175. Haynes has got 73.
Dharamshala's the most picturesque, I think, even more so than Newlands. Newlands is spectacular, but Dharamshala is like, wow. So that's certainly most picturesque.
Is there just one spot you have to be to get the photo with the Himalayas in, and next ball is cut out onto the offside and there's no run? And is it a little bit like Eamon Corner? You might go one year and you've got the flowers, the wonderful floral display. Sometimes you go to Dharamshala and there isn't any snow on the peaks, and you think, ugh, is that it? Next delivery on its way now, and it's defended, no run.
No, because I think it's not just the Himalayas, it's the brightly coloured buildings and the architecture around it. Even when there's no snow, the mountains are still spectacular. But even looking down the valley, it's still pretty good.
Yates to Haynes. This is played up to mid-on. It's a little bit of a chore to get to it, though, isn't it?
Yes, well, when I was there, I stay up in McLeod Ganj, which is where the Dalai Lama lives.
Next delivery is Ball to Haynes, pushes it into the offside, takes a single, 3:27 for 4. Nice little push and run. Just quickly, because I'll come back to you, but just quickly, when Dave, what are they clapping? Are they clapping the 150 partnership? There we are, between Haynes and Ducket. That is tremendous from this pair. Second time this season that Jack Haynes has been involved in a 150 partnership with Joe Clark. They put 159 on against Essex. More from Mel in just a second, but Rob Yates is now ready to bowl to Ducket on 175. Pushes it out onto the offside. Nigel King says, Dave, the station is still Birmingham New Street. The shopping centre is the Grand Central. Thank you very much. Mel Farrell.
Well, yeah, so I like to stay up in McLeod Gange, which is above Dharamshala. So it's probably, it's not far, but it takes a good 20 minutes to drive down because of all the hairpins. The road is very, very windy, but they've now got a cable car that you can get from McLeod Gange, which is really amazing. Beautiful views. There was one day when I was there during the World Cup last year where there'd actually been an accident on the road, and so all the traffic was stuck. But luckily, the little hotel where I was staying, one of the guys there had a Royal Enfield motorbike, and he said, I can take you down. So popped on the helmet, jumped on the back of his bike, and we cruised past all the traffic as Barnard is in over the wicket. First ball just defended gently back past the bowler, no run by Haynes. So that was wild, because I'm sitting on the back of this motorbike going, as you go round these hairpin turns and everything, you see all the view around you, thinking this is really amazing. But I love all the grounds in England, most of them.
I'll come back to Dharamshala in a second, because I've got something else on there.
Okay, Haynes on strike as Barnard is in. He just plays that out to short cover, no run. Mosley cleaning up.
You mentioned the Dalai Lama there. When David Hussey played for Nottinghamshire, he also played for Kings 11 Punjab, and he came back to start a new season with Nottinghamshire, having played in the IPL, and he told me they just had their first child, him and his wife, and the Dalai Lama was there and blessed their newborn, which was lovely. That's not that doesn't happen to everybody.
Haynes waits, Barnard's in, it's just outside the off stump, and again played out to Mosley, who's prowling in that short cover region.
Before you come to England, you also mentioned Cape Town Newlands. Again, I've not been there, and again, that's on the bucket list. And again, I feel that's one that you might be sat all day with your back to the mountain and to the brewery. You want to be on the other side of the ground, don't you?
Yeah, I think you want to be on the right side. When you're on the right side, that is absolutely spectacular. Barnard is in, bowls to Haynes, who again defends that out to Mosley. I said he was like a magnet when he starts fielding in those short positions. So he is. Yeah, in England, still lots of lovely ground. I mean, I love it here. Obviously, it's my home ground. Lords is always magnificent. I do love. Trent Bridge got a great view. Old Trafford. Old Trafford is.
What's your
great.
bucket list? Where haven't you been? Have you done the Caribbean? Have you done Pakistan? Have you done Afghanistan? Have you done Sri Lanka?
Been to Pakistan. Went in 2022 when Australia were back there. I haven't been to Sri Lanka. So that is now number one on the bucket list. I've been to St Lucia and Antigua and Guyana, but I haven't been to Barbados. And I'm ticking that one off in just over a month's time, start of the T20 World Cup. Barnard is in. He's got two short covers. He dives in front of one of them and does the fielding himself. So he's just brought in two catching covers there for Haynes. Anything. Let's funk it up and try and make something happen. He's also got a straight, we've got a short mid-on, really. Short straight mid-on as well, standing just in front of Ducket, the non-striker. Well, they've taken out one of those catching covers now. Sent him down to deep mid-wicket. In fact, it's this is funky time. This is where we're moving everything, because now Dan Mosley has come in exactly the opposite place, just in front of bowler, a short straight mid-off. Bouncer, short, ducks out of the way. Well, he'd set the fielders out on the leg side, so perhaps not surprising. He gets a high 5 or a low 5 from Mosley. Barnard, end of his over, 327 for 4. Haynes on 74, Ducket on 175.
Yeah, former Worcestershire teammate, bouncing former Worcestershire teammate there, and he was having nothing to do with it.
I love sitting at the Oval because I always sit outside as we see Oliver Hannon-Dolby's coming back into the attack. I sit outside in the overflow area, so it's the one ground where I feel like I can... It's almost like being a fan spending a day at the cricket.
It's great when you're there. It's just get in there, isn't it, the Oval? New ball has been taken, the second new ball, so 80 overs. Notts have reached 327 for 4 when the first ball was sent down right back at 11 o'clock this morning. Ben Ducket was at the crease, obviously 0 not out. He's now 175 not out. Oliver Hannon-Dolby got rid of Asiba Mead very early on in the piece this morning for just 2. Can he come back with this brand new cherry and now end this partnership? Ducket 175, Haynes 74. Mel, you've not been to Trent Bridge for a while. You've mentioned a couple of times today. When you do come, you will note that the view from the commentary box, the press box there, is changed slightly because over the road from the ground we've now built what we're calling the Dave Bracegirdle retirement home. It's a great big residential care home just over the road. It's a colossal thing, and as you look from the commentary box, you just can't see any more out towards East Midlands Airport or the power station or even the weather rolling in from the west, as Hannon-Dolby is going to come round the wicket to the crouching Ducket, bobs down and then brings the bat up, plays it on the leg side for a single. Now what we've wondered is from the Dave Bracegirdle retirement home, can the occupants see inside the cricket ground? And I've just been sent a photograph. It's not good radio or television this, but I'll retweet it at Brace Cricket. Just been sent a photograph by somebody working in one of the rooms. It's not quite finished. Working in one of the rooms today in that building, just showing that you can clearly see inside the ground at Trent Bridge from over the road.
Wow.
I mean, there you go. That's a free look at Brace Cricket if you want to see that photo from outside the ground in Trent Bridge, peering over the William Clark stand and in. That's
that'll be worth it during test matches.
Well, yeah. They'll suddenly find out how many friends they've got, won't they?
Exactly. It's like those flats at the Oval.
Yeah. Hannon-Dolby back over to Haynes, who's been on 74 for a couple of overs now. Lets this go through to the keeper. Scored 77 in his first innings for Notts against Essex. Haynes, and he's really got a good opportunity here to go beyond that.
I'm just going to round off.
Yep, please. Yeah.
I'm just going to say I have to mention Adelaide Oval because it's the best walk to a cricket ground. It is beautiful, great facilities for the media, and Adelaide is again a great city to spend for a test. Always is the most sociable test in Australia. So Adelaide Oval might win it.
328 for 4. Next delivery on its way now, and this is pushed into the offside, no run. Russ says, hi Dave, just reached the 21st century because I've got the live stream on my telly instead of watching it on my phone. See you at the bread stall. Yes, I've bumped into Russ once or twice whilst we've been getting the fresh cobs on Newark Market. Hello Dave, I'm Russ. Trevor says, I was lucky enough to see a T20 game at Newlands. Wow, didn't look at the game too often. The Cape is amazing. Yeah, envious Trevor, envious of you and Mel and everybody else that's been there. Fabulous stuff. Thank you, Trevor. Nice to have you with us this Friday afternoon as Oliver Hannon-Dolby bowls and Jack Haynes, the right-hander, deep into his crease and defends. Is it Friday afternoon? Is it early Friday evening yet? But it's got the feel of evening because it's gone gloomy again.
So you're hitting the town tonight? Big night out on the Lash and Broad Street for Bracegirdle. Bracegirdle does Broad Street, I think, has got a Netflix series written all over it.
Bracegirdle flops and watches the snooker might be closer to the mark. Are you a snooker fan? Do you know snooker? Do the Aussies do snooker?
I know of it, yes.
328 for 4. Big lads pull. And that struck him on the pad here and gone. And Hannon-Dolby with the second new ball strikes straight away, and Haynes won't get a personal best for Nottinghamshire. He's gone for 74, 3 shy of that 77 he got against Essex. Hit on the pad. He turned his head round as if he might have nicked it, but it wasn't a catch at the wicket or in the slips. He was given out LBW by umpire Pollard. 328 for 5, and my, how did Warwickshire need that? End of a terrific partnership with 151 for the 5th wicket. That's broken. Ducket's still there, but now he'll have a new partner. But well battered, Jack Haynes.
Really well battered, Jack Haynes. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes in cricket, the predictable script actually does come to fruition. New ball, Hannon Dolby does the trick, and you get the wicket. But they were waiting for that moment, and now can they press the advantage is the real question, because they did it before when Hannon Dolby took a wicket. They managed to turn it into 3. So we'll see if they're able to do the same thing this time around.
It was slightly tongue-in-cheek when I said, do the Aussies do snooker? I'm well aware that, of course, Neil Robertson, a recent world champion, but I didn't know if that had sort of entered your domain. I know you're cricket, and more cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, the thing is, you talk about going out on the lash. So I have a theory that I like playing snooker, or pool, really. So I play pool, not snooker. But what I find is that there's, I call it the beer curve, right? So you have a beer and you get a bit better. Then you have another beer and you get even better. I'm not promoting excess drinking, by the way, because what happens is you reach the peak of the curve, you have that one beer too many, and then you suddenly are terrible. And the downward slope of the curve after you've had one too many beers is much steeper than the upward curve. So that's just when you've told everybody that you're going to be the next world champion and how good you are. Exactly.
Does this apply to diet low-calorie, non-fattening beer as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've got to watch the carb intake.
You have indeed. New man is Lyndon James. Scored 96 in the Worcestershire match. He's on strike now. Big, tall right-hander. Brings the bat down sweetly, and he's going to get runs for a misfield at mid-on. It was just a pleasing push up to Hassan Ali at mid-on. It's not Hassan Ali. Must be his mate, Jamal. But single taken. 329 for 5. Mel Farrell.
Speaking of Hassan Ali, I did notice too, he's such a character. He really is a very bubbly, vivacious kind of person. And after Oliver Hannon Dolby took that wicket and they were all gathered around, I noticed because he's not very tall, Hassan Ali, and he literally jumped up. It was as if he thought that Oliver Hannon Dolby was an Australian and he decided to practice hug an Aussie, international hug an Aussie. But not only did he hug him, he leapt up and wrapped his legs around him. So it was like a koala hanging on to a trunk for dear life. It was quite a sight, really. So he's a real character. I imagine he is the sort of player that people just love having in the dressing room. And guess what? He's on to bowl now to James over the wicket, whips his arm around and it whistles past the bat. It got it out of the way, straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit for Lyndon James, haven't you? Sat there with the bat on all of the afternoon session pretty much, and waiting to come in at number 7 in the order, and the very over that the second new ball is taken, he's out there facing a fired up Hassan Ali and a wicket taking Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Came close to getting a century, isn't he, this season? In comes Hassan Ali, straying down the leg side a little bit, but it's just punched to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, I can tell you exactly what happened. He got to 96, was batting with number 11, Dane Patterson, whoever he was batting with at number 11, and he got one of those, a full toss that he slapped to mid-wicket and then stood there because he felt, is it going to be called for waist-high full toss or not? And there was a little bit of a grey area. It was a poor ball that he slapped straight to mid-wicket. Hassan Ali's in and he's threatening the outside edge. He really played and missed at this one and got some good bounce too. Yeah, Hassan Ali, ball ballooning to the slips a little bit. So maybe he's just been encouraged by that wicket from Oliver Hannon Dolby. Just the novelty of having a new batter to bowl at, someone who's not set, and having a new ball in your hand.
Bet they've had a little side bet, the two Pakistan internationals.
Here's Hassan Ali again, and this one squirts off the outside edge of the bat, but it's just managed to get in between the slips and gully. A scamper through for a single.
Just a little friendly wager, side wager between themselves.
Yes.
Who'll be first to get a wicket today? 3:30 for 5. Time for me to be like Cinderella and disappear, and Clive will be back to join Mel.
You actually remind me a lot of Cinderella in so many ways, Dave Bracegirdle. So this must be those glass slippers that you insist on wearing. He's tiptoeing away now behind me as Hassan Ali commences his run-up. Ducket on strike. Ali in, bowls around the wicket, and that is just wristily driven square by Ducket for a single. Clive is back in to join me.
Put the heater a bit away from you, haven't you?
Well, that's Dave Bracegirdle. He keeps moving it away, and I kind of miss it. But now that I'm on, I'm okay now. The thing is that I feel like it's warmed me through my body into my bones, so now I'm kind of feeling comfortable. Here's Hassan Ali into James. Oh, he's got him, has he? Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Strikes, got the edge. So Hassan Ali strikes with the new ball not long after Oliver Hannon-Dolby strikes with the new ball, and all of a sudden has changed things for Warwickshire after all the hard toil. James departs for 2, and it's now 331 for 6. So the wicket's falling for clumps today for Nottinghamshire, and they've just lost 2 in quick succession.
I'll leave you to it just for a moment. I'll be back in a second.
Everyone's leaving me. You're like Cinderella now, and what can I say? I'm surrounded by Cinderellas, but there's plenty of entertainment in front of me to keep me occupied. Forlorn figure of Lyndon James as he trudges off. Ducket is having a drink. He's taken his helmet off. Luke Fletcher has brought on drinks, and gee whiz, he deserves 1, 2. He's joined by Calvin Harrison out in the middle. Ducket still out there on 177, but for Hassan Ali, well, that's something he'll be very relieved for, because he really has toiled hard today, as have all the Warwickshire bowlers. Unable to find a way to get through the defences of Ben Ducket, who's been absolutely magnificent. And he is on strike now for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's 3 for 40 off his 15 overs today. Had 1 dropped earlier in the day as well. Should have had the early wicket of Ben Slater. Got him eventually, but he's running in now to Ducket around the wicket, and he whips that away to deep square leg. They'll just get the single, but that will give Hannon-Dolby the opportunity to have a go at Harrison. Field all changing. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Calvin Harrison, bowling all-rounder, born in Durban, but raised in New Zealand and Somerset. So he's made a half-century this season in a game against Worcestershire. He's taken wickets as well. He's 4 for 93 against Somerset. So he's been making terrific all-round contributions for Nottinghamshire. Now about to face his first delivery. They've got 3 slips in for Calvin Harrison, just making some last-minute adjustments as well. It's also got backward point. Mosley was in it in the covers, but he's now switching sides. They've We've got a short mid-wicket, and Mosley's just moving in front of square leg at the moment. Got a mid-on and a short wide mid-off. In comes Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and that's hit the pads. They like it, but the umpire doesn't. So the pressure's still on Harrison first up. And this is what Hannon-Dolby did earlier in the day. Wicket falls, immediate pressure on the new batter. If he can sustain it here, this could be another very good period for Warwickshire. Only had one really solid period of the day's play between lunch and tea. It's running in hard, Hannon-Dolby to Harrison. This time it's more firmly defended out to mid-on, no run. So he's got those 3 slips in and a backward point. He's got that wide, short mid off. It's almost a half and half between an extra cover. In comes Hannon-Dolby, and that one's just carved in between a player in that wide mid-off position and the player at point. So gets the single, takes the score to 334 for 6. Harrison now on 2, back on strike. Ducket on 178. It's still reasonable light here. Are starting to get the shadows around the players from the artificial lights that have been on all afternoon, really. The cloud has lifted at some points of the day. Hannon-Dolby starts his run up from the city end over the wicket to Harrison. Just chips this one onto the leg side. Player running around to square leg will clean that one up. Gets Mosley there. Brings Ducket back onto strike, and Harrison moves on to 3. Just looking if they could turn this like they did before. They took 3 wickets for 15. A good period they had after lunch. If they could do something similar here, then they will feel it's not been a bad day, although it has felt like they've had to work extremely hard. Very long day in the field. 2 slips in for Ducket. Hannon-Dolby starts his run up. He's in around the wicket, defended straight back, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby reaches down that very long arm of his and scoops up the ball off his own bowling to finish the over. It is 335 for 6, with Harrison on 3 and Ducket on 178. He has been absolutely magnificent as Ducket all day. He really hasn't put a foot wrong, or a bat. It's fair to say. He really has been terrific. So early wicket, the captain Hasib Hamid falling for 2 runs, but Ben Ducket still out there. He could well carry his bat. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Half centuries to Ben Slater and Jack Haynes. Here's Hassan Ali. Oh, he's bowled him! He's clean bowled him, knocked off the top of off stump. Wow, Harrison has gone, and Hassan Ali, he really has been outrageous with the new ball, and he celebrated in style as well. He really is a character, but he's doing the job with the ball at the moment for Warwickshire. So again, 3 wickets falling in quick succession for Nottinghamshire. Harrison departs for 3, and it's 335 for 7. Hassan Ali's 2nd wicket. He's 2 for 39 now. And he and Oliver Hannon-Dolby have been making hay with the new ball. All around at the moment, just celebrating. Congratulations for that. It just looked like he'd worked so hard, Hassan Ali. and he's got better throughout the day. Seems to have found his rhythm, and he's found the edge, and then he's found the stumps. So lovely work by the Pakistan international and overseas player for Warwickshire. Ollie Stone has come out to the middle for Nottinghamshire, joining Ducket. I did say it would not surprise me to see Ben Ducket carry his bat. He just hasn't looked like giving up his wicket at all. At the moment, he needs to ensure that he has someone staying with him. So, up to Stone now, to see if he can stop this flow of wickets that has come with the new ball. Hassan Ali runs in from the pavilion end. It's a bouncer first up. Hello, welcome to Ollie Stone. Have a bit of that, says Hassan Ali. He's enjoying this. Finally got the ball to do something. So there's something for Ollie Stone to think about. Backed out of the way. And it might be interesting to see if Hassan Ali targets the stumps next up, having roughed him up. Here he is, he's over the wicket, and it is a fuller ball directed at the stumps, but it's well defended by Stone. Just goes for a little walk towards square leg to settle the mind. Everyone's left me alone. I feel like I'm all on my lonesome here. I don't know what I said. Or deodorant today. Surely it can't be that. But yeah, I've lost Mr. Bracegirdle. I've lost Mr. Clive Eakin. Here comes Hassan Ali. Oh, and again he's threatening the outside edge. Just a bit of a way movement perhaps from Hassan Ali with that new ball. Ollie Stone goes down, does the bit of gardening, prods the earth, walks out to square leg, towards square leg, and turns around and just starts to settle himself. Hassan Ali, I think his tail is up. He can maybe sense something here. He's in, he's over the wicket, and this is well played by Stone, but only as far as mid-on. Diving take in the end that prevents any more runs. I think that was Danny Briggs with the stop there, so he's done well. This is it now. One ball remaining in Hassan Ali's over before Ducket gets to strike back. Starts his run up, he's in, bowling over the wicket. It's a full ball dug out, and this time Ollie Stone gets it past the fielder, Danny Briggs, at mid-on, and it's 4 runs. So what a battle that was. Take that, says Ollie Stone. You've had your go, I'm going to have mine, and he's off the mark with a boundary. Having survived the bounces, having survived the ball whistling past the outside edge of his bat, comes back with a lovely straight drive for 4. Takes the score to 339 for 7. Stone on 4, Ducket on 178, and I think I'm about to get very nervous, everyone.
Concentrate
because
on the cricket.
I've just been joined by the award-winning Kevin Howells.
I'm the nervous one.
Why are you nervous? You're going to call this over, aren't you?
Hug an Aussie day.
Hug an Aussie? You don't like hugging.
Correct.
I actually touched your shoulder and you flinched
Ducket's
badly.
on 178, 339 for 7. Hannah Dobby in and driven. The rubbish to start off with towards mid-on, and there'll be no run.
Do you know?
Space, personal space, okay.
I don't think. You were one of the first people I ever commentated with.
Oh dear.
At Wormsley.
No, don't remind me of Wormsley.
On the Women's Ashes.
Yes, oh,
test.
don't remind me. Yeah, go on.
I don't think we've ever been on commentary together since.
Oh, many a times, but I must have been dreaming. You're saying this is actually in real life, this is the only... Wow, this is amazing. Hannah Dolby coming in from the city end, round the wicket into Ducket on 178, and that's
So dabbed behind the square on the offside. No, I'm only here now with the score moving on to 340 for 7 and Ducket to 179. I'm only here now because I felt a bit sorry for you.
Oh, thanks. Did you hear me saying that? I was starting to get worried about deodorant, and I had to remind myself that I put some on today because everyone just kept leaving. I was just in here and...
It's not the deodorant. But I have to admit that I don't know what it is.
Well, you've managed to avoid me since the Women's Ashes of 2013.
Of 1866.
I'm not that old.
Well, neither am I, actually. But Stone, meantime, this is a big moment for Stone. He's been out for such a long time from first-class cricket here, and in batting, facing a bit of a battle, he squeezes that one out onto the leg side, and no run. But genuinely, what an interesting day's cricket we've had here, and terrific from Ducket, quite clearly, with that score. Warwickshire have kept at it. I still, for the life of me, don't know what Warwickshire are going to say about this at the end of the day. Are they going to say we didn't quite get it right, or are they going to say, you know, we kept at it on a really good batting surface? I'm really interested to see what their take on today is going to be. Stone's on 4. Hannah Dolby in now, bowls and full and driven, reaching for it. Stone had quite a nice look to it, straight to the fielder. No,
yeah, but I mean, he played a beautiful drive, last ball, the last over, but it's basically Warwickshire have had 2 really good periods with the ball.
They have.
But they've made the most of them when they've had them.
Yeah.
But then in between that, there's just been these long periods of really hard work.
But to have those spells, what happened in between?
Yeah, well, as you say, it is a very good batting track. I don't think there has been a lot in it when the ball hasn't been that new stage.
So, Hannah Dolby again in bowls down the leg side. Burgess moving swiftly to his left-hand side and gathers. Still got 3 slips in. Man's being sent out deep now at square leg. The pitch we're playing on is fair way to the right-hand side of the square, so there's a lot of ground to cover out there before you get to the rope, which itself is some way in from the edge of the playing surface. But out there, a man has now been placed. It was more square leg, it's gone deep. We've got a fine leg as well on the leg side. We've had some interesting fields. Alex Davis already starting to get a bit of a name for himself for these interesting fields. This one is a little bit more understandable as Hannah Dolby is in and bowls and again defended into the offside, and that completes the over. 340 for 7, Stone on 4, Ducket on 179 with 11 overs remaining should the light and everything hold. And as I speak, the umpires are meeting for a chat. I think we're going to be all right at the moment, but the lights came on, well, an hour or 2 ago, didn't they? Certainly they were around about tea time, if not before.
I think before tea, they've stayed on. But you mentioned the funky fields, and I did say this to Dave Bracefield as well. So in that first game played here between Worcestershire and Warwickshire, Worcestershire really did funk things up. Like they interesting fields all over the place. Warwickshire maybe took a little bit more time to do that, and I think the Kookaburra ball has inspired some change in thoughts about fielding in the first couple of rounds, because you saw Warwickshire then really adopt it, certainly for their next game against Durham. Hassan Ali it is to bowl to Ducket. He's around the wicket and he's missed that one. Ducket, genuine play and miss, and Hassan Ali's hands go straight to his head. He has really perked up. The moment that Oliver Hannon-Dolby took the wicket in that little session with the new ball, first wicket with the new ball, Hassan Ali ran to him and he did hug him with his legs and his arms. He was wrapped around him like a koala around a tree trunk.
Yes.
And I think he's incredibly excited.
Right.
He's in now. A attempted slap, flat-batted slap by Ducket, just dribbles out towards the covers.
So what are you saying? It's a hug anybody you feel like day, is
well,
it?
I said maybe he thought that Oliver Hannon-Dolby was an Australian. And he was just celebrating the international, important, famous day.
I mean, I woke up this morning, I couldn't quite believe how excited I was, how petrified I was when I found out it was.
Ducket on strike. Hassan Ali he whips his bat across the line, but down the leg side, and a diving take by Burgess stops it going any further.
But what's that other thing? I must do the cricket scores because they're far more important. But what's that other thing that you said is it the next best thing to a hug, the double pat or something? Or?
Oh no, double pat release.
Yeah. What blazes is that?
So it's the timing of a hug so that it doesn't become awkward.
Right.
So you've got time to do 2 pats.
Right. And then
Release.
Get lost.
Hassan Ali in, and that's wide, and it's slapped over the covers, and he has found the boundary, Ducket. So he was given some width. There was enough bounce, and he just rode that one and carved it away nicely. 4 runs to Ducket, takes him to 183, and it takes Notts to 344 for 7.
So I need to talk about other scores because it's been quite eventful, and for those looking forward to cricket on Monday, you need to be a bit mindful of this. Durham all out for 358 now against Essex. Durham chose to bat there at Chester Street.
Ducket on strike, Hassan Ali in. Oh, he has a massive swipe at this one. Went for the drive, got the edge, and it's just wide of second slip and all the way to the boundary for another 4. But a far streakier one, and possibly one of the streakiest shots that Ducket has played today.
He may be thinking, I'm just going to get on with this here
Yeah.
a bit now. I mean, there have been periods of this innings where he has really been getting on with it, but he's also been... It's been a really
Risk-free.
good... Yeah, it's been a really good innings, hasn't it? It has
Really
been
good.
a composed, mature innings from Ducket. Anyway, back to Colin Ackerman scoring 112 for Durham. Ollie Robinson, wicketkeeper, making a 90 in that total there of 358.
Hassan Ali in, it's down the leg side, and another swipe from Ducket doesn't connect. So that's the end of Hassan Ali's over. 348 for 7. Ducket on 187 stone on 4.
Surrey 90 for 4. Trail Hampshire by 61 runs. Well, that's very good. Do you want to do that for this one as well? Maybe it's not quite the merit of it, but Somerset 299 for 8. Let me see if there's anything that deserves a reaction. Tom Banton 83 not out.
Ah,
Very good. Jake Ball. I'm pleased Jake Ball's getting a run out there with Somerset at Kidderminster. He's on 4. Jason Holder's picked up 3 wickets so far. So Somerset 300 for 8. Worcestershire chose to bowl first there at Chester Road, Kidderminster today. Hannon Dalby coming into bowl to Stone, who's on 4 not out. Right arm in. Ooh! That looked a little uppish to start with towards the man at short mid-wicket.
that was a good one from you, by the way.
Was it a good sound from me?
Yeah.
Getting carried away. It really must stop. Middlesex 203, Gloucestershire 65 for 2 in reply. Northamptonshire 331 for 6 away at Leicester, and they got in 59 overs in Leeds before it started raining, and it looked apparently officially grim. Yorkshire 276 for 3. Root and Brook are the not out pair. Lyth got some runs earlier. I'll tell you what, Halifax's Hannon Dalby in and bowls, and that's Stone driving it. Lovely shot from Stone actually on the offside. It's going to race towards the boundary. Don't know if it's going to get there before the fielder. Pulled back in. Decent piece of fielding that. And then a relay throw, and applause all round. They get 3 for that in the end. They're on a 3. That has a lot of ground to cover.
Decent bit of fielding, but another decent shot from Stone. He's driving like a dream at the moment. It's an electric vehicle, smooth driver.
It is indeed. So he moves to 7, brings up the 350. 351 for 7. It's in the 87th over. 351 for 7. Nottinghamshire here. Ben Ducket essential to this, of course, but he's getting some nice little support and cameo at the moment from Ollie Stone. It's Ducket on strike on 187 not out. Adam Lyth made 97 today. Oh, that's worth a little bit of a Alan Dalby round the wicket and in the air, driven straight, extra cover, pop ball. Just for a moment. Anyway, Lyth made 97. Root is on 65. Brook is on 44. 276 for 3 in that Division 2 match there in Leeds. Been through all the scores. Only 7 matches. I did like it, and I understand they need a break and all that, and it's compromising the schedule. But I did like it when every team was playing, and we had 9 games up and down the country.
Well.
And it's 7. I think it's even fewer next week. Hannon Dalby round the wicket. Bowles full, driven straight back past him. He got his right hand out. That was something, but it's not going to stop it from getting to the boundary. Fierce from Ducket now. He seems now to be in a different sort of mood again, Ducket. 191 to his name, moving. He's not edging towards that century. He's powering his way to that double century, should I say, at 355 for 7.
Well,
that flew, didn't it?
It did flow. And you talk about different gears. I feel like he's had different gears, but they've almost been more mental than anything. It's been situational gears. Where
Yeah, sure.
It's just like he's felt the ebb and flow of how the day's gone, who he's batting with, and he's adjusted his approach accordingly. And that's why I think it has been such a fabulous, mature innings from him.
191 to his name at the moment. Hannon Dolby round the wicket again in bowls, maybe a little bit slower. More measured that from Ducket as defensive into the offside. Well, no run. The shadows are being cast off these players now. I am a little bit fearful whether we can get these overs in with the light.
Unless they say basically, well, you can bowl Briggs and Yates.
Yep.
But that's about it.
And Rob Yates, who's having a terrific time with the ball, actually.
Well, when he came on, but said it, I thought he was really impressive early. Even though he leaked a lot of runs, first couple of games he played, I think his bowling's really developing.
Ducket facing on 191 now, straight back past the right hand this time. It does get more on it, I think, Hannon Dolby this time, and therefore there will be no run.
Yeah.
355 for 7. End of the over. Stone on 7, Ducket on 191. I shall do perhaps one more over before we bring Clive back in.
Oh, just that's nice, because I'm enjoying your company so much.
Well, of all the things you've said today, that's one of the most disingenuous. And there've been a few.
It's so not true.
Yeah.
It's so not true. Hassan Ali is removing his jumper. Do you like my cable knit sweater, by the way? I've come in cosplay. Cricket cosplay.
Yeah, it would be decent if you had a pair of jeans on that went all the way down to the bottom. What's that at the bottom there? Why is that? That's not, you bought them like that, with a split.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
They're flared jeans with a split. It's called fashion.
Is that right?
Yes. Called fashion.
Anyway, the jumper is very nice. And is it doing its job? Is it keeping you warm?
Well, it is, along with the heater that has been kindly provided, although they've put it a bit far away from me. I was practically sitting on it earlier.
Right.
Just keeping my legs nice and warm.
Was it not burning you?
No, it's lovely. Yeah, so I did spill coffee on my jumper.
I did hear a bit of a scream or something in the commentary bit earlier on.
Yeah, it's not the first time. That's been the case. Spilt coffee on myself. Here comes Hassan Ali, bouncer again. His first delivery when Stone came to the crease was a bouncer.
If he carries on like this, he will be taking them off.
Well, exactly. I'm not sure how often he'll get away with that. Umpire just turning around and just having a look around. I think he has the air of someone looking around just to see how things look from a light perspective. Stone waits again as Hassan Ali is in over the wicket, and he leaves this one well and truly alone.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure. And Clive's now going to come in.
Are you going to be back?
Wait.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, well, that's the general idea. It's a 4-day game.
Oh, good. I wasn't sure. You tour the countryside.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Never know when he's going to be around. As he graces certain games with his illustrious presence. The great Kevin Howells. Anyway, here is Stone, and Hassan Ali runs in, bowls. It's a shorter ball, but left outside the off stump by Stone.
A bit of a come down you got me now, isn't it?
It's not at all a come down. It's just, I do think that's the first time we've been on commentary together since the first time I commentated for the BBC.
We'll have to make sure we arrange some more between now and the end of the game.
I think that's probably quite deliberate on his part. Avoid me at all possible costs.
So didn't hug you though, I presume.
Oh, definitely not.
Today.
And it's another bouncer from Hassan Ali. Ducks under it to Stone. But Kevin is right. If he keeps bowling those, the umpires might say, there's your lot.
What a strange sort of day it's been, though, isn't it? It's falling in sort of two clusters.
As I said, there's just been two windows where Warwickshire have just made the most of it. Notts have lost wickets in clumps, and then in between that, it seems like it's just all been Notts. So, very interesting day. Stone weights. Hassan Ali is in, and that one squirts off the outside edge of the bat, but along the ground to backward point, no run. Yes, look, I think where we end up is at good contest. I mean, 355. We still have 3 wickets in hand. I think Notts will be a bit happier.
I think they will, but Warwickshire's still in the game. I
Yes.
haven't let them get away completely, have they?
No. So, you go back to that first catch that was dropped, and I feel really sorry. Poor Jacob Bethel. I don't want to harp on it too much because it happened. But then, you know, another wicket at that point in the day might have changed things quite a bit, not just the runs scored at that time, as Hassan Ali runs in and bowls. It's a full ball, and it's just driven into the covers by Stone. Quite well defended. They'll get a single. Stone retains strike. He's on 8 now. Ducket on 191, and Notts 356 for 7.
He took a single off the last ball there. He's almost acting as a sort of night watcher in a way here, Ollie Stone. We wanted to make sure that, because the umpires are talking now, so he's probably thinking that we may not be out there for too much longer, so look after Ben Ducket and make sure he's still there tomorrow.
I've already called him carrying his bat. I mean, he just hasn't looked like getting out. That shot he played to Hassan Ali before that previous over that went fine and got the edge. It was one of the few genuinely streaky shots that I've seen him play all day when I've been watching. It really has been a magnificent innings from Ben Ducket.
Well, the umpires chatted and decided they're going to carry on. Ollie Helen Dolby from the Birmingham end gets the wicket. That's edge to second slip, and Ollie Stone goes and is one step closer to carrying the bat as Rob Yates clings on to that one, and Ollie Helen Dolby has his 4th wicket. He's already won the prize as interviewee at the end of the day. I wonder if he's going to come in with a 5-wicket haul by the time he does that. 356 for 8.
Well, you wouldn't bet against it, would you? Still 7.5 overs remaining, so you imagine, unless they decide it has to be spinners, I'll bowl him as long as they can, because he really has worked hard. Unlucky not to get another wicket early in the day, and now, since the new ball got back into his hands, he's had a terrific spell. He's walking over to the umpires now.
Just going to do an update in a moment. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston as we approach the end of the first day of this county championship match, and Nottinghamshire 356 for 8. It's been a really strange day for Warwickshire. They've been held up by 2 really big partnerships for the 2nd and 5th wickets, but have taken wickets in clusters, and just lately they've started to strike again, with Ollie Helen Dolby playing his 200th game in all formats for the county, doing particularly well. He's had Jack Haynes LBW for 74. That broke up the 5th wicket partnership, and he's just had Ollie Stone, the former Warwickshire player, edge to Rob Yates' 2nd slip for 8. In between that, Hassan Ali got his first 2 wickets at Edgbaston this season, having Lyndon James caught behind for 2 and Calvin Harrison bowled, not offering a shot for 3. Notts building a decent total, but Warwickshire have kept themselves in the game with Notts 356 for 8. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. It was a bit long, dear. Tusk, never mind. Dave Bracegill is going to join us. I'm not sure how long for, because it's getting quite dark now. Anyway, he will join us in a moment. I certainly think if Warwickshire get these last 2 wickets, I doubt we'll be back for the Warwickshire innings. And it's Pennington, Dylan Pennington now at the crease. 3 slips in place. Bowles, oh, that's edged, and it's just beaten second slip. It's gone between second and third. I'm not sure you'd term that a chance. The ball certainly flashed through. It was going at a fair pace. Rob Yates dived to his right. Third slip didn't move, and it's gone down to third for 4, 360 for 8.
Crikey, the second new ball has done for Notts, hasn't it? Yeah. What were they? 4 down when it was taken. They're now 8 down.
Yeah.
We're only in the 89th over.
Yes, the match is certainly moving at a pace, isn't it? Scoring well, but losing wickets. Need 40 more to get another batting point. As Hannon Dolby comes into bowl. The Pennington, so they're appealing for a catch here, but Pennington's not interested, neither is the umpire. Not sure how much conviction there was, certainly from the bowler about that. Anyway, not out. Good day here. It's been a very interesting day at the Oval. We're Surrey now 103 for 4, so they are recovering somewhat. They've put on 104 for 4 now, which means they put on 60 for the 5th wicket between Ryan Patel and Rory Burns. They're replying to Hampshire's 151. Here's Ollie Hannon Dolby. Increasing gloom, comes into bowl, and Pennington turns that round to mid-wicket. There's no run. So he's on 191, Ducket. To get his double 100, he might have to get a shift on here.
Yeah. And it'll be the first Nottinghamshire double 100 since Sunday.
Well, let me tell you how many. I've lost that particular page. Let me get it. I can tell you how many double 100s have been this season. There's been quite a few. Up and down the country, which is not to diminish the achievement of it. As Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Pennington, and that is nicely played out to the offside. He hesitates slightly, I think maybe thinking, do I want to take the single and take the strike? But he has got the single. So we have had a total of 3, 6, 7 double centuries already this season. That's not including any, I don't think anyone we scored today, but it's not including today. And where you bear in mind that the whole of last season there were 6. There's only been 2 in the first division, to be fair, and it's 2 players involved in this game. Joe Clark is at Taunton for Notts against Somerset, and Alex Davis is 256 against Durham. We've had a 300, of course, I'm including that in the figures. Sam North Easts. Morgan against Middlesex. So some of the batters have, as you say, been filling their boots. Hannon Dolby round the wicket to Ducket. Oh, he's stretching for that one. He bowled it wide, maybe trying to keep Ducket pinned back there. It hasn't worked because Ducket's stretching for it. Could have got into trouble, but he's managed to get it away. Runs a signal. Aldo Hannon Dolby gives him a pat on the back. So, well, that didn't work. 362 for 8. He's on 192.
Yes, talking, when there were only 4 down, about Nottinghamshire openers here carrying their bat. Alex Hales, the last one to do it for Notts anywhere. And Mick Newell, of course, his 10 not out of 44 all out in 1988. Ducket must have an opportunity of doing it here, although there's also every likelihood that in the need for quick runs either this evening or tomorrow morning that his might be the wicket that goes, might just perish looking for a big hit. But I want to make sure he converts this into a double 100. He's had 4 previously.
Stumps at Chester Street now. Essex 5 without loss. Durham were bowled out for 358. Colin Ackman 112. Ollie Robinson 90. 3 wickets apiece for Jamie Porter and Sam Cook.
There's only been 3 previous Nottinghamshire double 100s on this ground, all in the last 30 years. Chris Lewis, Kevin Peterson and Guy Welton. As Rhodes round the wicket. Ducket goes across his stumps and then just scoops it over Michael Burgess's head for 4 down to the long stop boundary. Well,
that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant, because he's put everyone out on the boundary, trying to give Ducket the single, and the only part of the boundary that was not covered is directly behind him. So he plays a ramp shot straight there. That'll make Alex Davis think a bit.
It's really clever, actually, wasn't it? What he needed was Will Rhodes just to drop it slightly short of a length, which he did. If he'd have been right up in the block hole, might have got himself in trouble playing that shot. I think the man down fine has just got a little finer. So 196 to Ben Ducket, 366 for 8. Short, pulled onto the leg side. There's protection out there, so they turn down the run. And Ducket says no. Not sure if there's the opportunity here just to drop it and get two. Duckett's pacey. I've not seen enough of Dylan Pennington running between the sticks. With ball in hand, he's pacey. My word, he is. He's very lively, and an opening attack of Pennington and Stone will be fun to watch. But whether he's going to be able to scamper back for a second run if Ducket just drops it, I'm not sure. Short, and this is dropped again on the leg side, or pulled onto the leg side. It just rolls its way up to Alex Davis, who comes in from the long on boundary. 366 for 8. 6 overs to go after this one if we get them all in.
Yeah, so -1 still on the over rate, Warwickshire. Keep a little eye on.
I'm sure it'll be adjusted in their favour at close of play. These things generally are. I've not seen any sign of Warwickshire deliberately exceeding time limits here, and this one's just edged fine through probably where second slip would be, and Duckett's going to come back. No, he's not. He turned blind, Ducket, and then realised that the throw was already on its way in from Hannon Dolby towards Burgess, and Ducket may well have been left short. But there's 2 balls left in the over. I think he would automatically assume that Dylan Pennington, who has got a first-class 50 to his name, should be able to keep these out.
Well, I think he went thinking there was 2 there, but as you say, perhaps he had in mind as well, it's not the end of the world if there isn't, because there's only 2 balls of the over left. Although I do remember Jim Troughton doing that once with number 9 at the opposite end, so I'll give him 2 balls and bang bang, both out, next 2 balls.
At Taunton last week, I know it wasn't he was on 95 not out. Craig Overton at the wrong end as this is defended, and Shoaib Bashir, England Test player Shoaib Bashir, Craig Overton 95 not out at the other end, had an almighty hoo-ah at it, and he went straight up in the air. I could imagine Craig Overton's comments as they walked. Well, they didn't walk off together. He sprinted off and understandably looked a little annoyed. The umpires are getting together. This might be the end of the entertainment for the day, I'm afraid, because they've already had one chat, and now I think they're going to call them off, and they are, and this might be the end of our allocation for the day. 367 for 8. Dylan Pennington has 5. Ben Ducket is 197 not out, and the umpires have met a couple of times prior to this, and now on this occasion they've decided it's just too dark to carry on, and that's nice to see from Warwickshire. Well done, Warwickshire, because almost to a man everybody except those right out on the deep boundary have come up to Ben Ducket, either shook his hand or high-fived him or patted him on the back, and that's really good from Warwickshire. Well battered, Ben Ducket, the man of the day, but classy Warwickshire there, you have to say. 367 for 8. Very much enjoyed it, Clive.
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's interesting that Alex Davis didn't opt for the spinners at the end, because if he had, they probably would have stayed out there, but he probably calculated that was a bit risky with Ben Ducket out there doing so well. It might plunder some runs, and now they're applauding Ducket as he leaves the field, so hasn't quite reached his double century, but 197 not out, and I know you can't take it. If he did take that out, then Notts actually been in a bit of trouble, so it's been an absolutely brilliant innings from him. Good performance too from Ollie Allen Dolby, who still has a chance for a 5-fer in the innings. But there we are. We assume that that's it for the day. Obviously, if it does change, we will be back, but I'm pretty sure we won't be. There are other games currently in progress, so we're going to go and join those games. Get commentary on those games you can. So, just to summarise quickly, Notts 367 for 8 at the close. Ben Ducket 197 not out. The main other contributions: Ben Slater 65, Jack Haynes 74. Everyone else single figures. For Warwickshire, Ollie Allen Dolby 4 for 58, Hassan Ali 2 for 52, and Will Rhodes 2 for 64. And 4 catches behind the stumps for Michael Burgess. So we will be back tomorrow. I'm assuming now it will be tomorrow with ball-by-ball commentary. Of course, Brian Halford will be taking over for me just for the day while I head off to Ewood Park. The rest of the commentary will all be here, so do join us at the end of day one. Slightly curtailed because of bad light. Nottinghamshire 367 for 8. Thank you very much indeed as ever for being with us. Do catch another game on the BBC website right now. Well, if you're still with us, you probably heard that over the tannoy. Play has now been called off for the day. So Notts 367 for 8. We'll be back tomorrow from just before 11.